did up front, except that I think I'm going to end up lowering this. We'll see how it goes with the wheels. And I might have to almost have the dip out anyway, so I'll just blast it, paint it, make it look good. We're going back with some Amsoil Severe Gear 8090. And with these cool squeeze pouches, you can squeeze it in. No special pumps needed. Once your gear oil starts coming out, you are full. You can go back together with your plug. All right, now that we're moving back up front, we can see how this all dried. No transfer whatsoever. That is perfect. So the one... Perfect. So the 1-2 punch is the Waxall and then the heavy duty metal protector from Amsoil. This is so nice. So this is what it looked like before. Everything's solid, but with the surface rust, it doesn't look very good. And now we have this. I mean, seriously, it looks like a full frame off restoration job was done. Here it is up close. It's beautiful. And now that we have the Amsoil on there, it's not going to trap. It's much easier than the rears. We're going to have to jack up this control arm, a little screw jack coming in for the save to pull up this lower control arm. And then we can pull the shock into place. Oh yeah. Shock is bolted in, and next we're going to do a ball joint. So this is the lower ball joint. It's going to fit in here, and our grease fitting is going to sneak out of this little hole. And what's kind of nice here is no more rivets. We just have bolts. Going like that. There are nuts on the bottom. We just tighten them like this. The upper ball joint has more of the same, so we'll go ahead and tighten up the bolted nut. Next up, we have our spindle, and definitely replacing the entire hub with a new bearing. This looks so nice, guys. So that's going to go on like that. And then here is our bracket that we had to clearance. They give you 2 new bolts, so we're adding a little Loctite. These are longer to fit this. And then use one of the factory bolts just for the hub. All right, so we're going to vice this guy up like so. And we're going to use a torque wrench on this. Make sure we are solid. So about 85 foot-pounds. Don't want your brake caliper bracket going anywhere. All right, that's done. This beautiful unit is ready to go back on the Typhoon. All right, so we'll kind of start this at the end of the axle and then do our ball joint at the same time like that. There we go, that is splined. We'll tighten up the lower ball joint. And this gets a cotter pin as well. And we can reinstall the upper ball joint into the spindle. And this gets a new washer and a new nut. So we got that started. Ratcheting wrench really helps get in here with the axle in the way. Click, click.
If I am, this is the dopest cop car I've ever seen.
So we're just going to pre-grease this. We have Zerk fittings on all of our new joints, so fill those up with a little grease. Like that. Get our axle nut back on. And our little castle cap here. Fresh cotter going in. There we go. Perfect. This looks not the best, but we're not going to see any of that. All right, next up we have another gigantic 14-inch rotor. They do label these. They are directional. There we go. All right, I put a couple of lugs in this front rotor, and it says this in the instructions that you may have to shave the knuckle down a little bit, so it is touching. And they want 80 thousandths clearance. No biggie, we can do that. So it's easiest to do this on the car so you can test fit your rotor, but we're just going to grind it. All right, guys, it's about 20 minutes later. See the ridge in here. You gotta take off quite a bit. I gotta say, this is huge. Put the rotor on, a couple of lugs down, see where we're at. So I have about 85 thousandths of stacked up feeler gauges here, and we're able to go in all the way. Cool. That's good. You know, we gotta make this look pretty again. A couple stages. And there you have it. There is our clearance seat. You can kind of get an idea how much I took off. This is cast. It's very thick, so we didn't affect anything to do with structure. We're good. Next up is another bracket, and there are some shims that you need. We might have to take some measurements here in a moment, but put the bolt in this way, and don't drop your shims, and this threads in like that. We can go back on with our rotor. Remember the orientation of these things. There we go. There we are. Tighten up this rotor. And for now, we're going to test fit this awesome caliper without any brake pads. And these bolts are going to go in from the top. Oh, really easy to do brakes on this. God, I'm being so careful. I do not want to nick any of this. It's good for now. So this is the measurement we need to take right here. And we need to compare it to this side, and we want them within 5,000. So we're off quite a bit. We'll have to add some more shims. They give you a bunch of different shims in the kit, so I think just bring it out where we need it to be. We did this a few times. Oh yeah, perfect. All right, we're done. Now we can install our brake pads. Grease. Okay, number 2. And rotor. Put my caliper on my belly. Make sure this is clean. There we go. Now this is going on. Final install here, people. Oh yeah, this is insane. I can't believe this is out of Typhoon. We're gonna be doing braided stainless steel brake hoses on all 4 corners. Of course, I'll start by tightening the banjo bulb with a couple of crush washers. Okay, old caliper. Going in the pile. We have this slick adapter piece that comes in the kit, so we'll screw that on the factory line. That. And we'll get this to tighten the line wrenches. They give us a new clip as well, so it's super factory. There we go, solid. And before we lose too much fluid, let's get this guy out. Okay, let's tighten this one up. Click. Alright. Good deal. Bear makes this so factory. They put a little sleeve here. They give you a clamp, and then you can bolt it up to the upper hull joint. This is so nice. Wow. Now we're going to tighten this so we know the position is correct. Just cleaned up the caliper. We are all done. This is insane. So if you guys remember, this is what the front brakes looked like before. Pretty small considering the power this thing makes, but here we are after. And yeah, I'm just blown away. I don't know what else to say. This is just perfect. And I love how the red matches the red GMC. And then eventually I'm going to do red Typhoon. They make these in red as well. Driver's side is almost done. And I got to say, I've always loved Bear brakes. They've been around for over 30 years. And they have big brake kits for so many different cool cars, and they're complete. They have billet master cylinders, brake pads, brake rotors, brake calipers, and everything else you can imagine, and their customer service is amazing. I'm going to link them down below. They're great guys over there. If you need anything brake related, check them out. Oh, and checking this out, you guys know Ivan over at Cannonball. He builds all the McLaren engines. He's held a bunch of different world records for fastest GTR, fastest McLaren, and he was installing Big Bear brakes on his Typhoon back in 1999. Check this out. Little sneak peek preview. Here's the wheel. Oh man, this is so cool. You guys want to see the tires? This is gonna all make sense in a future video, but I'm
going to Maine, and yes,
accessible
I am a
minivan. And yes,
Pickle
I
Rick!
used it to pick up the new tires. Look at these things. And look at my van. I'm so excited for this video. Well, this is about the coolest thing I've ever done. Loading up my SVT Lightning with my new Typhoon wheels and tires. Does it get any better than that? I don't think so. All right, we're all loaded up in the Lightning. Oh, this is cool. I love cars. Oh, yeah. Cold start in the Lightning.
Watch what castor oil does to your liver. Even though it sounds like one of those old-timey kind of remedies, castor oil is actually awesome stuff. So castor oil comes from the seeds of the cat.
Cold start in the Lightning. We made it to the tire shop. It's not exactly a tire shop, it's a big, gigantic Subaru shop. One of the biggest Subaru shops in the country, 6-star. You can't trust anyone with expensive wheels, let me tell you, so I know they won't scratch them up. Man, if you guys are into Subarus, this is the place. This thing's gonna make like 1,100 horsepower. Crazy. This is like a 15,000 square foot shop. I love coming over here. They got the coolest Subaru builds going on. I mean, the Subarus are gonna blow up anyway. You might as well build them. This one, it's gonna drive slow. No way. This is insane, guys. What? It's a 2020 with 30,000 miles, and they just dropped it off for like a winter build. Just do it all. Wow. Well, thanks, brother. I appreciate it. I'll see you in a little bit. All right, let's Chris and the guys doing the wheels and tires. We're gonna start taking this engine out. So I just took out all the bolts for the intake, and a lot of them are loose actually. All right, distributor cap. No. Distributor out. Okay. Yeah, a little rusty. There wasn't a whole lot to disconnect here. There's no radiators. They just got hoses like that, no coolant. And let's see, does that be an engine oil? Yeah, it's got one. All right, cool. Draining out here. While that's draining, let's take a look at the condition of this guy. Obviously, lots of surface rust from sitting outside, but overall, she's pretty solid. The frame is totally good. Everything's good. So usually they rot out inside where the flares are, and it looks solid too. Hasn't been lowered. Some bill stains. The transfer case seems to be intact, not leaking. Yeah, just overall, you know, it's kind of similar to mine in this sense. Like just ultra solid, just no surface rust. And it's been a Florida truck its entire life with a clean title, no accidents. Yeah, you can really kind of tell a lot of that. This is the frame rail, which is really good. You know, the bell housing bolts out right now. And I gotta say, a lot of these are kind of loose and pretty short too. It's weird. Torque converter bolts are out. You know, I want to make it easier to just remove this lower intake so we can hook up our chains to the heads. You can do that to the intake as well, but it's just a few bolts. Alright, let's see if this intake wants to pop up. Oh yeah. Sweet. Alright, good deal. Cool. More. So this is interesting. This engine has a balance shaft, which mine didn't. And we noticed in Florida that this has an aluminum oil pan and not steel. This kind of all just points to the fact that this is a newer generation 4.3 liter. Alright, okay. It's ready to come out. Just got the engine mounts undone. Actually, it's solid engine mounts. Kind of crazy. Alright, so we'll go off the transmission. Let's go. There she comes. Oh, what is inside of you? Out of here stuff. Staying with the truck. I'm pretty much going to sell this thing as a roller if you guys are interested. Clean title, type new roller with the transmission. Get out of the engine harness and all that stuff. I'm just going to take the whole engine. Probably. We'll see what's inside. I always recommend you pull the hood, but we'll be alright here. Turbo drain. Turbo feed. It's all good with the engine. Really cool dead bugs and stuff like that. Love that. Alright. Get out. And we got a brake sensor here. That's something new versus my older engine. I like it. It's pretty clear. Oh, she's gonna need a hood prop. Actually, hang on. She got a nice hood prop. I'll tell you that much. There we go. You're out, dude. You're out. Simmer down. All right, let's get this on the stand. Flip it upside down and see what we have inside. All right, flywheel's coming out. Oh, is it gonna shimmy sham? It's shimming. Come on. Sham. It's got the shimmy down. It does. Might have to ram and jam the staff. Oh, there we go. Cool. Nice remain. Alright, let's flip this thing around. We're going to pop the oil pan off. We'll see if any rods or pistons or anything were not. Whew. Yeah. Oh, these trays are the best for under engine stands. We just caught all that nasty coolant. Man, here are the solid.
You're right.
I'm going to take this oil cooler housing adapter off. Just kind of set that aside for now.
Inside of the top car.
A bunch of really nice oil pan bolts. They used a ton of stainless hardware. Remember I said that's awesome at catching messes? It's not when the oil cooler lines are over here. It's great. I just cleaned this floor last week. I cleaned everything. I got all the cars out. I cleaned it all up. And now, yeah, that's not nice. Got a mess under this one too. At least the DTS and the Oldsmobile still look good. Little Alex trick, don't ever let your wife or significant other throw out an old bath mat. This will absorb like years of this kind of stuff. Look at it. Bam. I keep on trying to throw this thing out, but then I'm like, no, it's got another day of absorption. Yeah. Last bolt, I'm gonna truth, guys. I'm gonna truth. So from the factory, these are 2-bolt mains, but you can turn them into a 4-bolt main. That would be huge. We got yeah, 2. These are 2-bolt mains, but you can turn them into a 4-bolt main. That would be huge. We got 2 bolts. Alright, let's see what we got for rods. Well, I think we're looking at a pretty much stock engine here. You guys can see this. Right, there's a part number. And yeah, these are straight up stamped with GM. This is a 2-bolt main. These aren't cracked rods, so that's nice. I think what this is just a Gen 2 4.3 engine. It does look to be fairly new though. Cylinder walls are in excellent shape. You can even still see the coating on the piston. Camshaft's looking good. But yeah, I think it is a stock engine. You know what? Let's take the heads off. They are using ARP bolts, so they did something. So I had this valve cover off when we were in Florida. So there's that. Now we'll zip these rocker arms off. And these are just regular stamped steel stockers. What's wrong with that, honestly? You can gain a little bit by getting a more modern rocker, but you can make a ton of power with these. Pull out our push rods next. Let's see any markings. Oh, these look to be stock. And now we can loosen up the ARP head bolts. Just go around circle here. They're cast iron heads, cast iron block, not as sensitive to detorquing as aluminum. There are a couple of head bolts behind the exhaust manifold, so I got bolts out. Oh, I think they're almost gonna snap. Okay, got lucky on all of them. Sweet. A little bit more disassembly. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, yeah, that just happened. I was gonna say, I just had to take the water pump off to get this bracket off, to get the head off, and it's made a mess of my shop floor. Once again, never ends. Oh my goodness. You got one more left in ya? There we go. This will be cleaned up in no time. With the old bath, man. I don't know where it goes, guys. It just keeps on soaking stuff up. Look at that. It's beautiful. All right, it's all cleaned up. Now we can zip out our head bolts. And this is what got me excited. You can see the ARP on there, that this was a built engine, because normally you use ARP hardware when you build something. You can still see some polyglue on there. This is fresh, guys. Got a couple handles here. That'll help us. And I'll give this guy a little bit of pry. There we are. Cylinder head coming off. Oh, look at that. That's kind of cool. Look at this. Kind of weird cross. Look at this. They use a graphite gasket, so no steel. Okay. It's an old build, that's for sure. Yeah, this is just a factory cast piston. This valve was open for a while, so I got a little rust in here. So you gotta watch out with engines that have been sitting out in the elements. Like, this will totally clean up. We don't even need a machine shop for this. You can get a ball hone tool on a drill, clean that right up, and you'd be good. So the whole issue with my engine, the bearings, the main bearings, some of the rod bearings. Now, I did fix that engine issue, but you never know if it's going to come back. The bearings were kind of rough. But anyway, let's see what these look like. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Yeah, these definitely have some wear as well. Jeez, I gotta feel this too with my glove, like my green glove. Crazy. The crank looks okay. I don't feel anything in it, so that's good. A lot of my rod bearings were kind of rough. Let's see what we have. This one's great at least. Okay, that's good. I think overall this engine is in much better condition than my current engine. I do believe if we just threw some bearings in this one, it would run beautifully, but it is not built. That's kind of what I was hoping for. So to be honest with you, I don't know if this does me much good, because I have an engine in similar condition in mind. And yeah, maybe I will just sell the other Typhoon with the engine. So I'm not going to put it back in, because you can just replace the bearings and be good. So yeah, email me, legitstreetcars@gmail.com. I'll sell you this Typhoon minus the center console and maybe a couple other little parts, not much, and this engine. So that crazy trip to Florida that cost me a ton of money. I probably have like $5,500 into getting this thing, but I'm going to take the center console. I don't know, it's $4,000. Is that fair? Clean title Typhoon that is really nice, like the body, you know, needs some cladding and stuff, but $4,000, come get it. Oh, and supposedly this has a built trans. I know it's got some nice brand lines, goes to a gigantic trans cooler. It's dirty, but most everything is here, especially once the engine goes back. It is missing a little bit of the cladding, but solid. Anyway, I just got a text that the wheels are done. Let's go pick them up. We're back with the Lightning. Oh, how'd it go, man? Wow, that looks great. Seriously, I'll come right over. My ex is humiliating me in front of my new girlfriend.
You still want to make love to me, don't you, you little powerless loser?
I wouldn't touch you with Cyclone's tentacles.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The wheel to tire fitment is perfect. We sized them just right. So the fronts are 275s, the rears 315s. Oh my gosh. Here we go, people. Here we go. Let's do this. There's so much clearance with the calipers too. This is fantastic. It's on. Let's get the cap. So it's crazy. The factory GMC caps like this, some people are selling them for like $200 each. You could spend like $800 on a set of caps. They're really hard to find. And if you guys are curious, I had these wheels custom made. I'll drop a link down below. But these run between roughly $3,000 and $4,000. There's so many different options. I got the black inlays and the whole barrel powder coated black. I went with the polished face. But they are forged wheels, so that's, you know, a pretty good price, I think. They're obviously low volume custom. They'll do whatever you want. Oh, check this out. This is our valve stem. So there's a special tool to fill it. Well, once you're done, it comes with this little cap that you just screw on, and it is machined just like the wheel to kind of blend in. You just tighten it up, man. Hang on, I gotta show you guys with the GMC. Face up that way. Oh, yes. Look at that. What? Oh, man, I gotta clean the truck up. We gotta get some tire shine on there, but this style wheel that you wouldn't be able to see the calipers, but you definitely can, and the rotors just fill everything. This is perfect. And just take a look at the rear. Oh, I can't wait to see how this works with the ride height. So this truck has been lowered, but we can go even lower, and I think when you go low profile on one of these older body trucks especially, you need to go pretty low. So yeah, this is a 315 tire and a very aggressive one at that, with the gigantic brakes and everything. This thing's gonna look killer, guys. In the picture video, we're doing the full detail. You'll see me put the center console and all sorts of other things. We're gonna mint it out, and I can't wait. But anyway, I guess you guys are gonna get a pretty good sneak peek because I'm gonna watch this thing. We'll get some tire shine on there. We'll go for a ride. That's coming down. We're gonna have to jounce the suspension and go for a ride. So don't mind the ride height just yet. This looks awesome. Yeah, but I think if it was about half of this or something, it would look pretty good. Oh, and if you guys were around for the last Typhoon video, you know that I broke my driver's side engine mount, and then I had a big coolant mess and I cut the hose. I still gotta get a new hose, but for now, we have chained this side of the engine down, and it's going to the frame. This is an old school trick. People do this so you don't break the engine mounts, but in this case, my engine mount, when it's just running, it doesn't shake or anything, it's just resting on the mount. It's only when you accelerate that it lifts up. So because eventually I'm gonna do this engine, and it's a big project to do the engine mounts, we're gonna chain it up. And it actually looks really good. Like, I kind of want to leave it. Oh yeah, this is crazy. But hang on, I gotta get my other 92 GM product out of the way. Man, I haven't driven this in a long time. It's a stick. Gotta get used to it. It doesn't feel like any of my other stick shift cars. I think I gotta shim the starter. It sounds a little weird. That's what it sounds like when you don't shim them. Other than that, it runs great. Obviously, I blend the brakes. You guys have seen me do that a million times. The pedal feels awesome. Oh, and something else, guys, that I don't know if I'm gonna need to do is a proportioning valve. So we have gigantic brakes in the rear and the front. So we might need an adjustable proportioning valve. That way the rears don't lock up. I don't know. We're just gonna kind of feel it out. Do that later if we have to. Right now, we're going for a ride. Oh, hey. What's up, Lightning? It's me, Typhoon. That's right, your brother. 10 years older than you. Alright, so far so good with these wheels. See, locked a lot. We're touching. Man, these brakes, they're really good. Just working on. This thing makes all the right noises. I gotta get in alignment, that's for sure. I was waiting on these wheels, that's why I didn't get one yet. I can't go too crazy. There is a break-in procedure for the pads. Oh my god, I mean, I can just tell you right now, though, these things stop like crazy. Like, such little application of force there. And it's just gripping. And then also the fact that we have these amazing tires. These are like similar to drag radials. They're not quite there yet, but they're very sticky. These would be like good road course tires. That honestly improves braking sometimes more than actual big brakes because it's the only thing touching the ground. Foam cannon time. All right, so I haven't had a bath in a while. Get those rims. She's all washed up. Gigantic dry and towel time. Oh, this thing is the best. I definitely need to wax this car though. It's got nothing. I just cleaned it up. Tire shine has been applied. Like, I still have a cosmetic video left for you guys. Like, I don't know if anyone's gonna watch because this like looks really good, but it's gonna get even better than this, guys. Like, if you can believe it. Like, this paint is pretty scratched up, but it's in excellent condition, so it'll look perfect. And like I said, we're gonna do the red Typhoon. We have a lot to do in the interior, and I do believe I'm gonna lower this even more now that it has the low profile tires. We have new exhaust. We have some more modifications. We have a lot to do in that video, actually. It's not all cosmetic, but seriously, look at this Typhoon. Are you kidding me? This thing was only $10,000, and outside of the wheels and brakes, I mean, I've just washed it. Like, this is how nice it was. Oh, except for up here, I had the rust repair done to the roof. My guys over at O'Hare Auto Body took care of that. It's perfect. I don't even remember where it was, but it was in this area. I also have the really cool Holly LED lights on order, the same ones I have on the DeLorean. We already fixed the holes in the front bumper. All right, I'm telling you guys way too much because that's all in the next video. I'm just too excited. Oh, and something else with the wheel. They are directional, so tires are directional, but so are the wheels. So you can see kind of like the leading edge of this triangle faces that way, and then it, you know, spins like that with the wheel. Fronts are like this, everyone's like this. After I learn some more, we'll get in alignment, but the angles aren't quite off. Solid axle vehicle. Trying to go for flush aggressive, it's tough because a lot of times the axle will stick out more on one end than the other, but this is pretty good. And actually so is this. I mean, this truck is just, it's square. It's literally square. Gosh, these Bear brakes are so amazing. I'm gonna drop a link down below because they sell these gigantic brakes for a lot of old school cars like this, and their customer service is amazing. The directions, everything went great with the brakes. I highly recommend them. and this thing stops on a dime. We'll do some testing in the next video when we can kind of beat on the brakes a little bit more because we're in braking right now. Braking for the brakes, but anyway, love the brakes. All right, guys, that'll do it for this video. I really enjoyed this. I hope you are liking the Typhoon as much as me. I still cannot believe this is mine. And originally I did want one that was more like this color, but man, am I digging the black, and I can't wait to the Grand National next week. It's gonna be awesome. So anyway, stay tuned for the next Typhoon video. We got a ton more parts going on. Like this video if you liked it, share it with your friends. Hit the subscribe button down below. It's totally free and it really helps me out. But most importantly, have a fantastic day. I'll see each and every one of you in the next video. Because summer is right around the corner, so without any because summer is right around the corner, and because summer is right around the corner. So with that, let's get. Yeah, these pads were getting low. These pads are definitely getting low. But I'm going to show you something that I have been kind of practicing. But I'm going to show you something that I've been testing lately on. But I'm going to show you something that I've been. But I want to show you guys something I've been testing lately. But I'm really excited to show you something that I've been testing lately. But I'm really excited to show you guys something I've been testing. But I'm really excited to show you guys something I have been testing on these older cars that aren't. But I'm really excited to show you guys something that I've been testing. I'll start by threading this in with a couple of banjo bolts. I'll start by threading the banjo bolt with a couple of seals. I'll start by tightening the banjo belt. I'll start by tightening the banjo bolt with crushed washers. There are some measurements I'm going to show you with the front brakes. Like I think if we just did some bearings on there, it would. I think if we just replaced the bearings on. I think if we just replaced all the bearings, they were like $30. All right. I don't know what else to say. All right, guys. I am very happy or something.
Hey, get a little love over here. I like that.
You know what you're going to discuss first, and I'm so excited to be your host today. Breaking news! Family, I'm so happy today. I removed my hat because I thought that my hairline was growing back.
Stop the cap.
Stop hating on me. I had a dream that my hair was growing. Well, it's kind of growing this way, but not this way. But don't worry, because in this lady's ass, it's growing the same way that my hairline was growing. That's right. I can get a hair transplant, and she got a booty transplant. And a lot of ladies are out here doing that, and it's getting so bad. Some of you ladies, unfortunately, are passing away. Okay, so we hope your ass stay alive, so at least I can get your number and get to those cheeks. What is that else? But in the case of this lady, she did a BBL, and, well, something happened.
So this is part 2 on why I had to get my BBL surgically removed. So in part 1, I was telling y'all how my sit-down ear was stinking real bad.
Damn.
And it got to the point to where I had to carry around
Blessings from
a
Germany,
bottle of air
blessings from America,
freshener or a bottle of perfume, because when I would use public restrooms, it would stink so bad and the smell would linger.
Jesus.
It was like an embarrassment. I didn't want to come out the bathroom when it's smelling like that and someone else was waiting at the door. When I say that BBL really ruined my life, I even lost my boyfriend behind it. He was telling me the whole time, like, you're stinking real bad.
I'm running your
out here,
room,
and I
you're
can't
running my
stand
room.
it. First I'm at the now, like, no, you're hating, you're mad, I got a BBL.
My day was outstanding.
It was the truth.
My day is
It got
going
to the
fantastic. It's
point
going
where
my way.
I would be washing my laundry, you know,
Edison.
weekly.
Alright, Edison. No,
Like I've been
we're actually
doing
passing
before,
through Moorestown right
you know.
now.
When I would get my laundry out of the dryer,
Which is
it
287.
was
You know the route?
smell like that rotten eating flesh.
We're going
That room
287
was like, so
all the
this
way to
one
New
day,
York to
me and my
95 in
boyfriend,
Connecticut.
we getting ready, you know, to do some part 3 on how I got my BBL surgically removed because my sit down one was stinking real bad. So I deleted part 1 because there were so many people in the comments talking how y'all were doing now. So I
MJ,
deleted
how's your
part
day
1,
going?
and I made part 2 because there was some people in the comments that wanted to know more. BBL stink, do you hear me? And it's not coming from the vagina or the beehole. It's coming from the incisions that
Driving
you cut to inject
a Western
the
Star
fluid and the fat in your butt, okay?
X49.
There's people in the comments saying, oh, you wasn't washing up right. Come on, let's be real. It's coming out of the incision. It stink. I don't care what y'all say. It stink. And if it's not healing properly, then your body is rejecting the hole will remain open and the drainage will continue to come out and stink up your linen, stink up your underwear, stink up everything, okay?
Good grief.
Now,
Please
my
go through it.
BBL been removed for the past 4 years. Only had it in for about a year until it was stinking so bad I couldn't take it no more. I don't know if y'all wanted me to get on here and say BBL smell good, but they stink. Stay away from them.
I mean, the BBL was that bad it was stinking. Like, I saw people talking about it on the comments. Like, I got a BBL and I ain't got that problem. Bullshit, you might have that problem and nobody told you. A lot of people's breath be stinking. Sometimes they even include mine, but we don't know it because we not down there. So you don't know what you smell like until somebody tells you that you smell good. Like, every lady or man think they smell good, especially women.
Yeah,
But
Volvo makes
I
a
just
good
break
truck,
this to
though.
y'all. Have you ever
I
went
just
to a
don't like the
club
layout.
and them ladies take their shoes off? And
Western
they start
Star
dancing,
got a nice,
and you walk over there, what do you
spacious
smell?
layout inside.
Yeah, it smells like ass and onion sometimes. Now, none of those ladies over there thought that they smell like old raccoon juice. But they did. It's just how it is, right? So you can get a BBL and you're not really wiping yourself down there and all of that is built all the way up. Then imagine you gotta get there and try to clap some BBL cheeks that's smelling like, you know, a last year's double cheeseburger from McDonald's. It's not all good, family. But if she happens to clean it up, turn it on Cheyenne@gmail.com. I'll hit it on the low. Next story. We going from BBL booty clapping to real cheeks getting clapped. Now, these real cheeks are not African American or black this time. They are white. And we have a lady who really likes black men, loves y'all. Round of applause for that, because some of you brothers out there, you like playing in the snow. That's right, you like playing in the snow, and you like doing what you're doing with the carrots and the veggies, right? But this lady specifically wanted to get her cheeks clapped by black men. And I mean like hard.
My Houston trip is not up to a good start.
Shit, we in that. So I know y'all have been busy since then.
We're getting ready to go to the party. I'm excited. Have an entire room filled with studs from all the walls. Now, okay, moving around. Oh, you're the videographer. Thank you. I'm glad you got here. I was looking for you earlier. It's over there on the wall. Oh yeah, we're back from the party. I invited you guys. So fun. It was cool. How many did you have?
Dose.
How many?
She flew all the way to Houston, I don't know where it was, Houston, Atlanta, to get her cheeks mangled by black men. Here's what I want to ask the brothers. Why in the hell are y'all in the video? Like, this lady is like 45, so some of you brothers are 30-something. And you in there like, yeah, I clapped her. Yeah, I was in there with her. I was in there. Like, what? She was just getting clapped for free. Yeah, she didn't have to pay. I mean, for the ticket. I mean, come on, man. If I clapped some cheeks like that, I wouldn't. Well, and I'm ugly, and I still wouldn't play it. You know me. They'd be like, did you score her? Hell no. Is that you on CCTV? Oh, that's my cousin. That's not me. But it's hairline. Okay, it is me. But I would at least try to lie about it. Y'all just right up there, all in the damn video, just clapping the old lady's cheeks like it's all good. And she bragging like, girl, these black men are thirsty as hell. They will clap the hell out of you come to them damn parties. And y'all be in there. And of course, what do y'all be doing sometimes? No condom talk. Atlanta, booty clap central. Booty clap. Shout out to JR Wisdom. No condom. Then when your stuff start looking like a Neapolitan ice cream cone stick, you're gonna be mad. All kind of comes in your Johnson when you peeing. Next story. Now, this story is also about cheeks.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
But this is an orthodox version. But it's funny, so don't click off because it's unorthodox. I know y'all be mad at these kind of stories. But this is a guy named TK. This dude who looks like, I don't want to talk about it, but that's okay. He recently,
Why is filing your taxes with Pre-Tax USA different? Well, for starters, our premium
recently had his car stolen. Now, car theft and crime happens to anybody, no matter what your sexuality is. It's just the way that it happens. Okay? He's at home one day. He gets an Instagram DM from somebody he doesn't know. The guy sends him a message. Well, I think we should just get into this. All right, family. This story is pretty convoluted. It involves this young man by the name of TK. Now, he is an homosexual. He's living a gay lifestyle. And he came out and put out this particular post. Y'all, this DO boy right here robbed me at gunpoint and stole my car in Lumberton, North Carolina area. Does anyone know this person? Please share this post so I can recover my property. Okay, so TK is, like I said, a man in his late 30s, and this guy that he's talking about, KTL Draxo, is a guy who just turned 19 years old, right? And if you look at his Instagram, he is a guy who's professed to be like a goon. He's smoking weed, he got guns, and all of this, right? So he shows the guy TK two Instagram DMs between him and this young guy. So as you can see, he goes, yo, person goes, yo. So he just accepted the request, right? They just never
We
talked.
almost had Mawa. We headed north on 287.
Warrenburg, North Carolina. All right?
We're about 20 minutes from Mawa.
So the young kid goes, threesome?
Good eye.
You got a
Good
third?
eye. You know the area.
Got on spot. So this is the first time that they are talking. So they're already setting up a booty clap session off just one DM. So just go ahead and get into somebody's cheeks that quick. Wish was that quick for women. Well, I'll tell you much. But anyways, the guy pulls up. Now the guy TK thought he was about to get his cheeks clapped, and what happened? He got robbed. So the dude robbed both of them, and then they stole this nice car, this Honda, from Mr. TK. All right. So TK was basically trying to expose him, trying to get his car back. Share this particular post, and he didn't realize that folks on on Facebook was not gonna be that happy with it because the kid looks young, even though he's like 19. Cole says, so who was doing the effing? TK goes, I'm glad you think that Ish was a joke. Jessica says, are you meeting people with no my chart record? He goes, I was just robbed and you talking about a my chart? Girl, go the hell on somewhere. Bruh, you just was about to get your cheeks clapped and you posted it after you got robbed from a person who just basically DM'd you like 30 seconds later. All right, this is crazy. Brandon says, I'm sorry that it happened, but yeah, you should have been open to SEX. I mean, you can only blame yourself. Who has a threesome with two people off of one message from someone you don't even know off Instagram?
He's right.
So JaVale says, he looks like a child. Maybe you deserve this for your P-O antics. TK goes, idiot. So this post here We'll bring it up.
Watch out for
more.
them bridges.
This is
They be
insane.
coming up quick,
Happy
sneaking up
18th
on you.
birthday, son. I love you. His mother saying this was 50 weeks ago. So he's 18, about to turn 19. So basically, he's proven that this young kid is 18. Amber goes, TK, some proof that he's barely legal. So in other words, you shouldn't be trying to get, into the bed with somebody that's 18 when you're in your mid-30s. Leah says, not gonna lie, I hate to say it, but this could have been deadly. Just be glad it's the car and not your life. The car is replaceable, your life is not. Gunshots! Adrian goes, chasing DL, especially younger ones, gives you this. I would have never. The guns would told me, turn it around. We gotta do better chasing these types. You see the signs and go for them. I'm glad I changed my likes, my types. You get what you go for. Glad you good though. He must have got robbed or something too. There he goes. Yeah, but he just finessed his way into a car. But the mom lost all respect defending his SSA instead of checking him. That's foul either way. I mean, come on, TK. Bro. I know you wanted to get your cheeks clapped and ended up you ended up getting robbed instead. Like, how do you go to get your cheeks obliterated and then the dude stick you up? Like, how do you think I was gay? No, give me all you got. Then now you mad because you was about to have a threesome with a dude that's 18, and then you told the whole world about it. Now you on my show, and you didn't get your cheeks slapped, but you got your car stolen, and now everybody roasting you on the internet, including me, because I think that you're just. I mean, come on, bro. You're dirty. I mean, if it was a dude doing that with women, and trust me, like many guys get got like this too, and I'll be roasting them also. But come on, bro.
Really? Integral.
Are you that thirsty for somebody to just
DM you and just get into your cheeks like that quickly? He ain't had to say hi, how are you? Like
threesome?
Yeah. What? Why don't the women see? Hold on. Message that to you on Instagram. He might have. Next story. Guys, we have a very, very interesting show. We have
O'Shea Duke Jackson,
the stinky booty, BBL,
the Dusty News Network.
White lady who was getting her cheeks all the way obliterated at a little swingers party. And then there's TK in the hood, Pookie.
He does like this little wall of shame type thing.
That was offering to clap.
Where he tell you the 3 stories.
His cheeks was he clapped, and he ended up getting robbed and then getting mad about it.
He was the dustiest of them all. Freaking funny,
Please don't edit this out. Yeah. How do you get your cheeks slapped and as a dude, right? And you end up getting robbed. I'm sorry. I was laughing when I was making the story. I think we know who's gonna win, right? Jeopardy music! Stevie Wonder could see that this shit was coming. Oh my God. Let me tell you this, man. It's been situations happen to me. I'm so embarrassed to talk about it. I would not post about it, man. I done got played. I done got stood up. I thought I was gonna get some cheeks, sent some money. The girl didn't show up. But I would never come and post about it on the internet for y'all to roast me. Not only did you didn't get your cheeks clapped. You so thirsty to go out there and get an STD. You got robbed. Then you tried to expose the dude that robbed you in the whole DM conversation, not knowing it would make you look like a freaking idiot. Throw that dust on him. It's over for him. Guys, that's my time. That was a booty clapathon thing at Destiny News Network. I gotta go. Please do not jump into inboxes accepting threesomes, trying to exchange them for your cheeks. You might lose your car. Subscribe to the bell. We're out.
Cautionary tale. That shit is hilarious. People out here crazy as hell. Crazy as hell. The Dusty News Network.
damn good show. Before we get your video, everybody, just to let you know, you only got a few days left in our contest for the Ford Raptor and the Jeep Rubicon and the $10,000 cash for each vehicle. All you gotta do is go to our website at officialautospins.com, buy anything from our website, you automatically get it. Yeah, let's get to the show. We got a damn good show. Get 10 times the interest. You get 10 times the interest, right? Yeah. Trooper arrested, Oklahoma Highway Patrol.
The Highway Patrol trooper's arrest, charged today with raping a woman following a traffic stop.
Dang.
And this case dates all the way back to January.
News 4 Spencer Humphrey is looking over the new court documents, and we should warn you, some details are graphic.
An Oklahoma State trooper allegedly giving a woman an ultimatum when he pulled her over here in South Oklahoma City back in January. She could either go to jail or have sex with him.
This motherfucker is out of hand out here.
That place is a shithole. It's probably on the rough side of town this happened. Yeah.
The details in the arrest affidavit for Oklahoma Highway Patrol Trooper Jarquez Evans are
Jarquez? How do you even spell that? They with a J or a thick black? Jarquez. No Z. You should have been arrested alone just for having that name. That is not what? Why would you hire somebody their name is Jarquez? Jarquez? Yeah. Jarquez? You didn't hit boy after a jar?
Jarquez Evans are disturbing. Investigators say it all started when Evans pulled over a woman for an expired tag near Southeast 29th and High Avenue just before 10 p.m. on January 26th. The affidavit says Evans' body cam and patrol car dash cam were rolling as he walked up to the woman's car. The woman allegedly telling Evans she had an illegal drug pipe inside. Evans ordered her to get out and searched her pockets before then searching inside her car, where he found a sex toy in her purse. Investigators say he brought it up to the woman, saying, "Mine is bigger than 10."
That is nuts.
This dude is out of
So it
pocket.
sounds like he has a right to such a person. She's got a crack pipe in the car. Yeah, so she's a crackhead. So he's making a joke. Hey, mine's a lot bigger than that. Yes. And he said all this on black cam. Like nobody's not going to review this. Yeah, I couldn't find the black cam.
Telling her he wouldn't take her to jail for having the pipe if she would just have sex with him. The woman later told investigators with the Oklahoma City Police Department that she agreed, and the two drove to a nearby parking lot where Evans got in her passenger seat and had sex with her. The affidavit says she...
You know, this probably happens a lot. Remember we used to arrest something in store security, Lawson Beach? Mm-hmm. And we would get proposition a lot. I never did it though. Came close one time. She talked about him. Yeah, I said, no, man. No, I was like, she's setting us up. We're going to get fired and she's going to get paid and say it, call it right now. Yeah. She was hot too, man, but no, that happened 3 times in the 4 years I worked there. Yeah. And the way they asked you too, man, it's like, man, I'm telling you, I'm really good. You would not be, I'm telling you, I'm not the best. Yeah, but she's not alleging that he forced her. He propositioned her. So let's make that distinction right here. Right? What distinction? That he propositioned her. Jarquez propositioned her. Yeah. You say, I look the other way. Did you do this? And she said yes. Yeah, maybe she wasn't a crackhead. Maybe she just looked good too. I'm thinking she's probably attractive. Yeah, Jarquez. I'm not just going to pull a crackhead over and just, she's got crack pipes. So that sounds a little risque to me.
He even asked Evans if she would be charged with prostitution for having sex with him, to which he said no, and that he'd taken off his body camera and microphone. Investigators say Evans later bragged to a friend about what happened, but told them the woman is who proposed having sex.
I'm telling you, this happens a lot in the cops. Yeah. A lot of cops say, okay, especially if they're attractive. Yeah. But he looked guilty as hell. He black.
Oh, shit.
Hey, your name is Jarquez. I'm ready to just say, you know what, you're guilty.
This is crazy.
The most difficult countries you can play in Supremacy 1914. When you start a new match at Supremacy 1914, the whole world is against you. So be careful when choosing your country. Choosing Chile as a starting point is especially difficult. Chile is a very long country which can be attacked from all sides and only one province wide. This means...
Chief, I'm thinking. She processed them dum-dums that are okay. And now she went behind this, then she went to police for hey, you forced me to do this. Yeah, now it's time to get paid. Yeah, I'm gonna go back a little bit.
Later bragged to a friend about what happened, but told them the woman is who proposed having sex. OKCPD investigators sent Evans' uniform pants to OSBI's crime lab, where tests on them found a fluid stain matching Evans' DNA profile and another likely matching the woman's profile.
Leaving juices behind?
Just leaving DNA everywhere. What's the nuts everywhere? So you have an unprotected relations with a crackhead?
Damn. Not bad.
And you on the job, you got a great job. You work for Oklahoma Highway Patrol. No, you risking everything. It was a crew. Yeah, he's Highway Patrol. That's premium crack right there in Oklahoma. That's Highway Patrol right there. Yeah. That dude, Highway Patrol. I'm thinking Reno 911 should hire him. What? Reno 911. Do this show? Yeah.
But told them the woman is who proposed having sex. OKCPD investigators sent Evans' uniform pants to OSBI's crime lab, where tests on them found a fluid stain matching Evans' DNA profile and another likely matching the woman's profile.
Inside this garage sits the key to the most heartwarming reaction we've ever gotten. We found a Camaro RS sitting for over a decade. After the original owner passed away, this car was left abandoned until we pulled it out, got it running again, fully detailed it inside and out, and then surprised the family with their late father's car.
I can't believe you guys started.
I can't believe I'm driving this right now.
But make sure you watch until the end because this is one you do not want to miss a second of.
Whoa! There's two of them. Dang. Holy smokes. This one's a Z28. What kind is that?
I don't know. I like the livery on it though. They like two-tone car.
I think I like this one better. I gotta find out what kind it is. It's not a Z28, obviously.
It's got the big wing I like on it.
I do like the big wing. Oh, it's a rally sport. What makes someone buy two of the same cars?
That's what I always wonder whenever I see a house that has like two of the same cars, especially if it's the same color, then I'm like, all right, what's going on here?
Yeah, or like those Corvettes where the farmer bought three of the same generation Corvettes and left in the barn for 45 years.
Let's get out there and learn more about this thing.
And as we were about to start talking to the owner's son about the car, we had a little surprise interruption.
Hello, doggy. Uh-oh. Are you not happy, doggy? It came out of absolutely nowhere, and it does not like us. Or are you just saying hello? Careful.
Come on. It's okay. Oh boy. Yeah, it's okay. Hey, come.
The brave guy.
What's he smelling, huh? Alright guys, so we're here with Shane, who is the owner of the Camaros. They were originally your late father's.
He died in 2016.
Sorry. Sorry to hear. He's clearly a Camaro fan.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun with these cars. He got this one in '96 or '94 when I was young. This one they bought, I think, maybe the year I was born.
Oh, cool. Were you driving up to high school? Were you the cool kid school?
No, actually, I had a 1973 Oldsmobile Omega for high school because these were my dad's cars.
Oh, okay. Was he always a Chevy guy?
He actually used to be a Pontiac guy.
Okay.
He originally had a 68 Firebird 400, and then he got a 67 Camaro, so he had two pony cars, and then he had to get rid of those to have his family and have a nice house, and then he got me.
How long have they been sitting in this garage?
At least 2013.
In that range.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotta say, having a Z28 and the Rally Sport is quite a collection. Which one do you prefer? Which is your favorite?
I like the 77. That's my disco car.
I know this is very heartfelt for your mother, who obviously has a lot of emotions tied to these cars, being one of your father's. Is there any way that she would come out for the reveal, that she would check it out?
It's bittersweet for her. Yeah. Bittersweet, because obviously you see the condition they're in, and you want to make my father proud, make him smile.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
That's what it's all about. I thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely.
All right, now it's time to get out the rally sport, and we have to somehow get the trailer back here. So, wish us luck.
All right, this is how to get things. The best way to boost your metabolic rate and get in shape is not keto, it's not paleo, it's not carnivore, it's not vegan, and it's definitely not super intense exercises like this. This is what 5 pounds of body fat looks like. If you want to drop this or more, you've got to take your metabolism from this to this. Eat that pizza. I do eat pizza. Just like.
Alright guys, I had to pause the video because this is it. These are the last 72 hours of the 1960 C10 Apache truck giveaway. And we have the absolute best offer. We've had the entire giveaway going on right now, which is 30 times entries on all the bundles. That means any of the bundles that you buy, when normally you would get $1 per entry, you get 30 entries for every single dollar that you spend on the website right now. Which means if you spend $100 on our bundles, you get 3,000 entries. Everything else is at a 20 times multiplier. So with the last 72 hours of this giveaway, we have the absolute best chance for any of you at home that want to drive this summer. We got the engine running again, and we had our buddy Brad powder coat this valve cover in this beautiful blue. I think it looks so cool. There's some brand new tires on it with these awesome period correct white walls. Reupholstered the seat, put in a brand new carpet, and Mike even installed a radio that has Bluetooth. And everyone who's seen this truck's favorite part, the truck bed that we had redone with real walnut. It was fractal wood burn. It has all new slats and hardware. This is a one-of-a-kind truck bed. Nobody else will have anything like it. And guys, if you want to take advantage of the last 72 hours of this giveaway and get the best multipliers we've offered the entire time, go to our website in the description or go to wdautosupply.com. You can literally buy one thing or the entire line and have a chance to take this truck home and drive it this summer. All of our bundles are at 30x, so if you buy our entire intermediate package, which is these 4 items, you get 30 times the multiplier. If you spend $1, you get 30 entries. If you spend $100, you get 3,000 entries. We're so proud of this product line. It's seriously one of the best on the market, and we put so much time and effort into making this, and to see you guys loving it, supporting us, backing us in what we're doing, it's the best feeling in the world. We're able to employ people. We were able to give Mike a percentage of this. So again, if you guys want a chance to win this truck, you want some awesome products to use on your own cars at home, go get yourself something, get some entries into this truck. Anyways, let's get back to the Camaro. Now while we get this Camaro out, I want to ask the question in the video, so leave your answers in the comments below. Out of these 2 Camaros in the garage right here, we have the RS on the left that we're pulling out and the Z28 on the right. Which one is your favorite? Obviously you can't see the whole thing, but if you have any prior knowledge of them, or just by looking at the fronts of each, which one do you like more? Leave a comment below. And if you're not subscribed to our channel, we're almost at 1.3 million subscribers. We're right there. Make sure you take a second and hit that subscribe button so we can finally cross that line.
Alright, so as you can see, this garage is full of stuff, but I couldn't help myself. But what? What's on my head, dude? I don't know what's going on here. There's a bunch of stuff on it. There's a bunch of stuff in this garage, but what really excites me are actually these Hot Wheels. There's a bunch of Hot Wheels over here.
There's a ton.
Yeah, Rescue Squad, yeah. I want to see if I find anything cool. No! The Camaro pack. There it is. That car that we just picked up is right here.
So it's all the different generations.
I think this top one is like a car or a concept. Yeah, then this they have. What is this? And 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I was a huge Hot Wheels fan. I never ever, like my mom, never bought me anything this sweet. But I really ooh, the Porsche pack. That's a 959, 911. At 928.
Alright guys, so we are here with Adam from Power and Performance, and I actually contacted Adam early about this Camaro because I really want to get it running so that we can go back and show Shane his father's car running.
We just left Dirty Jersey.
As much time as possible. So usually we detail the whole entire car first, and then we focus on getting it running. But in this case, fingers crossed, it's not too much work for you, man. But that engine bay actually looks pretty clean, so I have high hopes.
Yeah, I love this car. So far, it's a Camaro, right? It looks pretty clean. Let's see what we can make happen. These are literally the first glances I'm getting at the car. We're going to have a wonderful adventure going through this, getting it running, checking that it moves, checking the brakes, all those good things. Let's get this thing back out on the road for one more drive. We want to check fluids, oil, trans fluid, all the good things, pull the air cleaner off. We just want to give this thing a solid look over as a good starting point. So one of the first things we want to do is this thing has to run. for it to move. Let's go ahead and start diving in here. It looks a little dry in there. Pull out our dipstick. Oh yeah. Plenty of oil there. That's a good sign. Trans fluid is a little bit dark, but it's there. That's a good sign. We got the jump box on. We're about to turn the key for the first time to see if it's got power first. And then let's crank it and see if it'll turn over on its own. Key on. We got lights in here. That's a really good sign. All right, you guys ready? Look at that. Cranks over. Wonderful. So that's telling me that this gas tank is pretty much dry. So we're gonna go ahead and grab some fresh gas. Let's throw it in here. Can of starting fluid. I'm gonna open up the car. Spray a little bit in there. Let's hit the key, see what happens. Look at that, that was instant.
All right, guys, I just made it back to the shop, and Adam has been working on the Camaro for, I don't know, a couple days now, and he has a surprise for me. He hasn't told me exactly what has happened yet, so does this thing run?
It runs. Just to give you a little rundown on everything that I've done so far. It cranked over, so we had power. Fuel tank was empty. Went and added some gas. Still wasn't getting fuel up to the carburetor, so I actually had to remove the fuel line off the pump and blow air through the line to kind of clean out a potential blockage in the fuel line. Once I did that, fired up and ran on its own. Next thing is the pedal went completely to the floor. So I went through and led the brakes all the way around. We were lucky enough not to have a blown line. We have a full pedal now, which is awesome. All 4 brakes are working. And the last thing I needed to do was it only went forward, didn't go in reverse. So I topped off the trans fluid and that fixed it. And I've actually taken it for a little spin around the parking lot.
Wow. That is like best case scenario for a car that you drag out of barns. That never happens. It never works out that nicely. That will be awesome that we can show Shane and his mother his late father's car running and driving again. I really want to hear this thing start up, and maybe you can take me for a spin.
Yeah, let's do it.
Cars lie to us. Motorcycles tell us the truth.
Runs pretty strong. Bye, have a beautiful time. Alright guys, we made it back with the Camaro safe and sound, but real quick, the last thing I'm going to say about the giveaway is that after the giveaway concludes, all of your entries are not going to go to waste. They're actually going to be turned into loyalty points so that you guys can get money off or free products from our site. We just wanted to say thank you guys for all the support and make sure that your entries don't go to waste and they turn into points that you're able to use same as cash and get free products. Now it's time to talk about the Camaro, which I really actually like this. The other one that we did, I think, was a little bit newer. It might have been the 79. This is the second Camaro that we featured on the channel that's a second gen. But the other one that we had done was one that had the polyurethane bumpers. Really did not like the way that it looks. So the fact that this is a chrome bumper, as well as this cool two-tone paint job, it looks more aggressive and a lot cooler than the other one.
Just as RJ said, I think that these Gen 2s are kind of underappreciated, especially the metal bumper cars. They have this look to them that I just think is just rad. It looks like a cool late 70s, early 80s muscle car, and I just love the wing on the back as well, the livery on the car. And with that said, this is all the kind of things that the last car that we did didn't have, as well as the back end of this car is completely different. The tail lights are different on this car, and I kind of like the way that this car looks a little bit more. These tail lights with the chrome around them has just a totally different look to them, and I think it's better.
It is absolutely better. Another thing that I noticed that's actually not original equipment manufactured on the car is these sweet key scratch protectors. I think you can buy these at AutoZone.
I don't think so. I think that these are old school. I think these were from like the dealership. You could just add it onto the car type of thing. Not from Chevrolet, but from the dealer. If you know, let us know. Are these just some chintzy thing you get at AutoZone, or is this something that you get at a dealership?
So you think the dealership makes this and sells this, or Chevy makes this and sells this to the dealerships and then they sell it?
Like that, just like any kind of added little package, you know, little tidbits. Just like you go to Chevy today and you get extra little bits at dealerships. Same thing. That's what I think, at least. I could be totally wrong, but I think so.
Before we get started on the wash, we're going to go ahead and vacuum up all the debris that's on the cowl over there.
Adam's got the RS up and running. We got to make this thing look good. So we're going to start with our wheel package and get these wheels looking proper. And what's interesting and pretty cool about these wheels, it's actually a two-piece design. So both of these come out. One. Oh, got it off.
Start the pre-wash, and you're going to notice us using WD Auto Supply pre-wash on the beginning of the pressure washing. But after we got through the hood and we started seeing the pre-wash going over the side of the car, we realized that this is actually some sort of backyard paint job, and our pre-wash was the stage paint that was on the sides. Now our pre-wash is safe for your cars at home if you guys have clear coat, but it's not recommended to use when there's single stage paint. So after the first panel that we saw it on, we stopped using it, and RJ was able to fix it later with polishing.
Now it's time to clean the engine on this Camaro, and this Camaro initially came with a 305 5.0 liter V8 motor, and it was swapped out with a 350 cubic inch 5.7 motor. And I believe that the owner did that because the 350 is a sportier engine that makes more power and has way more aftermarket support, so it probably made this car a lot more fun to drive. But we're going to clean it today using our citrus degreaser, and we're going to pull this air box off to first clean out the carburetor. Although actually Adam's already been in here, so it should already be clean. But we're going to go ahead and cover that with a bag so no water gets inside, and degrease the whole entire engine, try and brighten it up and make this engine bay look better. now it's time to clay the vehicle, and for our lubricant, we use our iron kryptonite, which helps remove iron out of your vehicle's clear coat, or in this case, single stage paint. When you drive your vehicle down the road, you pick up microscopic pieces of iron from other people's brakes or rotors, and they get lodged in your paint, and then it rusts. You see little orange dots. But if you actually look at this paint, you see a bunch of white dots all over. So my first impression is that this is overspray that got over the whole entire vehicle. But what I was told by Shane, the owner, he was actually painted this way on purpose. And I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if they were the ones that had painted it, but I think that's what maybe they were told. So we're gonna see. I'm gonna try and clay off any of these white dots and see if they can be removed. I don't think so though, but we're not gonna know until we try. Brent, on a scale of 1 to 10, how nice is our iron remover?
10!
You heard it here first, folks. It does actually smell very good. It smells like cinnamon. And it doesn't smell like fart, like they usually smell. These white dots are not budging at all. Maybe it is a part of the paint. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna go ahead and clay down the whole entire car, and then we'll rinse all of the iron away. And then we'll get started on the interior.
Moving on to the interior of this Gen 2 Camaro, and I gotta say, I'm usually a sucker for cars from the 80s, but I think they did a much better job here in the late 70s. It's not as boxy, it's more rounded off. I think the visibility in here is actually quite a bit better than the newer car as well. And also, this thing luckily was before the 80s when they limited you to an 85 mile an hour speedo. This one goes up to 130. In here we have a pretty much stock interior besides these aftermarket gauges, which I don't have high hopes that these work, but maybe they do. And also we have probably my favorite thing I've ever found in the car, a karaoke machine. So we're definitely gonna have to see if this guy works. But also I think that they did a really good job. The exterior coloring scheme on this car with these seats, I think once cleaned up, it's gonna look really, really good. This car is pretty gross. There was some rodents in here, but I do still have high hopes that this interior is gonna come back pretty nice. As you can see on that door panel, we have a lot of mold buildup. Not super, super heavy, it's really light, but I think all of that's gonna come out really, really nice. Without further ado, I gotta get these seats out of here and get started on the floor.
Do yours.
Alright guys, we have some bad news on the Camaro, or at least for the Camaro's carpet. It, as Mike would say, has seen better days. And Mike's having trouble vacuuming it, and if we're having trouble vacuuming it, that means that there's no amount of drill brushing that we can do on it at all, as well as carpet extraction. And we try and save carpet every single time we work on these old classic cars, but in this case, it just makes sense to rip out the carpet. Because again, how do you even go about extracting something like that? So we're gonna go ahead and pull off the trim pieces and cut around some of the seat belts and remove this carpet. That way, we can give this car the best chance at a fresh start with brand new carpet, because we're gonna put the seats back in anyways, and to put the seats back in over carpet that looks like this just for them to come out again doesn't make sense. So yeah, time to rip it out.
Yeah, I could have vacuumed that. And that. And that.
best interior cleaner on the market. But no, really, what's really cool about these videos is that you guys get to see us using the products on these dirty cars. And it's springtime right now, so if any of you are debating whether you should clean your cars or not, right now is the perfect time to buy something on our website because you get those entries into the truck, and you can finally clean your car to take your wife on a date because she's probably been begging you to.
Best and worst treats for your dog. Here are the best and worst foods for your dog. Number 1, cheese. Dogs go crazy for cheese, but make sure you stick with simple cheese. Cheddar, mozzarella, cheese with nothing added. No garlic, definitely no raisins, because they can cause kidney failure for your dog, and they can actually die from just eating a little bit. Number 2, bananas. I like to tear...
While we clean up the rest of the interior, before we move on to the seats, I want to ask you guys, if we were to add any product to our product line and make them available to you, what would you like to be able to get? Leave a comment below. pinch of the detail. We're going to put some tire shine on those tires and see how shaving this mop reacts.
Alright guys, so we are back with the Manels. This is Shane and his brother just Manel. And we are very excited to show them the Camaro. What's your guys' expectation of it? You have one?
I'm prepared to be surprised.
I hope so. I hope surprised and happy. That's the goal. Cool. Well, yeah.
Who's the last person who brought this?
Probably me. No.
No? Dad did?
Oh, really?
My dad.
Wow.
We had a heart attack right after that.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he spun the tires on some back road over there and went off the road and left a tractor. The guy in a tractor just saw it happen, pulled him out, and then brought him back here. He drove it back here. The car was fine. And he was walking from here to the house. After that, he was getting a little better and he drove her car and he did another bad accident in 2013. On April Fool's Day, I thought it was a joke.
Oh my goodness.
But he wrecked the whole left side of his body.
Jeez.
Good driving.
Wow. I can't lie, that's a very sad story. But hopefully we can bring some levity and make you guys smile today. So I don't want to take up too much time yammering. Let's go get the car. All right.
Is intermittent fasting good for us?
The first 8 hours after they finish their last meal, they start converting fat as fuel, and that's where ketones come in. Ketones actually make you waste fat. So
I can't believe you guys started.
Not bad, huh? Not bad, huh? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we had our mechanic Adam go over the whole entire car. He got the brakes working, he got it to go in reverse, and obviously got it started. Had to change the distributor cap and had some fluids, but yeah, she runs and drives now.
Holy cow.
Nice.
Oh, you're very welcome. Oh, you're so welcome. Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
it shines.
Very interesting paint job over the whole entire car, to be honest. But I did my best to bring.
She looks just like a dream. She
Sorry to be your host today. Breaking news. Guys, it is a tough economy in 2025. If I was back in the USA and not living in Uganda, I would be back living with my mom, writing my name on the damn orange juice.
You ain't lying.
I'm telling the truth. Times are hard. But you know who times are really hard for? Women. Now, let me tell you this. Women, they are very beautiful. Of course, when you see them on Instagram, they be looking all fly, taking pictures with their friends. Their friends be looking all fly. They be having on nice dresses, toenails, French tips, hella weaves, hella sunglasses. I mean, just a whole bunch of stuff that just don't make no damn sense. You know, us as dudes, some deodorant, mouthwash, and some of y'all don't even use that. But for women, they look real good. All of their pictures and videos are hella extravagant. The problem is that they're broke and they look good on the internet, but they really be struggling. And this one lady just came out and said it. She's homeless. But stop it, y'all. I learned from Atlanta Street Interviews, and shout out to that channel, that just because you are homeless, that don't mean you live out on the street. You can still have a job and you can still look good. And this lady is homeless and is going to get ready to go on a date, and she's going to take us through that process. Clip.
I'm homeless, and this is how I date. I shower and get ready at the gym, and then I take my stuff to stores since it's not that far. I Uber to and from the date, even though they usually ask to come and pick me up. I don't mention being homeless until the second or third date, but it hasn't been an issue so far. If you have a problem with me dating, just remember I'm homeless by choice, and unlike you, I don't have any rent to pay.
Now you know I had to get into the comments on this one. Clip. So guys, the dudes in the comment section was getting off on her. This brother goes, city girls, final boss. Other person goes, B, when the F was homeless by choice of flex. So you out here looking for a place to stay? Like she is acting like she's homeless by choice. She do look good, by the way. She is fine. This brother goes, MNF need to be focused on getting her life together than dating. Ain't nobody finna come save your broke ass. You a damn lie, cause I won't go save her. I'm just playing. Ain't almost 80% of relationships females homosexuals? We gotta feed them, let them stay at the crib, and pay their expenses. LOL. It's just a derogatory when it applies to them. Oh, yeah, you're right, because they damn sure want everything for free. Many of them, not all of them. But quick way to get a meal for tonight. I agree. Can't get mad at it. Some loser is gonna save her. Just watch. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. A woman is broke by choice, or she is just silly. A woman can always make money. They are sitting on their gold mine. I'm just saying though, like, you are homeless getting ready for a date in a gym. So, like, what do? Do you let him clap and then want to stay over the whole night? Or do you just go back, like, into your car or someplace like that? Or like, what goes on? Like, let me just tell you guys this, man. Gotta ask her if I ever talk to her. But see, a lot of dudes are trying to women that don't even have anything. And like I said, man, it's some women.
Listen, the Candy Crush just released a brand new game, Candy Crush Solitaire. I just downloaded it and I cannot get enough.
Like I said, man, it's some women that do have it, many don't, just like many men don't. But again, a lot of women will act like they don't want an average guy, and the average guy is the best guy. Want to know why the average guy? He's really good. He pays bills on time. He got a car. He got gas. He ain't overextending himself. And guess what? He can buy toilet paper. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. One day, I'm at the house, super bad chick, right? Instagram model kind of chick. True story, happened some years ago. She goes into bathroom. She goes, "Oh Shay, why do you got so much toilet paper?" I'm like, I don't know, I just like to stock up on it. Well, she was leaving. Want to know what she left with? A whole 12 rolls of my toilet paper. Now, I'm not saying that she was broke, but those are toilet papers that she don't gotta buy. And women like it when you have simple napkins, all right? Air conditioning, water in the fridge, sodas, M&M's. I know that they say they can afford it, but if you have it, they love it. Ice cream in the fridge. These are the little things. Life is about doing the little things, okay? And if you're able to do the little things as a man, you're winning. You ain't gotta have a big old car. You ain't gotta have a big old house. You just gotta be responsible. And a lot of chicks would appreciate somebody that's responsible, because her ass is homeless and she looking to get a responsible dude that will let her ass stay there and will do anything she gotta do to stay there, including booty clapping. Next story. Listen, guys, we're having a conversation today. I know that some of you dudes like clapping cheeks, okay? Give yourselves a round of applause. I get it. You're an adult man. But the issue is that no matter what kind of stuff you do, you gotta wear condoms. Yeah, because it's a lot of stuff going on out there in these streets, and if you don't wear a condom, then, well, you can be down bad like this guy.
Out there right there is mine so off they walk with it. They'll know a bitch guy and still tell you to train the bitch. What the world are we living in? We doing shit like that. So I'm gonna see it. I'm gonna see it. This nigga about gonna tell me to train this. Know what she got. Know what she got. And still, we still trying on this. He ain't telling me like, oh yeah, she got. He ain't telling me what she got. He just telling me like, hey, I heard. Man, fool, I game. A month go by. I'm like, man, what the man, what the folks tell me I got 8? Folks told me I got 8. He trained this nigga. Now me and this boat, me and this riding, he looking down his head with 8 because of his mom. And he knew. I ain't finna leave it. I ain't finna have this shit just around there. I'm finna let you know. How much you got my no, I'm not finna lie about this shit. I'm not finna lie about this shit. So yo, watch these. Do not be out here thinking it's like the train. These niggas is no bitch. And still tell you to run there. No, we not doing that shit. I'm keeping this shit all the way. You just gonna hit everybody be tapped in. I need 100. I need 100. Give me 100. Give me 100. I'm finna let this shit be known. I'll tell you what. My brother dirty. Hey, his ass that man, boy, I'm gonna spread the word. I could have been out here trying to. I'm better be known. I got. Hey, if you want to get this shit, come on. I know you didn't. I can't even look at us back. Man,
he ran a train on the girl. The homeboy knew the girl had AIDS. Didn't tell him. He ran it with the girl. No condom. They called it himself. Some of y'all might think this is fake. I don't, because this dude is definitely from down south. And I'm not saying all y'all from down south is like this, but we're gonna be real. Who is on this show the most? Let's count the states out. Florida, Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina. I can guarantee that he's from one of those things. Okay? He has to. Why y'all just going in this stuff wrong? Why would you even clap some cheeks with your friend at the same time with the girl? You don't think that's weird? And that she would do it with y'all both with no condom? You don't think that's okay? And at the end of the day, he's like, listen, I got it. If you want to get it, I'll give it to you. Like, I don't know what to say to that. I don't know what to say. Next story. Guys, you gotta stop clapping cheeks with females that are thick and they have an annoying voice. If there's nobody annoying than Aisha Howard. So Aisha Howard is the baby mama of a little baby's kid, and also Anthony Edwards. And allegedly he paid like $1 million in child support for 18 years ahead of time. That story was not true. I just want you to hear how the woman sounds. What she's talking about don't even matter because she doesn't make any sense. She has like a super huge BBL. But check it out.
I've also come to realization that there are just certain allegations that I will never, ever beat with you guys. I came into the situation with the status because I have a child by a very successful artist, right? From then, I I'm viewed as a certain type of woman because I'm beautiful and I have a nice body. And normally women like that attract a certain caliber of men, which is also not my fault. And now that I am in yet another situation where I now have a child with another successful man, there's no telling you guys that I'm not a gold digger. You guys, it's no beating those allegations at all. The only thing that irritates me is I read comments that say, oh, you're a gold digger, or you kept the baby for a check. What if I came to y'all's pages, right? And I compared the men that you have children with to the men that I have children with. And I said, you were digging for parts.
That's funny as shit.
Oh, you kept for an extra income tax credit, didn't you?
Be hoeing, you ain't lying.
Or you kept that baby for a couple extra $100 in food stamps, didn't you? Or you kept that baby for an extra Section 8 voucher. Is that why you kept your baby? Now, if that was triggering, that's how I feel every time somebody says, do you even love that baby? You kept that baby for a check.
I mean, bro, how did you even meet her? Like, how do you guys meet somebody like that? When you listen to that kind of person talk, and then your stuff still, well, I guess it really don't matter what they sound like if it's negative, right? But imagine that's your baby mama. You left it in her. You shot up the club with that. If I were to ever do that, call the police on me. Just don't even waste no time. Call the cops. Tell them I really have a medical emergency. I just can't. You know what? End story. Guys, we had a really great show. A lot of contestants. We had the homeless chick who is preparing herself to get her booty cheeks clapped up in a gym, maybe for a place to stay. We have the dude who caught the AIDS by clapping with no condom. And then there's Aisha Howard. Who should get the Dusty Award of the day? Germany music! It's the dude that called AIDS. I got respect for the homeless chick to a certain degree, because at least you're using the gym to make sure you ain't musty and stuff, but that bruh. You and your homeboy both got AIDS from a scraggler? What? You did what? For real? Like, you got your... What do you... How do you even get on the internet and admit that? Guys, that's my time. I gotta get up out of here. Your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson is back at it again here on the Destiny News Network. Check me out at facebook.com/O'Shea Duke Jackson 2. We out.
Don't let the baby face and lack of facial hair fool you. Us 90s kids are getting old. And one thing they don't tell you about getting old, that bird washer phase really comes out of nowhere. You'll just be minding your own affairs, and then one day, unprovoked, you'll be like, that is an immaculate looking grackle. We laughed, but the whole time he was right. The bird is the word. And is he wrong? Just look at Buddy go. I could watch that for a couple of minutes without getting bored. This is an American woodcock, and I know what you're thinking. They go by a lot of names, such as the timberdoodle, the bog sucker, and the hokum poke. As for the partridge plugwalk, woodcocks eat worms, and it's believed that a cute little woodcock waltz to us is a Category 7 disaster to any earthworms below, and the confusion makes it easier for a hokum poke to poke 'em folks. They do their dancey dance in the name of murder. And clearly it takes some time for a woodcock to get the rhythm right. As you can see from this baby bog sucker, the beat is chasing them. They're just faster, but they're trying, and one day they'll get the motion, and that's all you really can do when you're a little woodcock. Now, if I've gotten older, there's one bird I've really grown to appreciate. This is a blue-footed booty. Now, I know what you're thinking. Let's address it. Why blue? We'll get to that, but the blue-footed booby is a seabird of the Sula genus, along with the masked booby, the Nazca booby, Peruvian booby, brown booby, and the red-footed booby. Because don't let poor media representation fool you. Boobies come in a lot of colors, but to be fair, you might have only ever seen blue. Well, the blue comes from the carotenoid pigments in the fish they eat. It's really no different from the shrimp that turns flamingos pink. And if you identify as Bugs Bunny, the carrot consumption can tint you tangerine. For bluefoots, the color actually correlates to health, and by extension, how attractive they are to a partner. There's no stolen valor in the system. Scientists did an experiment where the boobies starved for 48 hours saw an immediate decrease in the brightness of their blue. They took it a step further by taking a male booby, we'll call him a booby, that already had a female laying egg in his nest, and dulled his feet with makeup. His mate responded to the nerve by laying a smaller egg days later, one with less yolk concentration and therefore less of a chance of living. So yeah, the brightness of a booby means everything, and is a literal blue check that verifies their immunological health. Funny thing, you see the same thing with mandrills. Male mandrills look like they got rear-ended by a snow cone machine because it's a sign of social status. The higher the status, the higher the saturation. But a mandrill that gets regularly bullied and beaten will lose its cheek color, so that's why alpha mandrills look like they're constantly cotton candy constipated. The brighter the butt, the more he procreates, and brighter boobies get more groupies, which is why their courtship display involves birds flaunting their colorway. It's like red bombs with crit. It honestly looks like they're on a mission not to crease their sneaks, and the final act of this dance involves the booby presenting his partner with nest material. Even though blue-footed boobies don't even make nests. Nah, instead they thug it out on the ground, while defecating 360 until the dry product forms a ring around the nest. Why? Well, as it turns out, boobies have a poor sense of smell, but great visual memory, and in a flock of up to 10,000, they recognize their nest by the specific ring of guano, and guano stands for gonna wanna stay in that ring, but somehow that visual memory doesn't apply to their children, and only chicks inside the center get fed. Baby boobies that leave the center not only don't get recognized and don't get fed, they might get massacred by their own mother. Did I just get you? Not the only way a baby booby can get deflated. This seabird practices simplicide, because again, don't the internet's unrealistic booby standards tell you otherwise? No pair of boobies are exactly the same. One's always a little bit bigger. And that's okay, it's totally normal, but it does mean the bustier bosom will bludgeon and bully the weaker chick, often while the parents watch the booby get murked like vasectomy. It usually happens when parents are low on groceries, but sometimes the booby newbie will catch a body just because. The Nazca booby will yeet its sibling out of the nest, even though studies have proven that boobies working together can easily feed both children.
Did I just catch you on the beach?
Alive. Yeah, it ain't all beauty being a booby. Like I said, unrealistic booby standards aside, they come in many colors like the red-footed variety, also from their diet, and they also use their feet game to secure a mate. Evidently, it might work too well, as not even a predatory coconut crab can resist getting grabby with an unsuspecting booby bird. But there's more than just crip-walking unmentionables in the world. There's also tits. I've definitely grown to appreciate these fleet of flying popcorn chicken. Really nothing like waking up and opening your blinds to a nice pair resting outside your window. Tits are a large family of passerine birds seasoned all across the world. Alright, let me stop waffling. Let's address the elephant in the room. In Eurasia and Africa, they're known as tit birds, but come to America and you'll find they're called
Pekingese!
So I get why you're confused. You got an Italian plumber with a Japanese creator using their American name. Understandable, that would trip up anyone. Now with the birds with the tit variety, how they got their name is actually pretty interesting. Back in the day, tit was more like teat, and teat was an old English word for little or small, or even the suggestion of something small. Matter of fact, there was a time where it was used to reference a small horse or pony in the very derogatory. For example, no storing of pasture with baggly tits, with ragged with age, and evil at hits. Thomas Tasser. Translation? Tommy had a problem with them horses. But yeah, petit means little, and if you don't believe me, pardonnez-moi français, mais petite means little. So that is un petit peu de tits. Also in old-timer language, mus referred to bird, and the game of telephone turning mus into mouse is how there's now a group of birds known as titmouse. English lesson aside, when it comes to birds, there's a lot of tits in the world, and they come in all shapes and sizes. My favorite is the long-tailed tit. Look at him. It's like my final boss of bird bias. It's one of Europe's smallest birds because, you know, they tend to keep it pretty petite, except in Sweden. They got big ones over there. In fact, it's home to the great tit. At about 5.5 inches as far as tits go, they sure are. Can't leave the Americans out, so of course we gotta shout out sultry pars minimus, or the bush tit. And representing the aforementioned deep mouse is the tufted titmouse of Texas. Obviously they're found in more than just Texas, but ain't no stops in alliteration station. But back to my preference, the long-tailed tit. And not just because of shape, although I do like them brown. I don't really have a preference. They're all beautiful. He's just built like a perfect snowball, and something about watching them hang in the air is just satisfying. But also because daycare system, nature just couldn't let a long-tailed tit rock, so they have a lot of predators, and even unnatural ones like domestic cats they can thank us. Airborne cotton ball has a high nest failure rate, but the thing is, season in May, because tits usually pop out in the spring. Instead of trying again, usually what they'll do is help out a nearby nest. Now the helpers are usually related, but in a study, half of all the long-tailed nests had at least one, and usually more recruits helping the cause. As you can guess, the chicks raised with helpers have a better chance of surviving a trip around the sun, and the experience means the helpers' future children have better luck at life. So basically, these birds are the embodiment of "it takes a village," and it's always a pleasant sight to see tits sticking together for the greater good. And I gotta say, out of all these birds, I really like the gist of this one, which is also pronounced giz, is a term used by bird watchers to describe the overall appearance or impression of said bird, typically garnered from attributes such as size, shape, flying pattern, posture, coloration. It's all about aura, the vibes. For example, some favor the J-work of a booby. Me, I prefer the vibe of a long-tailed tit. Everyone has a preference. Woosah. I hope you didn't think we were done, because we also have the tit babbler of the family, Tumulidae. Now you know where the TIT part spawned from, but the babble of it all referenced the constant babbling sounds they make. And obviously the naming guy wasn't into it. There's a lot of types of old world tit babblers, but probably the most famous one is the fluffy-backed tit babbler of Southeast Asia. And honestly, they're pretty, and I wasn't a believer at first, but I do see the fluffy part coming into play, so having a name with babble is kind of disrespectful. Surely someone cares for what a talking tit bird has to say, but hey, it could have been done way, way worse. This is a dicksism. This is a dicksism. It's basically a cardinal you can find in the American Midwest and Central America. As in, they have all their hanky-spanky fun times in the U.S. Midwest during their breeding season from about early June to mid-August. Then, before fall, the symphony of sizzle dicks migrate en masse to Central and South America. They nest on the ground, and they're highly territorial and will run fades in the name of property development. So if you walk outside to a hyper-pigmented popcorn kernel running the ones, you sir have a case of aggressive dicksisms. But considering they're only 5 inches long, you'd much rather hear those words on your front lawn than from a doctor in a clinic. And the same way the morning dove brings you back to waking up in your childhood bedroom, dicksism might have been your summer anthem and you didn't even realize it. In fact, that's how they got their name. Apparently after what the naming guy thought their song sounded like in words. And somehow that was enough to get named like an STD. If that's onomatopoeia, I wouldn't want to be ya. Speaking of which, this is the go-away bird of Africa. Same timing as Richard Sizzle. Their lore is that their call sounds like Kowe, which apparently was in the neighborhood of Go Away. You know, at first I wasn't feeling it, but if I try really hard, I can make myself hear it. Or I could just be getting Barbie again. Did he not just curse? The fun thing about them is it's believed that is an alarm call to warn other go-aways and actually even other animals of predators. Conceptually, if that's true, that's really cool. And that's it for the onomatopoeia portion. Let's talk about the rough-faced shag. It sounds like a euphemism for the cultural appropriation of canine coitus. Really, it's a rare seabird endemic to New Zealand. Shout out New Zealand. A cormorant, if you will. You know what else is a cormorant? I believe you've met. This aquatic Attack on Titan is also called a king shag. Rough-faced name comes from the patch of dry yellow skin called the caruncle. Lots of birds have this, like the king vulture. By the way, do not Google caruncles on a pigeon. I'm serious, that ruined my whole vibe. For big shaggy, the caruncles really swell up and brighten during breeding season. Also, that ring around their eye turns an even bolder blue. It's really no different from the blue of a boogie bird. Consider it amorous eczema. And it's not the weirdest thing a bird will do for attention. This is a St. Grouse, and this is the part of the video that might actually get me got. Two things. One, that's a guy, and two, those implants are inflatable guller sacks and they pop out for female validation. What they'll do is gangs of grouses will gather in groups called legs, that's L-E-K, and they'll display their headlights in a courtship dance that you can actually hear from 3 miles away. It's very competitive, and they'll spend hours a day doing it. And in the center of the leg is the biggest bush bird, the dominant male that gets to mate with pretty much 80% of the girl grouses there. Now let's be honest, you and I probably had the same thought when we saw this. How do they avoid predators when they're built like an uppercase cry for attention? Yeah, see, that's the thing though. Grouses have the peacock problem, where their biggest flex often gets them flatlined by predators. Those chesticles mean guy grouses get griefed by eagles so bad that the ratio of girls to guys can be 2 to 1. But there's another bird that gets their legs in. This is an Andean cock of the rock, and shout out to Peru, that is their national bird, and that is who you can blame for this. They have one of the biggest globes in nature because that's how they look fresh out the shell. The cock of the rock will also gather in leks and also put on a show for female attention. I wish I had more videos I could show you, but apparently cock of the rocks are hard, difficult to witness because apparently they're shy and easy to disturb because even a rock cock can get performance anxiety. Again, it happens, it's totally normal. I mean, not to this guy, but with a name like Superb Bird of Paradise, thinking otherwise would be a failure of your expectations. But whether you see it or not, the bird of Peru really knows how to rock out with his cock. Okay, that's going to do for this video. I feel like with all the chest jokes I made, it's only right that I donate to the breast cancer organization. So link down below if you'd like to do so as well. Also, did you know 1 in 8 women will develop breast cancer? Stop playing with y'all health. Go get screened. A dead boobie's a terrible thing. Also, I feel like I keep forgetting to plug the fact that I have a Patreon, so if you'd like to support this nonsense beyond just subscribing, the link will also be in the description. But as always, honestly, I'm not really hurting right now. Like, don't give something you need, not in this economy. Like, it's cool if you do, but I don't really need it. I would appreciate if you liked the video. Y'all know I usually don't ask that without offering something, but I think we both know YouTube's not gonna be kind of this one. But yeah, drink water, hug your mother. I'm telling y'all, birds really do be birding. Take time to appreciate it. And I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
Were you born between 1970 and 1979?
Nope.
If so, you can get $1,000 to spend.
Have you ever wondered what lurks in the deepest, darkest parts of our planet?
A new record has been set for the deepest fish ever recorded.
Actual footage from the Mariana Trench has revealed creatures and phenomena so bizarre they seem almost otherworldly.
This team has been studying the deepest fish in the world.
From massive otherworldly shrimp with metallic armor to mysterious glowing life forms that drift like ghosts in the abyss, what they captured in the Mariana Trench is truly insane.
Unbelievable. Creatures spotted in the Mariana Trench. Scientists shocked.
But what if there's more? What if the world's deepest ocean is hiding secrets we were never meant to see? Even Tucker Carlson has questioned the true nature of these discoveries. In this video, we'll dive deep and explain everything. The deepest dive yet. A new expedition has sent the most advanced remotely operated vehicles and submersibles into the Mariana Trench, pushing deeper than any previous mission. Scientists expected to document rare deep-sea creatures and geological formations, but what they captured in the Mariana Trench was far beyond anything they anticipated. The mission, led by a coalition of oceanographic institutions, deployed highly sophisticated technology, including ultra-high-definition cameras, sonar mapping systems, and pressure-resistant instruments. As the ROVs descended past 30,000 feet, they recorded actual footage of familiar deep-sea species like amphipods, ghostly snailfish, and bioluminescent organisms, adapted to the extreme conditions. However, at approximately 35,700 feet, something unexpected appeared in the footage. A structure, seemingly metallic, was briefly visible before an abrupt signal interference cut the feed. Efforts to restore the video stream were unsuccessful, raising immediate concerns among the crew. Data logs showed that, moments before the blackout, the submersible's instruments detected an unidentified moving object. Researchers reviewing the footage were left stunned. While some insisted it was a yet undocumented species, others suggested a more unsettling possibility, an anomaly unlike anything previously recorded in the trench. Tucker Carlson has publicly questioned the real purpose of these deep-sea missions. He claims that what they captured in the Mariana Trench is insane, and argues that these expeditions are not just scientific ventures, but classified operations meant to investigate something already known to the world's most powerful governments. According to Carlson, the level of secrecy and restricted access to these depths hints at a much larger mystery. He speculates that officials may be searching for remnants of lost technology, evidence of unknown life forms, or even hidden installations. Adding to the controversy, previous expeditions have reported similar unexplained occurrences. In 2012, during James Cameron's historic anomalies in sonar readings were dismissed as equipment malfunctions. Decades earlier, in 1960, Jacques Piccard and Don Walsh described strange underwater shadows that could not be explained. With each new mission, the question grows louder. What really lies at the bottom of the Mariana Trench? Scientists involved in the latest this mission are working to recover corrupted data and analyze what little footage remains. While official reports suggest there is nothing extraordinary, leaked clips circulating online hint at something far more mysterious. As the world waits for answers, scientists exploring the Mariana Trench
I've got George Washington as the founding father of America. He's the perfect mix of power.
Look, they worry about other men. That's all they talk about on here, Spy. Look at this. Straight. Look, they talk about other men.
Yes, sir. Have a nice,
Johnny
smooth
Bravo.
sailing day today.
They would love my channel to be gone, right? So he got really creative in finding a way to hurt my business. So he went to hire a company that illegally goes and puts claims, false copyright claims, to take the income and ownership of a video. Kali Muscle. You guys know that broke-ass, big-titty-sucking piece of shit, right? Remember he said he was broke? He had $1,000 left in his bank account like a bum. A man who was making over $200,000.
Recently, man, you talking about grand in my bank account.
Well, you know what he's doing now, that asshole? He's so desperate for money, he went and hired a company to illegally claim and take ownership and steal anybody's videos on YouTube. We'll even show a few second clip at him, which not only takes the channel's income, but it ruins their standing with YouTube. And you know what he did? He did it to two of my videos this week, this piece of shit. So before I show you about his new slimy ways, you know how him and his big titty friend, Big Boy, and Wes Watson with the RoboCop comb over now with that dumb, stupid new tattoo, and now he's got a little thing in his pants. You can't forget Cash App Mike Rashid. Well, you know how all these guys, they always say, you don't make videos talking about other men, and they preach that, right? That you're a pussy if you make videos talking about other men. Well, it's funny that they always say that, yet they always do the same thing. And Kali Muscle, I don't understand why he can't get me out of his head. Probably both heads. Because he was on live the other day. People are bringing me up in the comments. And look what he's saying.
You on here talking about another man? No, you pussy.
What's up?
Any man that come on another man's social media and comment about another man, you the pussiest as pussy gets. Look, they worry about other men. That's all they talk about on here, Spy. Look at this. Straight pussy. Look, they talk about other men. What? Johnny Bravo. Some pussy ass motherfuckers, straight pussy. Low testosterone having mother. Come on a 50-year-old man YouTube and talk about other men. Pussy as they get.
And you can just tell once they mention me. he couldn't stop thinking about me. I mean, we know. He wants to get a hair transplant now because he wants hair. He already tried to make his eyes blue like me, except he looks like an asshole. So we know he can't stop thinking about me. This guy, that guy, this guy, that guy, this guy.
Pussies, bro. And y'all subscribe to pussies that talk about other men. Straight pussy, bro. Let a motherfucker, black, dark-skinned, ex-con come out successful. Pussy. Y'all was talking all that shit. Talking all that shit. You should be sad. Who y'all talking about now? What man y'all talking about? Huh? What? Huh? What? I'm listening. What? I'm listening. Huh? What? Do y'all fantasize about these men you asking about spraying up in your butt cheeks?
Oh, that's enough of that shit.
Kids coming home knowing only MLK and Rosa Parks. Don't get me wrong, they're legends, but our hip.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, anybody want to tell me just what the West Hill's going on here? Felicia Rashad apparently was under fire because she said no man wants to see their woman dressed half naked in public. And people got mad at her. That's crazy. All it takes is a few more words just to get you up out of there. Felicia, you know, you got to talk to me. Miss Rashad, Claire, Miss Huck. Talk to me. Let's run this by the court first. Okay? What you wanted to say was, most men don't want to see a woman that they want to keep dressed half naked in public. But the women that they only plan on sleeping with, yeah, they can dress however they want. That's in most cases. I mean, you got some men who wipe up half naked women. That's cool. That's their business. But in a lot of cases, if you dealing with somebody, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you a woman, you got a man that don't give a damn about how you dress or how you represent it, you can get half naked, all the way naked around his friends, and it don't bother him. Chances are, I'm not saying all the way, I'm saying chances are, he ain't that serious about you. As a matter of fact, and it go both ways too. Because there's some women out here that just having fun with certain men, and they'll be like, you can come around there half naked around her girl because she don't care. She don't care. She ain't got no plans for you, sir. Now, it just ain't what it is.
The most valuable clue Earhart gave before she disappeared. She did what she said she was doing. She should have made it to another island.
For nearly 9 decades, the disappearance of Amelia Earhart has remained one of aviation's greatest unsolved mysteries.
We never hear from her again. She's been gone 87 years and we still don't have a definitive answer as to what happened to her.
The pioneering female pilot and her navigator friend Noonan vanished somewhere over the Pacific Ocean in 1937, launching countless theories and expeditions. In 2025, after years of technological advancements and persistent searching, researchers believe they finally uncovered the truth.
The island called Nicomaroro. We think Amelia Earhart landed and died as a castaway on this island, on Nicomaroro.
About what happened to Earhart's Lockheed Electra aircraft. This is the story of how modern technology, innovative thinking, and dedicated explorers may have finally solved the puzzle that captivated generations.
One of our members, we're a membership organization, called me and said, hey, we got a theory about Amelia Earhart.
To understand why Earhart's disappearance became such an enduring mystery, we need to appreciate who she was and what she represented in her time. Born in Kansas in 1897, Amelia Earhart wasn't just a pilot. She was a symbol of courage and determination, an era when women were fighting for equal recognition.
So when she decided in 1937 that she was going to fly around the world, which was an ambitious thing to do in 1937, the world watched with bated breath. This was exciting.
Earhart's fascination with aviation began after attending an air show in 1920. By 1923, she had earned her pilot's license, becoming only the 16th woman in the United States to do so. Her breakthrough came in
Thinking about starting to run on the treadmill again. I need to drop my belly fat.
Yeah, no, that's total BS.
I think I'm gonna start cutting carbs. Also, total BS. What am I supposed to do then?
So I thought this girl was working out like crazy, but she wasn't. I met her yesterday at a conference, and I asked her, "How do you look so great?"
Becoming only the 16th woman in the United States to do so. Her breakthrough came in 1928, when she became the first woman to fly across the Atlantic Ocean as a passenger. While significant, this achievement didn't satisfy Earhart's ambitions. In 1932, she cemented her place in history by becoming the first woman, and only the second person after Charles Lindbergh, to fly solo across the Atlantic. The 15-hour journey from Harbour Grace, Newfoundland to Culmer, Northern Ireland, earned her international fame and recognition. But Earhart wasn't content with this accomplishment either. She continued breaking records. The first person to fly solo from Hawaii to California. The first in situ analysis of materials. Spectrographic analysis confirmed the presence of aluminum alloys consistent with 1930s aircraft manufacturing. More compelling was the discovery of a partial serial number on a component that matched Earhart's Electra. Perhaps most convincing was the location itself. The wreckage lay precisely where it would have been if the dateline theory were correct, approximately 100 miles west of Howland Island. Computer modeling of fuel consumption rates, weather conditions, and flight paths confirmed this location aligned perfectly with Earhart's final radio transmission reporting she was flying along the 157 to 337 line of position. We can now say with over 95% certainty that we have found Amelia Earhart's Lockheed Electra, announced Tony Romeo at a press conference in February 2025, alongside representatives from the Smithsonian Institution and aviation historians. The combination of location, aircraft type, dimensions, and specific identifying features leaves virtually no room for alternative explanations. While some artifacts remain on the ocean floor due to preservation concerns and the technical challenges of recovery from such depths, the photographic and analytical evidence has been enough to convince most experts that aviation's greatest mystery has finally been solved after 88 years of searching. While the deep-sea vision discovery garnered headlines and appeared to confirm the crashed-at-sea theory, another expedition was simultaneously pursuing a different angle. Since January 2025, Dr. Richard Pettigrew, Executive Director of the Archaeological Legacy Institute in Eugene, Oregon, has been leading a team investigating Nicomaroro, formerly Gardner Island, a remote atoll about 400 miles southeast of Howland Island. The Nicomaroro theory has long competed with the crash-at-sea scenario, which suggests that after failing to find Howland Island, Earhart and Noonan might have had enough fuel to reach this alternative landmass, where they survived for some time as castaways before perishing. Dr. Pettigrew's 10-person scientific team focused on what they named the Taraya object, a metallic, reflective anomaly on the north shore of the Nicomaroro Lagoon that satellite video and drone imagery suggested could be aircraft wreckage. Other people have looked and failed, but sooner or later someone is going to succeed, Dr. Pettigrew told reporters, acknowledging the frustrating history of previous searches. The summer 2025.
What's up, everybody? Mikey Regal from Lowround Customs here in my own personal garage. I'm sitting next to my brand new 1993 Heritage Softail Classic. That's right. Look at all those studs. Look at all them ponchos. Look at the bright red shiny paint. It screams acid wash jeans, white New Balance tennis shoes, some cut-off jean jackets, and bike night bandanas screaming, oh, 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 oh. Where's the hamburgers and Bud Lights? Whew. Man, I can't wait to get on the open road with this thing. I'm just messing, guys. That's not what we're doing with this at all. We're calling this Project Stud because of all the beautiful studs on the old saddlebags. The bike only has 8,152 miles. The motor is super speed. That was the main reason I took this bike, and I got it for a measly $3,800. That's super cheap for Harley Davidson, and a big twin at that. This is a perfectly good bike, perfectly great for anyone in any way, shape, or form to ride around all around town and have a great time on. But that's not what we do here at Lowbrow Customs. We want to chop this bad boy up and make it a full-blown, show-quality, high-quality chopper. That's right, we're going to do a show-quality chopper here in my garage as much as I can. I will have some help from my friend Tim Fiorucci of Fiorucci Fabrications. He's going to help me with a lot of fab work, so you might see this bike go to his shop a few times. We're also going to do some R&D work and maybe make a couple new parts as we're on the fly, on the go, which is really exciting and always cool to do when we're doing these kind of projects. We're really looking to develop new stuff for you guys. I'm really excited about this build because we're going to take the motor and trans and drop it in Gasbox, the newest Big Twin full frame.
Big Twin full frames.
That's right, guys, Big Twin full frames. 1936 to 1999, if you've got a knucklehead, panhead, shovelhead, or a Big Twin Evo such as this, you are in luck. And he's got a bunch of different flavors and options for you. If you have a 4-speed ratchet top or the 5-speed like this bike here, if you want it to be normal standard height or 3 up on the neck, it's a 32-degree neck, which is great for choppers. He also has Frisco mount or your through bolt stock style gas tank options. He also includes an oil tank with that and a battery box with strap. I mean, this thing is dialed. I'll show you guys in a minute and we'll walk you through all the cool features on that. Another great project we're going to show you on this build is how to install Lowbrow Customs' new narrow trees and tapered lowers. That's right, guys, we're bringing the tapered lowers back. They're new and improved. I also chose to use 6/2s on this build, so hella awesome. Another really cool part we're going to show you guys how to fully install on this motorcycle is a Cannonball 5-speed kicker kit. That is really exciting. Not only can you have electric start on this motorcycle, but we're going to have that 5-speed kicker gear set up. Tim Fiorucci is going to help us with both of those installs and walk you through all of that good stuff. I'm just going to kind of show you guys what the progress is as I'm going along. Stick around. I'm going to show you guys the Gasbox full frame next and show you what we're working with and where that motor and transmission is going to live. Again, nothing else on this bike is going to stay. Sorry, dads in the world, but this is all going back to the old swap meet. Alright guys, here it is. This is the Gasbox full frame I chose to use for this build. This is the 3-up Frisco mounted 5-speed version. Again, there is tons of different versions and options for your specific build. If you need a 4-speed ratchet top, he's got it. If you want standard height on the neck, they have that as well. I went with the 3-up because, again, I'm running those 6/2s with those narrow trees from Lowbrow Customs and tapered fork lowers. 21-inch wheel on the front, 18-inch wheel on the back. These frames are going to use Sportster or Big Twin Softail disc brake setups. On the back, it's 3/4 axle. Drum brakes are not going to work on this bad boy. Also comes with the oil tank, and in the oil tank is a battery box. Gives you a ton of room to roll battery. And on a chopper, to hide a big battery like that is very hard. Horseshoe oil tank included with the battery box and the strap to keep it in there. Really great feature, love that. The Frisco mounts allow me to use a multitude of different gas tanks. Once I get the motor in, we'll show you, flipping through all the different gas tanks, what they look like. It's going to be a really cool video to give you guys an insight, and maybe you don't have the luxury of getting every single gas tank, so that will really help out. I'm really excited to do that video for you guys. You got your top motor mount here, and your 2 bottom motor mounts there. Really easy access to pick the motor up and slide it right into place, and then your 5-speed transmission down here will be mounted there. I have a 5-speed trans plate that will go in. They also have mounting holes for easy installation of a fender. Behind the oil tank, they've also added a mounting tab for the middle of your fender. The only thing you have to worry about is figuring out what sissy bar or struts you want to run with your fender and make that rear mounting location. They've even given you holes on the axle plates to mount that rear strut and or sissy bar. So again, these guys have thought of everything for you to make your build easy as can be. The backbone is hollow, which allows for internal wiring if you're so desired, or you can run your wiring on the outside. Pretty easy as well. On the front motor mount, you'll see that there are locations for forward controls. I'm not a big fan of forward controls because I'm a short guy. I'm probably going to do some high mids. We're actually going to make that with Tim Ferrucci, and we're going to develop those so that maybe you guys will be able to purchase those from us as well someday here in the future. Don't quote me on that, but this bike will have high mids on it. This will be the prototype for sure. These frames are constructed of 1.5 inch and 1 inch tubing. It's TIG welded throughout. TIG welding for my friend Jim at Gasbox is absolutely phenomenal. One of the best TIG welders out there. These are all handmade in Cleveland, Ohio. And yeah, that's it. We're going to take this guy off the lift. We're going to put the soft tail back on. I will get started on pulling that motor apart and transmission so that we can eventually put that in here. The other step we got to do is take this over to Fiorucci Fabrications with my friend Tim and show you guys how to install lowbrow custom arrow trees. We're going to show you cup installation using Bassetti Co's neck cup installation tool. We're going to show you the 6-over front end going into the taper lowers. Show you how to measure the PVC pipes so that everything compresses correctly. And we're going to get that all buttoned up in the front to make this a roller so that it'll make putting the motor from the soft tail and transmission from the soft tail easier to put in. We're going to make this a roller first, then put the motor in. So we will get that going. Wait, never seen it? Anyway, motor and transmission out of the soft tail. And you're like, wait, Mike, you didn't show us any of that. I know, right? Didn't want to bore you with the dumb details of taking apart a stock motorcycle. One thing I would suggest if you are doing this job is pull the oil tank first. This gives you a lot more room to loosen nuts and bolts. Here gives you a lot more room to work. Maybe access to the starter motor in a primary case. It just gave me a lot more options to move around. If you left that oil tank in, you're going to be struggling trying to fight the nuts and bolts. So that's one little tip for you. Other than that, I took the gas tanks off because the motor had to come out, which it is. It's out. It's on a lowbrow custom motor stand, which Big Twin and you can find them on the website. And the transmission came out. Boom, right there. And we're getting ready to put that into the roller. So we're going to take this guy off of the lift, and then we're going to put the roller on. We went to Tim Fiorucci's shop, and we actually put on lowbrow custom's new front end, the narrow triple trees, 6-over 2, and tapered fork motors. I'm so excited to show you guys. Alright, Toodaloo Softail. We'll see you later. Thanks for your service. You'll see this bike probably again on another tech tip or two. We're going to do this R&D work on this roller here. But yeah, see you later. Thanks for your service there, Softail. Here's the grand reveal. Check that out, rolling. Woo! Ooh, getting goosebumps just thinking about it. 18-inch wheel on the back with Avon safety 2 tire. We got a 21 on the front, the lowbrow hub, full hub wheel with a Avon Speedmaster. Just a great combination. I really am a firm believer that tires make or break a motorcycle. The stance with this 3-up is super high and aggressive, but laid back enough with these 6-inch risers from Cycle Standard and these mini apes. I've been seeing this a lot of Japanese builds, and I thought that's such a cool style. It's something I want to throw in this build. Let me lock this down and we'll go over the front end and some other things that we're going to do to the bike, but man, I'm just so excited to get this motor and transmission in here and get going on this project. It's, like I said, I got goosebumps just thinking about it. This is one of the coolest stances and builds. I'm really excited. So, alright, let me get it locked down. Extra support in the center stand. Always good idea to have one of these. Pick one of those up at your local store. Little extra support there. Before we get going on the motor and transmission install on the frame, I wanted to go over the front end with you guys real quick. This is a 9-inch mini 8 set from Cycle Standard, and then we have 6-inch risers also from Cycle Standard. Moving on to the triple trees, these are the new lowbrow custom narrow triple trees compared to a stock 39mm. These are 1 inch narrower, bringing in those sport tubes just a little bit, but then also giving you enough room to run a lowbrow custom spool hub. Because the spool hub is 4 inches wide, you couldn't run like say a Mullins or some of the other narrower triple trees out there. So we wanted to design a triple tree that you could run our lowbrow custom spool hub on properly and give it enough clearance to run it safely. The other cool features on these triple trees is there is pinch bolts not only on the top but on the bottom of the 1 inch stem that is supplied with it as well. This allows you not to have to press fit in your stem on the bottom and then it's stuck there forever. It gives a lot of ease to installation and formato. There are pinch bolts on either side of your tubes on the top and bottom, and we've also drilled out a hole for you on the bottom for a headlight mount. For the headlight, I'm running a Prism Supply Co. 4.5-inch LED headlight. I'm really excited to get my hands on that thing. That's one of their newest products, and they've really dialed it in using the glass filament to actually project the LEDs properly. A lot of people don't do that correctly, and they definitely made it right. So I'm excited to use that, and I thank those guys for offering one of those for this build. These tubes are 6 over. Again, as stated before, running a 6 over front end on this 3-up frame just gives a really nice stance to the bike itself. As we move down to the bottom of the forks itself, you'll notice a fork brace. These will work for your narrow triple trees or stock triple trees. These fork braces work really well when you're running a 6, 8 over, or 10 over front end. Say for instance you hit a pothole or maybe a rock and you don't have a fork brace on your bike, the actual bottom fork lowers could move left or right and cause your tubes to actually twist. This makes for very unstable riding and also can cause you to wreck. The fork brace actually takes over where your dust shield will go. They click in place with just a hit from a rubber mallet or two, and then there's 2 pinch bolts on the back that secure it. This now allows for you to hit bumps and your lower fork legs will move up and down at the exact same time, giving you stability in your steering and just a peace of mind that you're not going to get out of control or get those crazy speed wobbles. And certainly last but not least, the lowbrow tapered fork loader. Like I said, we are re-releasing them. This is a prototype version. The ones that are in production will look just a slightly bit different. You'll see on the bottom by the axle adjustment, there is a through bolt with a nut. With the production version, there will be a blind hole, so it'll be completely smooth. You will not see any nuts on the back side. On the inside of the legs, you also notice there is a bit of a tape that goes in, so it actually cuts in, so that allows for the spokes to move through freely and never hit. We have developed spacer kits for these triple trees, the narrow triple trees, and also your stock, so you can run that 21 spool hub wheel from lowbrow easily and not have to worry about figuring out on your lathe what size spacers you need. Try to take out all the guesswork for you guys and just make it easy to plug and play this stuff in. I can't believe how cool this front end looks. I hope you guys are stoked on it as much as I am. Alright, I'm going to get this motor into the frame. Watch me struggle, I guess. Get your arm stuck in there like that. That wasn't that bad. Wasn't that bad, boys and girls. We did alright. Alright. We did alright. Loosely hand tightening the bolts on the lower motor mounts. I'm not going to crank them down just yet. I still got to install the transmission. I plan on running a 2-inch open belt drive for BDL, and it also is allowing me to use electric start. So there is an actual inner primary cover that goes on, and that lines up the transmission and the motor. Once that happens, then I can crank everything down. So we're just loosely fitting this stuff up right now. Once I get that BDL belt drive in, we will be rocking and rolling tightening everything down. Alright, we're going to put the 5-speed transmission in next. It should be pretty simple. Just line up the holes and the bottom plate's already mounted on from the stock, so we're going to leave that out for now and adjust where we need to. Alright. Pretty simple. For the hardware on this bike, I'm going to use only on-machine hardware. American made right here in Ohio. Mark and his staff Yeah, so socket boy is going into transmission. Let's go. Alright, there we go. The motor and transmission installed in the frame. I'm going to be happy with how this is actually turning out. Stance, the handlebars, drivers, the front end, everything is just coming together. The plan is coming together. And that's one thing I could say to any of you guys out there. If you're looking to build your first bike or maybe build a few, my one advice that I always give everyone is have a game plan. Write it on a bunch of parts that you saw on lowbrowcustoms.com or any other catalogs, or on a friend's bike, or you saw some photos of some other bikes, save those and put them together and try to get some inspiration, and then have a game plan so you're not just kind of throwing parts and hoping they stick on the actual frame. We've got a lot of ways to go on this build. This is just the very beginning. We got to mount the fender. I gotta figure out which gas tank I want. I have the plan, but there's a couple different gas tanks that I'm in between. It's literally if it just sits high or low on the frame. I'm just kind of contemplating which look I'm going for on that, but we'll get there. We've got to make a custom sissy bar, custom seat pan. We're going to do kind of like a middle clean seat, not too high, not too low. Classy stuff. We're also going to do a full custom exhaust on this build. So we're going to keep you updated on it. I'm going to do a couple more overview videos, just kind of walking you through some of the stuff that we've done and show you a lot more parts that we're adding on the build itself. We're also going to do in-depth videos again, like I said, a 5-speed kicker kit from Cannonball. Our friends at WW supplied that for us, so we're going to get that installed video for you. Really in-depth one. I'm really thankful for those guys, so thank you to WW. We're also going to show you guys how to install a BDL 2-inch belt drive kit with electric start. So that's going to be a great little feature on this bike, and will also help us line the motor and transmission up fully and properly. So that's it, guys. Thanks so much for watching. Remember, lowbrowcustoms.com for all your chopper and motorcycle needs. We have thousands upon thousands of parts ready to ship to you today. So until next time, Project Stud and Like People, we're out. See you later. Toodaloo. Bye. Bye. Woo. Woo. In the exact same position at the same time in bumps, not having some maybe one way or the other. This looks really good. Until next time, Project Start and Like People, we out. See you later. Out the door. Get out of here. See ya. Bye. Toodaloo.
Duffel 45-liter by half bag. It's a transforming 2-in-1 travel duffel bag for long weekends, weddings, and business trips. The hanging compartment comfortably fits up to size 40 regular jacket or suit, shirts, and dresses to keep them wrinkle-free. This bag has also been updated with ballistic nylon, so it's scratch-proof and water-resistant. It also has a ton of pockets and a lined laptop sleeve. Best part of all, they have free shipping and free returns. Check out the premium Garmin Duffel 45-liter by half bag for yourself today.
So when it comes to trousers and colors, most guys are incredibly boring. And I get it. Most of us don't want to look like a clown or a fashion reject. But here's the deal. Color is one of the first things that catches a person's eye. And if you're interested in putting together an outfit that grabs attention, has you standing out from the crowd in a good way, then knowing how to wear trouser colors beyond the basics is an easy way to set yourself apart from the crowd. Now when it comes to pants and trousers, there are literally thousands of colors out there. And I'm not here to tell you that you can't wear any of them, although I will try to steer you away from colors like neon green and orange, unless you're out doing road work or hunting. But seriously, the colors I'm going to lay out in today's video, these are classic, timeless colors that are relatively easy to match and style with a variety of items probably already in your wardrobe. So yeah, you just need to go out there and grab these pants, and they should plug right into your existing wardrobe. I'm going to recommend is khaki, aka tan, or sometimes also listed as light brown. Now technically these colors are defined. Unfortunately most manufacturers don't stick with the exact colors as they appear on the color wheel, but in general the color khaki is going to be lighter and have a brown tint to it. Now personally what I love about this color, besides it being incredibly versatile, is how easy it is to find it out there. Most companies that manufacture any type of dress pants, slack, trouser, or athletic pants are going to use a fabric that's close to this color. Now for you, when it comes to wearing and styling this color, you want to remember a few things. First up, it's more of a warm weather fabric. You can wear it in the spring, summer, even in the fall, but khaki, because of its light color and inability to normally hide stains, makes it less than the ideal choice for winter. Now when it comes to matching items with khaki, incredibly easy. You're going to find it works with a variety of shirts out there, to include anything that's white, anything that has blue, any colors out there in the pastels. In fact, when you look at these colors together, it looks like they naturally belong together. And we'll talk about why that's so here in a few minutes. Oh, and another shirt fabric I love, chambray. This one right here with that denim type of texture, even though it's a lighter weight fabric, perfect for spring and summer, and it works really great with all variations of light brown and khaki. Now when it comes to jacket options,
What is
darker
going
colors
on
look
over
great
here?
with blazer. You can go with a denim jacket, you can go with a medium colored denim jacket, or even a lightweight brown leather or suede jacket looks good. When it comes to shoes, yes, you could go with black or dark brown, but I think lighter colored shoes are going to work best. So medium to light brown loafers, white sneakers, or even throw in a tan boot, maybe a pair of Chelseas, or even a pair of Chukkas, aka desert boots. Now gents, if you're in the market for a great pair of trousers, check out today's sponsor, Jack Archer. So immediately when I put these trousers on, I noticed how comfortable they were, especially in the crotch area. And that's because Jack Archer specifically designed these trousers to be anti-ball crush. Seriously, no guy ever enjoys not having enough room down there. And I found when wearing these trousers, the comfort, the fit was spot on. Speaking of the fit, let's talk about their butt molding technology. Seriously, they've got a curved waist design that comfortably wraps around the midsection, gives you a great fit, and it does a little bit of uplifting in the back, so you look good from behind, even if you're like me and you don't have too much of an ass. But seriously, when I put these on, it's one of the first things my wife noticed. She's like, damn, those things make you look good. And I don't know about you guys, but I'll take any help I can get. And then I also mentioned they're wrinkle-free and stain-resistant, so the amount of time that you'll need to spend ironing these trousers is absolutely zero. And of course, today's video is all about color, all the different options. What I love about Jack Archer, you go over to their website, they've got packages in which you can grab 3 trousers in a variety of colors, or go with a single color if that's your thing. Guys, use the link in the description of today's video to get the best deal on the web. Put it down in the description with that discount code. Go over to Jack Archer. Awesome trousers, awesome colors. So the next pant color I want to talk about is blue, specifically navy blue and lighter blue. Now with this one I wanted to give you a 2-for-1, and even though these colors look very different, because they're both in the same family, on the same side of the color wheel, the colors that they are going to work with when it comes to shirts, when it comes to jackets, when it comes to shoes, are actually pretty much identical. And the way that you would wear this, as I know some of you guys have already guessed, navy, this is what you're going to wear in cooler weather. The light blue, this is what you wear in spring and summer weather. So starting off with shirts, let's start off with the workhorse here, white. You've got so many different options, from polos to Oxfords to even the white t-shirt. Roll up the sleeves, that white button down, wear it with a light colored tan belt. Those light blue trousers with a pair of tan loafers. Guys, this is an iconic summer look that you can easily pull off. Another great color to bring in, pink. In a variety of different shades, you can go with light, you can go with a little bit stronger depending on your skin tone. But let's face it, pink is a color so many guys stay away from, but with blue pants, pink looks amazing. In fact,
we just got some new stuff from the new Gymshark Power Collection. Let's put together some fits. First up, we got these gray power sweatshorts. Really sick design on these. The color is I'm pairing that with this compression tee, and I'm gonna throw on this workout gear tee on top of that.
Amazing. In fact, all those pastels we talked about earlier can also be worn with the blues, although they will look better with the light blue. And instead of bringing in darker shades, don't be afraid to bring in patterns. So yeah, with those blue trousers in any shape, going with a candy stripe or a Bengal stripe shirt, that right there can be a great look. Now when it comes to blazers, bringing in a variety of gray, that works great with either of the blues, and brown jackets, especially in sports jackets, bring in small repeating patterns, or just go for a solid brown. It's going to look great with either, but I love it, especially as a summer look, going with that lighter brown with the lighter blue. If you want to go for something a little bit more casual, bring in a safari or maybe even a field jacket, a bush jacket, bring it in maybe in a green, or you can go with a tan. Right there, that's going to look really good with that navy blue. And for shoes, white sneakers, brown brogues, maybe a pair of dark brown loafers. But if the overall look is darker, let's say you're going with that navy with a gray sports jacket, no problem bringing in a black pair of Chelsea's. Now this next trouser color is one that most men stay away from. I'm talking about white. So the interesting thing about white is it's actually a neutral, meaning it's a color that pretty much matches anything. We see this in the upper body. We wear white shirts with a variety of different trousers. But the thing is, you could actually wear white trousers, and yes, you could wear it with a white shirt, but I would recommend you bring in a variety of different lighter colors. You could bring in darker colors, but being able to pull off white pants, guys know how to wear this. This is going to set you apart from the vast majority of men out there. So when it comes to shirt options, one of the easiest here is pastels. Most of the time, if you're wearing white pants, these are going to be warm weather, so spring, summer, maybe if you're out in California on a hot September day. But if you're in good shape, you got a decent build, or you've been wearing a jacket on top, don't be afraid to go with a lot of contrast. You can do this with a navy shirt, or if you've got dark colored hair, maybe even a black shirt. And if you're wanting to bring some color, consider burgundy. Now when it comes to jackets, you got the classic navy blazer. This is a classic look right here with white trousers. But if you want less contrast, maybe bring in a sports jacket with a light gray. If you want to keep it casual, maybe bring in a denim jacket or a chambray shirt jacket. And when it comes to shoes, white sneakers work, but so do also gray. And if you're wearing dress shoes or loafers, look to tans, look to light grays, or even a black loafer. So especially if you want a jacket that is darker. Now the next color of trouser I want to talk about, green. This may seem actually relatively easy to mix and match, but it's more difficult in general because it's not a neutral color. Remember, neutrals are those foundational colors that pretty much match anything. Unfortunately for green, it is a little bit more difficult to match, although you can still find a variety of different shirts and jackets and trousers and shoes that work well with it. And all that perhaps is one of the reasons that this color is a little bit more difficult to find in trousers. But if you do, don't be steered away from it, especially if you like earth tones. Because greens, especially olive in particular, look really good, especially when matched with the right colors. So starting off with shirts, of course we've got the foundation, we've got the basic, we've got white. Simple, clean, it allows you to focus in on the trousers, and it makes these trousers wearable pretty much in any season. Another great look is light colored denim. A variety of blues, a little bit of texture. This can look really good with those dark green trousers. That being said, if you're going for a darker look, don't sleep on maroon and burgundy. A little bit harder to pull off, not for every complexion, especially if you're really light color. If you have darker skin complexion, this combination is killer. And right with that, black shirts look great too. Now when it comes to jacket options, you can dress it up with a navy blazer. Notice how that blazer is incredibly interchangeable. That's why I love it. This dark green with maybe a white shirt, a brown leather jacket, this looks great as well. And of course that light denim will look great in a shirt. Well, guess what? It'll also look great in a jacket. So again, you're going with just a white t-shirt, throw in a light denim jacket on top of that, and boom, with a pair of brown boots, white sneakers, or even black loafers, you got a great combination. Next up, we've got dark brown trousers. What I really like about this selection, it allows us to bring in a shirt color we haven't talked about yet, cream. Now, of course, you could go with white, and that looks great as well, but I wanted to talk about off-white, cream. This is a color that we occasionally see out there, and it's actually difficult to pull off, but it looks amazing with tan and, in particular, dark brown trousers. Now blues look incredibly good as well, pretty much in any shade with any pattern. Because it's dark brown, it can balance a variety of different patterns, whether you want to go for thin stripes, medium stripes, thicker stripes, or even a blue Glen check shirt. This will look great with those dark brown trousers. And in case you're wondering, because I mentioned a little bit earlier, I would talk about this, the reason that certain color combinations just work so well is the color wheel. We're going to see analogous colors. These are when they're right next to each other, and this is going to be more monochromatic looks. This is everything when you look at it, feels very smooth. But in this case, what we have are complementary colors. And this is when there are opposite sides of the color. And the way it works in this case is that they balance each other out. They just feel naturally at home with each other. You can imagine it's the whole yin and yang thing. Other interesting colors that work really well with the dark brown are going to be mustard, burnt orange. Any other Texas fans out there? Look up. Now with jackets, of course, we're going to see the blazer. But also if you wanted to bring a sports jacket, a light brown or a medium or light gray, casual denim jacket, or even a field jacket, and blue, olive, or even light brown. And of course, when it comes to shoes, you could wear white sneakers, but I was thinking dark brown trousers work best with brown shoes. So you could go with a pair of brown sneakers, maybe with contrasting shades, or a pair of brown Chelsea's, Chukkas, or Brogues. Now, what about black pants? Now, historically speaking, black was reserved for more formal wear. Nowadays, it's worn in casual wear, in street wear, and it's pretty much a default color for a lot of guys. So for that reason, for the modern wardrobe, I'm including those trousers here, and as you see, they work with a wide variety of shirts. White being the high contrast classic, especially if you're dressing it up, but if you want to keep it especially pinstripes. I think black can also look great with light pink and a pale blue. Both of these colors do a great job of softening the harshness of the black in the trousers. And as far as jackets, you can keep it casual if you're in the city, maybe with a black leather jacket. You can go for a more sophisticated look, especially during the winter, maybe with a gray flannel sports jacket. Or perhaps you want to make the look casual, then go with your indigo blue denim jacket. For footwear, I do like to keep it black here as well. Tons of options, whether it's a boot, whether it's a variety of different dress shoes, loafers. When it comes to sneakers, I know some of you guys may go for a high contrast white. I would though choose black leather sneakers in this case. And now my favorite color for trousers, gray. Light gray, medium gray, charcoal gray. Guys, this color right here is the most versatile pair of trousers you can have in your wardrobe. I recommend if you're building up, beyond jeans, to get that first pair of gray, medium gray words. You can dress it up, you can dress it down. And if you want to learn more about dressing up, you're going to be able to improve your style and catch it right here. Yes, I could have done a whole section of gray trousers because they match pretty much anything. Go learn more about style. I've got you covered right here. If you enjoy this video, leave in the comments.
There's a reason you can smell the asparagus come out of you in your urine. It's good for kidney health. Ginger. A recent study in renal nutrition concluded
which fit do you think suits a hoodie best? Alright, if you picked the wrong one, don't worry, we're about to fix that. See, a lot of guys wear the right pieces, but style them the wrong way. So gents, we're breaking down the right way to wear hoodies, Chelsea boots, shorts, t-shirts, sweaters, polo shirts, and bomber jackets. Let's kick things off with hoodies. The hoodie, in its current interpretation, has actually been in men's wardrobes for over 100 years. Now, by definition, a hoodie is a garment typically made of cotton or blended fabric that has a hood attached. It can either be a pullover or have a front zipper or button closure. Now, this sounds like a stupid mistake, but you gotta think, how am I going to wear this? Am I going to be wearing this in layers? Am I accounting for shrinkage? And what type of body type do I have? Well, that's my personal preference for wearing a hoodie. Now, with layering, the key here is, are you going to try to dress this up? Are you going to wear jackets over this? In that case, you want it to fit a little bit closer so that you're not going to have all this excess material. And let's not forget shrinkage. So most quality brands, you're not going to experience much, even if you throw it in a hot dryer. But certain materials, especially like cashmere, those luxury materials, you cannot wash it normally. You need to know how to take care, send it off to the dry cleaners, unfortunately, or you can wash it at home, very delicate. But if you're buying a 100% cotton hoodie, you need to know that first up, yes, when you do expose it to heat, it's going to shrink. Cotton just naturally does that. And over time, you will start to see this material fade, which I'll talk about a little bit later. Now, I mentioned body type. Yeah, if you're a larger guy, you want a hoodie that isn't going to be stretching anywhere, isn't going to be showing that extra bit you're carrying around midsection. If you're a thinner guy, you want a hoodie that, isn't going to have a trim cut to it, but isn't going to have so much excess material, strong weight catches you, blows you. That it fits in the shoulders. You want to make sure your shoulder points are
you don't know what you're talking about.
Despite this being one of the easiest things to try on the hoodie, so many guys don't look for it, or they end up buying a hoodie whose shoulder points are going down their arm. Again, if you're going for the oversized look, this can work. I think for most guys in most situations, they want to have a hoodie that fits
terrible guess.
in the shoulders. Next, we've got the chest and stomach area. I like to have about 2 to 3 inches of excess material in the chest or stomach area. Now, a quick test here is the fist test. You simply just take your hand and you grab a fist full of material. That's going to be about 2 to 3 inches for most of us. Now, if you can barely grab any material, or you're grabbing 2 fistfuls, you may want to size up or size down. And again, this depends on your size. If you're 5'2", 120 pounds, you you are going to want less material versus if you're 6'8", 350 pounds, you're going to want more material. Now, when it comes to the sleeves, I like for my arms to be able to go down, fully cover the wrist bone, and then when I move my arms up, it should just barely cover the wrist bone. If it goes out way too far, then you're going to have material bunching up, and you will find some brands just simply make the sleeves too long for some of this. Now, you can see different types of wrist cuffs out there, but if you've got rib cuffs, you want to make sure they're not so tight that they're leaving marks on your wrists. And don't forget to try the hoodie itself on. I remember years ago I bought a hoodie and I could barely get it up over my head. It was strange. Still, you're going to find some other brands that make their hoodies oversized. And the problem with that is it can throw off the proportions, and if you ever want to layer it, it's just going to look off. As for length, I always like to see it right below the belt line. I do like how elastic around the bottom of the hoodie. Not all of them are going to have it. And if you raise your arms up, I don't like to expose my midsection. Some of you guys, it depends on personal preference. But yeah, I never think it's a good look. Number 2,
I didn't know what chicken does to cortisol until I saw this. Chicken and rice is the best meal to help you lose.
Number 2 on the list is a bomber jacket. A lot of guys buy a cheap one and they try to pass it off. Here's the thing, everyone can tell that that is a fake leather, it's a cheap leather. It just, doesn't look good. Now, historically, the A2 jacket was made from a variety of different leathers because it was civilian contracted through various contractors over the years. Initially, they used tanned horsehide. Cowhide, of course, was used, but we've also seen goatskin used. In fact, in 1988, the United States Air Force reissued the A2 jacket in goatskin, and it was only available to a select few. In a nutshell, you had to have completed your mission qualifications, and unfortunately, they weren't allowed to throw a bunch of patches on it and stuff and make it look really cool. I'm not going to say one leather is better than the other in general. Goatskin is going to be softer, more supple, but it's not going to be as tough. I really like a nice cowhide. Horse is going to be much harder and also thicker, but in any case, make sure that it's a leather that you can condition, and over time it's going to actually pick up a bit of patina and it's going to look good 50 years from now if you take care of it. The next styling mistake I see is not choosing the right color, and this is relatively easy. Go with the jacket color that's already in your wardrobe. You want it to work with everything you've got. Most of the jackets you're going to see out there are going to be variations of brown, dark, medium, and again, going back to, these are manufactured over the years by various manufacturers, and they had different colors, and when you're working with leather, every height is going to be slightly different. But there's nothing wrong with going with a black bomber jacket. Is it traditional? No. But if all the jackets in your wardrobe are black, your shoes are black, you really like that color, then wear it, because when you choose the right color, you're going to be able to wear it with confidence because you actually know how to pull that color off. Now, I talked about this earlier, but I want to make sure I give it its own point, and that is, don't overlayer with a bomber jacket. Historically, people just wore a flight suit underneath. I like wearing it with a Henley, with a t-shirt, maybe with a long sleeve, t-shirt. Have something underneath that is relatively light, because that's when I think a bomber jacket looks really well. And these are going to be thick, they're going to be warm, they come in different styles, but understand this isn't really like a negative 30-degree winter jacket. For that, wear a parka. So to be specific, in general, I consider bomber jackets lightweight jackets, and there's nothing wrong with having lightweight jackets in your wardrobe, especially those of you guys out in California, maybe down in Texas. Yes, I know occasionally in Texas it gets below freezing. You guys aren't ready for it. I grew up in Midland. I get it, but no, this type of jacket is going to look great, especially just simply when you can throw it on, look good, feel good. Oh, and if you spend a lot of time commuting, this is a great jacket as well because of the elastic. It keeps the jacket out of the way. You get in the vehicle, you get out of the vehicle. I actually like to be able to show off the watch. It's just a good overall style and fit. Now, this next mistake, not everyone is going to agree with me here, but I like to wear a bomber jacket unzipped, which goes against most jackets when I talk about when you stand. A sports jacket, button up when you stand. A lot of my other jackets, I like to actually zip them up a bit when I'm walking around, but I find with the design of the bomber jacket, it looks best when it is just left open. That being said, you want to make sure that you can zip it up in inclement weather if you do have to keep yourself warm and you're wearing the jacket for practical purposes. But when it comes to looking good in the jacket, if you're going to be walking in and meeting up with some ladies, guys, I really like it when you just leave it open. It is a casual, just creates a timeless look. On top of that, I really do like it when you go with solids. You don't try to overdo it with prints and colors. This style is in of itself enough, I think, to be subtle and to grab a bit of attention. I don't think you need to do it with shirts that have too much attention, have too much color. Go with simple, dark colors, and it just is a really clean, timeless look. Gents, if you want to step up your style efficiently and effectively, look for a proven have a curriculum that saves you from confusion, from bad information, from crappy teachers. You want to make sure that you're not just learning facts, you actually are being shown concepts. Lessons that give you foundations, that give you the fundamentals to be able to dress sharp in any situation. It's also great if you can surround yourself with like-minded men, because how many times, or worse, they're tempting you to go do something else. Free group for you that not only has instruction but an amazing community that is distraction free. It's got a great app, and when I say it's free, guys, I developed this for you. Finally, I found a platform that makes
let me
this
do the driving over
so
here,
easy.
right?
It's so effective.
Just come along and
step
enjoy
up
the
your
ride.
style. Seriously, gents, I've got courses in this community that I used to sell. You can get for free. I set up prices, I gamified it. Guys, I'm going to link it down in the description. Or if you just want to go over to the URL, it's at school.com/RMRS. This group is free, although you do have to answer 3 questions. I don't ask for your email address. I simply want to make sure that we keep spammers out of the group. It's a high quality group. It's an amazing community that I am proud to.
This is how to get jig-cast. If you want to drop this, start any more of these. You might think this would take years to learn, but I'm going to teach it to you in 60 seconds. Watch this. Visceral fat.
It's an amazing community that I am proud to give you guys. Very common, but usually styled wrong, shorts. You see, the length of the inseam of your shorts, whether it's 5 inches, 7 inches, 9 inches, it can drastically affect the overall appearance of the outfit. Now, a lot of guys seem to default towards a longer length, which makes a lot of sense because most guys are used to wearing pants, and we think a longer length is going to be a little bit more formal. But here's the deal. Mid-thigh, about the 7-inch inseam for most men is going to suit you best. Now, at this point, gents, let's talk about the rules to looking good in shorts. First up, know the dress code. Yes, there is always a dress code. Otherwise, you could walk around naked. So, if it's an outdoor wedding and they're expecting people to dress well, understand shorts may be a bit too casual. No matter how hot it is, you say, okay, what are the options? Okay, tropical weight wool trousers, a lightweight pair of chinos you can roll up and show your ankles, and those are actually relatively cool. The point is, by their very nature, shorts are casual. So, make sure that you're wearing them in the appropriate situations. Rule number 2, fit matters. So I know most of you guys aren't going to take your shorts to get them tailored. It's going to cost you, in your mind, too much money. So in that case, make sure when you buy the shorts, they fit you well. Look around, try different sizes, try different brands. A medium in one brand is not a medium in another brand. Find the brand, find the size that suits you. You may have to spend a little bit more time doing this, or again, take it into your tailor, get it adjusted. But when you find a pair of shorts that fits you well, and if you like wearing shorts, don't be afraid to stick with that brand, that size, and maybe get them in a variety of colors. I do this all the time, batch buying, and I find it serves me well because I have everything I need and I can rotate through different styles, different colors. I get a lot more miles out of doing it that way. Now, what about colors? What about patterns? So the classic colors, very similar to trousers. You can go with khaki, you can go with dark blue, especially if you want to wear those shorts with a collared shirt. If you're looking to dress it up a bit, these colors don't grab attention. They allow the shirt, they allow your other accessories to be the star of the outfit. That being said, if you're keeping the rest of your outfit muted, let's say you're going with a pair of white sneakers or a white shirt, well, you could actually pull off a pair of shorts that have a stronger color to them. Orange, maroon, brighter blues, a deep purple. It's really easy. Again, you've got simple shirts like whites, like blues, or maybe a slight color that's actually in the pattern. You can repeat that, maybe like a dark blue. But yeah, in those situations, the shorts become the centerpiece. They become the item that the eyes will be drawn to. Now, what about footwear? Earlier we talked about socks, but footwear, you've actually got a lot of options here. You're not going to go wanting with anything that's a high top. You're going to want to get all low tops, but you can go from a wide variety of sneakers to tasteful running shoes to stepping it up to a pair of loafers in a light colored leather. Now, what about shoes dressier than a pair of loafers, a pair of Oxfords or something? I personally wouldn't wear any type of dress shoe that's laced with a pair of shorts. Loafers in a dark color are about as dressy of shoes as I would ever wear with a pair of shorts. A casual pair of leather shoes like boat shoes work perfectly fine. So my thoughts here when it comes to shorts, especially when we're talking the khaki shorts, the tailored shorts, those dressier shorts, look at the color of those shorts. And imagine if they were a pair of trousers, what color shoes could you wear with them? So what about shirts? Well, the easiest, of course, is t-shirts, but this is also going to be the most casual. I like to avoid graphic tees. I know some of you guys like it, but going with a solid color, maybe even looking for a V-neck, get a shirt that has a nice drape.
GW's on T-boy tees, huh?
Short, because you don't want to be tucking these in. This is going to be really more casual, just a classic look, and it really works for younger guys, especially if he's in great shape. If you're an older guy in great shape, you can afford or still pull it off. But if you want to step up, look to bring in a collar. There's a wide variety of different shirts out there. One of the easiest, more classics is going to be the polo. I think a pair of chino shorts, tailored shorts with a polo. Heck, you can even wear a pair of casual polo or a plain polo with a pair of cargo shorts. And if the pockets aren't overstuffed, if the shorts fit you well, that can be a great looking combination. And for those of you with a little bit more skill, but you want a really good look to a casual button down, especially like a material like linen. Even though they're going to be longer sleeve, guess what? You can roll up those sleeves. All of a sudden, you have one or two buttons that are undone here. Maybe you wear an undershirt, depending on what the weather is, to be able to protect you from the sweat coming down. But overall, this is a great look, and in some cases maybe the shirt is going to be untucked. It can do a decent job sometimes of covering up a little bit of weight around the midsection, although a better plan here would probably be making sure the shirt and the shorts are a similar shade, so you get this monochromatic look and allow the eyes to go up and down. Now of course, if you're in shape, if you take good care of your body, or you're a little bit of a thinner guy, you can go with a short sleeve button down. The key here is making sure it fits you around the arm area. If you don't have the biggest guns, you want to make sure maybe get that tightened up a bit. And when it comes to short sleeve shirts, there are tons of great colors, from the Cuban style to going with something like a bowling shirt. I love all the different patterns and colors I see out there in the summer. If you want to get the shirt adjusted to fit you a little bit better, you can have some really good looks. Keep the shorts simple, keep them plain, and then have fun with those shirts. And the collar serves you well by framing the face. Overall, a good look, great combination here. A must in your wardrobe t-shirts. What if you've got a longer torso or you're over 6'2"? Well, the common problem here is that most t-shirts aren't made to accommodate a torso of this length. So that's where an elongated hem is perfect. With this shirt, you can raise your arms above your head and not worry about exposing your midsection. Now, gents, I'm sharing all that with you because the reality is a lot of guys are wearing their t-shirts wrong. And by that, I mean that they could choose a style or a fit that would suit them better.
United States.
Welcome to your favorite news network, the Dusty News Network. You know,
Country, U.S.
And I'm so excited to be.
That's what you're asking, right?
Now, we all understand that there's some hood dudes out there that got baby mamas.
And
Some call baby mamas is not even black, but they damn sure acted. And of course, a lot of black dudes always say that they get white women because they are so submissive. But some of y'all white baby mamas be punking y'all in front of y'all friends. I've seen it and I've heard it, and it happens all the time. A lot of black dudes be getting bullied by the white baby mamas. And there's a video going viral right now of a brother. Now, I'm not sure if this is Dallas Fort Worth, but Dallas Fort Worth dudes, they the only ones I see that have that high ducktail haircut like in the back. Y'all the only Negroes that I've seen do that, or somebody down south on the West Coast. We don't do that kind of stuff. But hey, the high ducktail fade is definitely unique, and can't nobody rock it like y'all. I mean, I see Go Yayo with it. I think I've seen Yella Beezy with it before, and other dudes with it before, okay? But anyways, this dude got punked by his mama on the block, and it's not even funny.
Out my face, bro!
I know we used like this. Look, we used like this.
Hey, what? Child support said to been Hey, child support said
As you can see, his homeboys are telling him to take your ass home, man. The girl is out here. She didn't embarrass you. You still on the block, and he looks like a big brother, man. But damn, he ain't trying to go home. He's trying to kick it on the block with his homeboys, and his wife and his mama got all of those. As you heard somebody say in the video, those mixed kids in the car. But hey, listen, she should have known that's the kind of dude that he was. I'm trying to tell you, man. Some of you dudes be out there like, oh, I got a white girl. I don't even want to mess with these black chicks. And then you still doing the same things that black chicks be complaining about. Look, man, don't be having these kids out here if you ain't gonna take care of them. And you got your white baby mama out there making you like a buster because she's the one taking care of the kids and you ain't taking care of them. And now you don't want to go home. But stop yourself. In his defense, I can see why he might not want to go home. She crazy. He wants to stay out there with them for a reason. And it be like that sometimes. He might really be taking care of his kids. I'm not sure. He might be paying the bills. You got a crazy one like that, you don't know what's going on. And she out there shouting and all that and pouting. Yeah, man. Need to make sure who you have your babies by, because it can be down bad. Next story! Guys, this story is hilarious. This beautiful lady was on a plane. And of course, she fell asleep. And then she woke up and the unthinkable happened.
The man that braided my hair while I was asleep on the plane, I need you to come forth immediately. I know it's prepare for you guys because we're going to get into some things real quick. So last Saturday, on March 15th, we boarded American Airlines flight 3051 from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles, California. All right? We sat in the main cabin and our flight took off at 7 a.m. I'm only listing specifics because I want this person to know that I know who you are, all right? I sat in seat 22F, which is a window seat, and you sat directly behind me in row 23F. In row 23, seat F, all right? Let's talk about it. Now, I didn't realize until later that evening that there was a braid in my head. Now, let's talk about how that happened. Now, some people might say, how did you let somebody braid your hair and you didn't know?
That's creepy as fuck.
Sleep, I hibernate, okay? As soon as the plane takes off, I'm knocked out, okay? And I remember specifically, this is so strange to me. I remember I was asleep the entire flight, okay? My day started at 2:30 that morning. By the time I got to Charlotte, North Carolina from DC, I was ready to go to bed. I think it's a 5 to 7 hour flight. Anyway, I'm asleep on the plane, right? And I hear ka-ch, ka-ch, ka-ch. And I said, who is taking pictures? That's the only reason why I woke up from my hibernation. Okay, so I'm like, ka-ch, ka-ch. I said, who is taking pictures? And when I wake up, it's like literally right in my ear. That's where I found the braid, mind you. I said, who is taking pictures? Because when I woke up, my blind shade was down, and the person behind me's blind shade was down, and so was the person in front of me. So I'm like, who's taking pictures? I don't pay no mind to it. Because if you want to take pictures on the plane, that's none of my business. I'm just trying to get to my destination. It wasn't until I got to my Airbnb to decompress, I'm about to take a shower, I'm putting my hair up, and that's when I discovered a braid in my head. And I said, hold up, I ordered this wig from TikTok Shop. Did they send me a wig with a braid in it? Impossible. And it was impossible because I washed this wig before I went on my trip. So that's when it dawned on me. The sitting behind me braided my hair while I was asleep on the plane.
Damn.
Why did you do that? I need answers why you did that, okay? I was deeply disturbed. You know, I wasn't going to talk about it, but the more I thought about it, I said, you really braided my hair while I was asleep. Come forward, we need to talk. Just like myself, I have evidence that my hair was braided. And by the way, you braided my hair so tight that I had to take it out with a rat tooth comb. while she was asleep.
That's some creepy ass shit.
And I've also decided, until I get my answers, and when I get my answers, I'm sentencing you to 40 days. 40. Don't touch people's head or people while they're asleep. It's weird and it's creepy. Don't touch people in general that you don't know. I made this video because I wanted you to know. I seen what you did. No, I'm not gonna let that slide.
What's up, Europe? Salute.
I'm not gonna lie, that's funny. No, damn, it is your hair because you paid for it, but that is crazy. Like, you had to do a whole lot of work to get that little tiny ass braid out. Y'all, come on, man, leave these black women's wigs and weaves alone. And my sister, y'all know what I was looking at. She looked good too. I'm thinking that I want to come forward just to get her number. It wasn't me. That's foul, but it's funny though. Maybe she might want him to do her hair again. I'm not sure. But next story. Some of y'all are deeply involved in relationships that are definitely abusive. And in this case, there's a woman that is trying to really get rid of her ex-boyfriend. I don't know what he did. I don't know why he did it, but he did it. So she wanted to get back at his ass. And she had an opportunity to get back at him.
Damn.
Damn! That was close, but no cigar. She purple all the way up. But maybe there's a second chance that she can finally get his ass.
Oh, that's crazy business. Mike, what's up, baby boy? How you doing? What's up, bro? You over here rolling to Maine, baby?
No cigar. Your ass didn't even get him the
I found
so
a lie.
now you out there mad and you running around trying to catch him and he's running away.
That's right, Stan Big. I hit you on a text
Guess what?
to see what's up. To say happy birthday to Ezra. How was the birthday?
Happen to know you are going to jail. And guess who's gonna show up at the courtroom laughing at your ass? It should be him. Bro, listen, if she would have connected with that on your ass, it was good night. You would have been down bad. It wouldn't have been no good parts about that. That is crazy as hell. Next time. Guys, that's my time. We had a really interesting show today. First, we had the
Hey, bowling. I love that.
Check the black baby daddy.
I love that.
Then
That's
there's
what's
the
up.
sister who got her hair braided and didn't want to get her hair braided. Then you got this ridiculous sister out there that tried to get her braided.
I'm listening to the O'Shea New Jackson, Dusty News Network.
Who picked the Dusty Award of today? Jeopardy music! Drum roll, please!
What you doing this Sunday? Kicking it?
Now, I don't know who the hell you are or what your name is, because the World Star Hip Hop videos do not show that. But you are lame as hell. You tried to get your ex-boyfriend not once but twice. I think that's your ex-boyfriend. Then got out the car.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Salute.
If you caught him, you
know that's what we do.
Now,
make this money.
That is a crime. Your
Ain't nothing better to do.
Attempted murder. Now that does not.
Gentlemen of a certain age should have some money in his pocket. And some on the way.
Guys, that's my time. I got to get him out of here. Dusty News Network all day, every day. You already know how we do. Start the bell. We out.
Gotta make that money. You damn right. Hey, you want a PS5? You about to make 500 real quick. 450, you right? I ain't mad at you. I'll sell that PS5 and take $3 and play the lottery and keep the rest in my pocket. Looks like you're on a winning streak right now. Do I need a good worker? No, not yet. I gotta finish paying for this one truck. Once I get my second truck, I'll keep you in mind. Yeah, bro. I'm gonna get up here tonight. I don't gotta be up here till tomorrow. I gotta get the truck serviced. And then I'm gonna try to catch me a long run, probably out to Idaho or something. And then go on vacation. Take a little vacay. You looking for a work? What type of work you do? What type of work you looking for? Who am I dealing with here? What type of services do you provide? What we got going on? What we got going on? Alright, bro. Love you, man. You know I keep the rubber wheels down. Have a good day. Take it easy.
Video in a while because I had COVID, had a whole bunch of stuff going on real estate. But listen to everything that I'm about to tell you. And for those that are hip, that really want to get down, take action. There is something called CRA, Community Reinvestment Act. And all of these banks have violated this act that was passed in 1977 by Congress. And there's been chatter going around amongst the lawyers, these large law firms that sue, major companies, and they win all the time, right? They are about to set up a lawsuit to sue a lot of the major banks.
Nice passenger view.
In the CRA, the
See the country from the
banks are
passenger side
required
window.
by Congress to invest money into
Yes, I am an
underserved
interesting
or
truck
certain
driver.
communities that are at least
Driver of the trucks.
50% minority. And these banks have not been doing none of it, right? Because of this chatter, these banks are now giving away money to purchase a home. Okay, so the first bank, First National Bank.
Let's go, let's go. Man, it's time to take a break. I'm hungry. Oh, you hear the vibrations on the phone? Or you just hear the truck noise? That white noise in the background. Oh, man. I'm gonna stop and get something to eat. Some salmon and some mixed veggies. Hey, do that Tokyo Drift. I ain't gonna be swinging no trailers around on this here road. We gotta make it there so we can get paid, baby. what's up? Nah, ain't no time to sleep. I had a good sleep last night. I'm not tired. I'm just... This shit just gets me sometimes. I've had that for about... almost 5 hours. It's about 5 hours. It's time to have a break. Put a little something in my belly. Chill out for a good hour or so. Clock the course, see where I'm gonna park tonight. Yes, sir. Drive the big 18-wheeler. Drive the big trucks. Yeah, buddy. Let's do it. Let's do it. What kind of semi? Star X49 with a moose guard on the front. Cause I be up in Maine where the mooses be. You know where the moose be at? I drive a Western Star. X49. Alright. Doing it. Good time today. We in Massachusetts. go, Jerry. What do you want to eat? Come on. All right, good. I gotta buy aluminum foil. All out of foil. Foil. All right. Let's go. What's on the menu today? Some veggies. We'll do some fish in the air fryer. Some veggies. It's gonna be right. Let's go. Figure out where I'm gonna stop tonight. Do I want to eat in the truck again, or do I want to go out? What does Jerry want to do? Huh? So what should I eat? Mahi or salmon? Which one's not frozen? That's what the question is. Let's go mahi. Yeah, I'm gonna eat this mahi. Then I got 3 pieces of salmon left. This is scrumptious. Season this up. Ooh, baby. Those some nice cuts right there. Nice indeed. Okay. Season these up real quick. Onion powder. Garlic powder. Seasoning salt. Let's get the chefing. See me make this meal? I'll show you this meal real quick. Y'all gonna be jealous. You're gonna be jealous. It's so good. Come on, let's have lunch together, huh? How about that? Have some lunch. Are you hungry? I'm hungry. Let's eat something. Have a meal. Let's clean up. Throw the trash away. The bag's trash. Work just fine. Watch some TV, huh? Cooking. Let's chill out. Let's try to get the vegetables. Oh, man. Oh, goodness. What's going on here? Why ain't you connected? Are you connected? Why is my shit not working? What's up with my Wi-Fi? Alright, let's sort this out here. So which one's connected? So this one's not connected. Which one's connected? Is this one connected? That's not connected. What's connected? Okay, that one's connected. So why ain't this one's connected? Alright, that's connected. So this shit reverted back to the old one? Stupid. So what the hell happened? Did it do an update by itself? That's a pain in the ass.
Someday, you and I
That's impossible. You survived.
And your team left me crippled, barely able to keep myself alive. Now I require a constant transfusion of this cocktail of demon blood with its healing abilities to buy myself the time I need to destroy every piece of architecture of injustice that killed my family.
We didn't do this. You were trying to help demons that night. But now, I should have known you were human from the start. Your brand of pure psychotic ruthlessness, that's all humanity.
On that, we agree.
How does this thing work? You just...
Oh, that was good.
Oh, that was crazy! Too bad your eyes weren't here to see it.
One way or another, you are going to bleed. You're human.
How did he keep that rolling and just bring a sword on his belly?
You were never a demon at all. Just a man wearing a screwed up bunny mask to hide an even more screwed up human face that has a bunch of weird tubes sticking out of it. To be fair, I can see why no one considered that.
I gave you the chance to end this. I want you to remember that. When what will happen next happens, I want you to remember that you could have stopped it.
What do you mean?
You got your mom's necklace back after all.
Yeah.
Hey, Dante! Your buddy Enzo brought the cavalry for ya! I mean, they actually brought me as a prisoner, but in spirit!
What the hell happened here? Our first strike in the Holy War. The first of many to come. Bloodstrike. You're still alive. Good. I have news of you.
Crazy.
Do you guys always do this after your missions? Usually when I kill a demon, I don't know, leave them there.
I know. How do you think all those bodies stay hidden from the public?
Huh.
Jesus. What are we doing here, sir?
Lay the bodies face up, weapons in hand. We need to have the media's front page photo waiting for them.
So, what are you planning to do with that amulet? Carry it around in your pocket?
That depends on whether you're gonna try to take it.
I'm not. You're gonna give it to me.
Are we past all this? We fought an army together, sorta. I saved your life 3 times.
Twice.
2.5.
The White Rabbit won't be the last to come after that thing. You really think that you can protect it?
I'm the only one that can protect it. You trust me? That guy?
Yes. Baines is willing to do what's necessary to protect his realm.
Seems to me like he hasn't actually done anything. Besides giving orders that ended with a whole lot of you dead. Which doesn't look too torn up about.
You don't know him. He's hard because he has to be. But he cares about his people.
Mr. Vice President, sir, not to ask questions about my pay grade here, but what are these things? What did this to them?
What they are will be revealed soon enough. As for what did this, she did.
That girl?
More of a trained attack dog, brimming with anger and violence that served their purpose. Though sometimes she must be brought to heel.
What's this? The screen go black. That was crazy.
If you don't want to give me that amulet, fine. I say one word, and the soldiers you're surrounded by blow your brains right through that fucking haircut.
Because it worked so well the last time you sent 50 guys at me.
Then I'll do it myself.
I'm feeling it between you two. Do I sense a former prisoner captain romance vibe happening here? Hey, I got 2 prisoners. I can't believe you went with him. I can't. Listen, Dante,
about a job, my prices have tripled.
So you're still taking jobs from me?
Yeah, why not? Can always count on you to sell me out for the slightest bit of personal gain. Hard to find someone that reliable.
That's great to hear. Of course, I was talking to a few of these government types on the ride over here about a sweet demon killing.
Lieutenant Arkham, where is Sparta's soul?
The rabbit took it with him into the river, sir.
Failing to secure your objectives, that disappointment I could accept. But you have caused me to doubt your devotion, Mary.
I know. My team was killed because I led them into the rabbit's trap. Whatever reprimand you do.
This isn't about your team. They serve the purpose God intended. Our fight is for humanity's souls. Every vessel is expendable. The amulet. Tell me you at least secured that.
The rabbit took the amulet with him, too. You guys could just drop it by my place when you find it. That'd be great. You remember where.
Is that what happened?
I was poisoned, paralyzed. From my position, it was hard to see.
It doesn't matter. The Lord will provide what we need. We didn't go looking for this war, but it's here.
You're running a whole paramilitary operation to hunt and kill demons. I think you looked for it pretty hard.
I told you, Dante, that you may have a chance to earn your redemption. This is your war too, my blood. You need to choose a side.
I'm not much of a war guy. Give me a call when you piss off an actually powerful demon and make things even worse, though. Sure it won't be too long.
All units, on target. You can't have thought that someone with your power would be allowed to just walk free. Lieutenant, take the demon into custody.
Sir.
That was what an order sounded like.
Dangerous. You might want to get somewhere safe. So reliable.
Shooting me with! These are anti-demon bullets. His DNA must still be too human to detonate them.
Or we haven't tried shooting him enough yet. Okay, it's a DNA thing. take me more than one punch to beat it now.
All his demon blood runs through a single valve from that thing on his chest. We have to shoot the valve and cut off the power supply.
I think the gun you gave me was defective.
You're not getting another.
How do you manage to get even uglier each time I see you? It's actually impressive. Not as easy as it looks, is it? Turning into a demon. I don't think your body can take this for long. Just needs to be long enough.
Oh, damn.
Ugly rabbit freak! I got you way to hell right here! No!
Should have been hiding in a hole like the vermin you are.
Enzo, why did you do that?
You see, I told you I would take a blade for you.
Enzo.
Oh, Stacy pissed them off.
thorn. Look at it. This spectacle of prosperity built on the misery of an unseen world. It ends the moment I let this blade touch the blood of Sparta's entire line.
The entire line? You need the blood of the entire line? Why didn't you say that before? You could have just skipped all of this. See, that would mean you also need
Blood from Virgil.
How did you... Virgil is...
Dead. No, Dante. Your other half is very much alive.
That's impossible. I watched him die.
Oh, did you? Tell me, how does it feel to be reunited with your brother?
Not good.
See now the totality of your failure. Watching your world end around you as you die on your father's sword, dipped in the blood of the twin brother you abandoned.
Motherfucker! Chamber still works. One shot.
All that inherited power, and it still wasn't enough to stop me!
Jackpot.
You shouldn't have told me about Virgil. I have to live for him. You believe you're on one side, the right one, but you're wrong. Eventually, you realize you are welcome by no one. Unlovable.
This time. He's definitely fucking dead this time. Right.
Definitely.
Enzo? He seemed like a good guy. Or scumbag.
He was. You think the rabbit might have had a point? Not about the letting demons ravage the world and kill everybody part. But the other stuff. Well, at least the world's still here.
Don't sound too happy about it.
You know me. I'm always happy.
Right. Your jokes are weak shit cover. I've seen you in moments when you think no one's looking.
Did you do demon psychoanalysis classes at Darkham or something?
No. I've just had to watch everyone I've ever cared about die in front of me.
Me too. Or maybe I didn't. The rabbit told me. He said my brother is still alive.
You think it was true?
No idea. Knowing there's even a chance, I have to go out there and try to find him. Yeah, come with me if you want. We can do an odd couple buddy cop thing. Riggs and Murtaugh, Tango and Cash, Dante and Lady.
You know my name is Mary.
Yeah, I like Lady better.
Lady and Dante, not Dante and Lady.
We'll work on it.
Ooh. I still have to bring you in. Baines was right. With what your blood can do, it's too dangerous to have either you or that sword out in the world. I'm sorry. What now?
Damn, you ain't shit, bitch. It's fucked up.
I presume this is the White Rabbit's device. The one that can detect and hold open rifts between worlds. A hunk of pieced together scrap.
Mr. Vice President, sir. Good to see you.
After the amulet heist, I knew there must be a leak. My agents have had the Darkcom building under surveillance. Every room, every call.
I didn't have a choice! He was watching my daughters! If I didn't do what he said, he would have...
So, you agreed to help him unleash hell on Earth.
You think hell on Earth would be that different from my life now? I did what I had to do to protect my kids! This world ain't never give a damn about us anyway!
Even I, for much of my life, could not comprehend his true plan. God has never asked us to sit idly by and await his kingdom on Earth, but to build it ourselves. This device, what did the rabbit want you to do with it?
He told me to destroy it. Wanted to keep his tech out of human hands, so we couldn't use it against him.
Then the devil is as clever as his reputation. We are going to use it, Anders, to wage the final war against hell itself.
You really are out your goddamn mind! You think you can win a war with hell?
My faith in the Lord is absolute. I fell from an aircraft with nothing, and still he saved me. Let's see if the devil does the same for you. Scramble the jets on my position. Operation Inferno has started.
fellow Americans, what I am about to tell you is going to sound shocking, even unbelievable. But as your president, it is my duty not to conceal these hard truths, but to lay them before you so we may confront them together as a nation. The truth is, hell is real. Demons are real. Grants you your freedom. Show him gratitude. It was Mundus who freed me from my own bondage. The Sapiens and their armies, unaware of the storm they ride into. I am that storm.
Oh, your brothers. This dog too, baby. Let's go. get back to work. What up? What up? That's a Freightliner. Western Star. Western Star. Which Freightliner makes? Think Ford Lincoln. Sandy. GA Scratcher, what's up? Let's go for this drive. Oh. Okay. Time to get back to it.
Over a dozen inches.
Let's go. Questions I should only know the answer to. Pulled up. Police pulled up and parked in the cut. I want to steal it. What you want to steal? You out here thieving? You out here thieving, Mayfield? You got sticky fingers?
beautiful women will always have the advantage in life. It's just what it is, especially if they're young and have a fan base. When we talk about beautiful women, we are talking about Ruby Rose. She's a female rapper, not so good at music, but it doesn't matter because she's still always talked about on these internet streets. And recently, she went viral for saying something very controversial.
Be rich.
Like, at least as much money as I have. We're literally just having this conversation.
What's like the minimum? What's the minimum number like yearly he got to be able to bring in? Just so people know.
Like, I don't know. Like,
I'm saying.
I don't want to
say
be
it.
shallow.
You got standards.
Okay. Like, hopefully, like, it's like
A year?
A year.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, it not to seem shallow, but you know, you guys probably wouldn't date out of
No.
So I don't
Not
really
realistic.
Well,
what is but broke is $3 million a year or $4?
wait, they got it. So he's got to make $5 million a year. How much is that a month?
I don't know. I just
Like
said
$400K a month?
About $5.
Okay. And you don't care what they do as long as they're bringing in their own.
I don't care. I don't want any of them.
Okay, so no trapping,
No scamming.
no scammers,
Dope dealer.
none of that. They got to be like an actual legitimized business.
Something, yes.
Now, as you guys heard, you gotta make $5 million to get with Ruby Rose. And a lot of guys, I can already see them typing in the comment section and being pissed off. And I get it. That's really unrealistic if you're a lady asking a man to make close to $400,000 a month just to get your attention. But then, this reminds me of another situation where a woman went viral for saying something similar.
Sir, he can't have a 9 to 5.
What? Why not? You don't want to have an honest job?
I mean, he could be a hustling entrepreneur.
So you want him to be you want CEO status?
Yes.
Okay, he can't
So
like,
he can't
he can't
be like-
clock in and clock out.
No.
Damn,
I
B.
think
Simone.
entrepreneurs should date entrepreneurs.
Now, this is B. Simone saying that she couldn't date a man that has a 9 to 5 job. Now, if we look at B. Simone and we look at Ruby Rose, there is a difference. I mean, B. Simone is not ugly, but she is not Ruby Rose. Now, we could debate if Ruby Rose has, did some surgeries or things like that. But Ruby Rose is younger and obviously more appealing than B. Simone. And the reason why a lot of guys were upset at B. Simone saying that she wouldn't date a 9 to 5 guy is because B. Simone doesn't seem to be a woman that get a CEO type of guy. She's not exceptionally beautiful. She doesn't have an exceptionally good attitude, and she's exceptionally selfish. And it's remained to be true that nobody wants to deal with B. Simone. So her saying not dating a 9 to 5 guy is actually silly because that's probably the only kind of guy that would date her. Any man that has access to all other types of women would never consider B. Simone due to maybe what her looks are and her attitude. But the question is for Ruby Rose, could she get a man that makes $5 million a year? Let's look at Ruby Rose. Now, she's also an OnlyFans model.
Things like my main focus isn't that.
So how did you
I started
make the
OnlyFans
decision
in
to start?
2020 during COVID, during the pandemic.
For what reason? Because
My ex did it, DDG. He started it first.
And how much does she make from that career?
I do whatever my supporters want me to do.
Pictures?
Pictures, videos, voice notes, messages.
Really?
Yeah.
How much do you make a month?
It depends.
Good month, bad month. On like a horrible month, what would you make?
A horrible month? Probably like 400.
Okay, I wish I need to do that. The more I talk to you, the more I'm like, I should just start an OnlyFans. Ruby's saying she makes...
So from that career alone, Ruby Rose is making $400,000 a month. Now, let's look at something else, okay? Ruby Rose, let's say, for example, that she has a bad attitude, or she's rude, or she does something that's really stupid and silly. Would a man that makes the same amount as her or more, would he put up with her?
It was around the time, I think, when people was like jumping over gates and shit like that. So we was at DDG crib. We just in the living room playing the video game. Out of nowhere, bro. RR, stomp in. Don't say a word. At this time, they wasn't
cool. They wasn't on speaking terms, so like she had came unannounced. She don't say nothing. She goes straight upstairs. DDG look at us like, we like, so we continue playing the game. She comes downstairs. She come downstairs with some flight itineraries, flight tickets. Just for context, I guess DDG had flew some, flew a little or whatever, and put the thing in the trash. So she digged through his trash and found it. So she come downstairs mad. DDG not really paying attention. He playing the game. When I say, bro, she grabbed the big ass chain, bro. And threw that across the living room. I looked at DDG eyes, bro, and violated, bro. Some of them were red. When I say, bro, I'm gonna leave it at that. I felt it. I felt the yank. I'm like, mind you, she did this in front of his. He stand up. Ain't no telling what he was doing. I know DDG. That's not him. That's not his body. He would never dare, like, do anything like that. Yeah, right. And looking in his eyes, though, it was a strong consideration. It's the way she snatched it, bro. Like his behavior. Right. You can hurt him. And the chain broke. And she threw that like it's not no regular chain. I know what DDG. So I just remember me and B. Lou jumping up quick. Cause I know every thought that was going through that head at that moment, bro. We couldn't waste no time, bro. So we go grab that. Bro, nah, girl, she boom, boom, boom. She running to him and like, I grab her. She like fighting like, come on, drop me. I had my chain on. She grabbed my chain. She said, if you don't leave me alone, I'm gonna break your chain. She said, who the you? I said, yank my chain off, I'm gonna show you exactly who the I am. I bet she let that monkey let them know. We calmed them down, right? And we turned to the therapist, bro. Because they was talking. Now, I'm not gonna say what they said. Right. That's federal. She was popping her. He was popping hit. It's like they was having a who can put who down battle. So we was just like giving like the perspective from like Ruby, you know you want to okay. We on DDG side, that's our nigga. Like they talking to us like, but he did this. She did. Oh, they made up. He was real therapist. Right there with y'all?
Stock up and save at Michael's with our lowest prices of the season. Get up to 60% off thousands of items, including spring floral and stems, yarn, frames, and more for all your DIYs. Don't miss out. Shop in-store or online today, only at Michael's.
What is power? Maybe the better question is, how much of it can you handle? In the GMC Sierra EV Denali, we are professional grade.
Yeah, she said that money.
That was pretty much a story about a fight that happened, or altercation that happened with Ruby Rose and DDG. We all know that DDG has a lot of money, not just from YouTube, but from music, and streaming, and everything else. And at the time, she did what she did. She snatched DDG's chain, she threw it, he was pissed off, he didn't hit her, she pretty much went into his house, did all that stuff, and guess what? She still was dealing with him. Now, of course, they ended up breaking up and with the Holly Bailey, but then after that, she was still able to get Drewski. And we can probably say that Drewski has as much money or opportunity as DDG, or even more. The reality is that Ruby Rose has shown evidence that she can get a man that makes $5 million a year. She's already done it twice. So when she says that she wants $5 million a year, the average guy will look at that and be like, you're an OnlyFans model, you're a gold digger. But you see, she wouldn't be trying to date a guy like us anyway that has a problem with that. She wants to date somebody that's in the entertainment industry that would understand what she's doing. And is she attractive enough to do that? Yes, she is. She had Drewski, she had DDG, and most likely other rappers, I think like Lil Baby. So she has the opportunity for now to be able to say that. Now, will she have that opportunity in 5 years? No, she won't. Right. But right now, I don't really have a problem with Ruby Rose looking like she does, with the opportunity that she has, and making that kind of money on OnlyFans and say, I want a man that make at least $5 million a year, simply because it seems like she makes $5 million a year. Now remember, $400,000 a month is a bad month for Ruby Rose. But check this out. You want to know what the real issue is? Is when a woman says that she wants a man that makes $5 million a year, and you're like, B. Simone. Ha! Got it! Ha! We see it all the time on Kendra G's channel, where a woman is asking for something that she really can't guarantee. Like, I have 5 kids by 5 great reviews, and I want a man that makes $3,000 a month, and she's like 5'2", 417 pounds. Then of course, we're looking at her like, you're insane. Like, why would anybody take you on in that situation? And guess what? You would be right. You're not lying about that. But in the case of Ruby Rose, or women like her who can actually get what they want, or at least can have it, it makes sense. Believe it or not, there's going to be somebody in the industry who like her because she's, I don't know, she's Eritrean, light skinned, she's mixed, she's beautiful, she's accessible, she has a name, she has something going for herself. You know, a guy doesn't have to be spending all his money on her all the time because she has her own money. Yeah, it would make sense that Ruby Rose is a good opportunity for somebody to date, even though she's on OnlyFans model. But most of these chicks are OnlyFans models because these guys are dating, and they don't have any money. So what would you rather do? Would you rather date a broke IG model that has nothing that could expose you in the DMs, or would you take Ruby Rose, who looks probably just like them and has $5 million a year in income? Well, I'll probably take Ruby Rose that has $5 million in income. And I don't think that she's wrong for what she's saying. I only think it's wrong when you're somebody and you look down bad, and you have a down bad situation, and you're asking somebody to basically give you everything when you have nothing to offer. I don't think that Ruby Rose has nothing to offer. I mean, maybe to me, because I would never date her and I would never have a chance to. But it looks like she's asking for something that she probably can get, at least for the time being. The same thing with Lori Harvey. Lori Harvey can demand to get guys at her will that are very successful because of what she looks like and she's at the right age range. Will she be able to do that 10 years from now? No. We've also seen Amber Rose go through the same thing. Guys, what do you think it should be? Ocean D. Jackson back at the end of the episode of Celebrity Junk. I really appreciate you for all that you do. Subscribe to the bell. We're out.
Everybody in the music industry wants to knack Tim. Nigerian rapper Odomodu Black revealed this while speaking about how hard the female artist struggled to make it to the top. He encouraged the younger female up-and-coming artists, saying, "People criticized me when I said Tim's and Era Star have better careers than WizKid and Burna Boy. Those girls didn't have it easy, man. Tim's has to wear big clothes to the studio because everyone wants to get into her pants. She goes to the studio looking less attractive so she can record comfortably. So to the girls in the creative space, not just music, hold tightly on to God." Everybody in the music industry
got a new show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Believe it or not, this dude is a substitute teacher. I remember growing up, man, these substitute teachers, they did not play. They didn't put up with your BS. They had a short fuse. Right? But they get abused by the students verbally. Oh, look, we got a substitute teacher today. We get to slack off and have some fun today. Well, that's one way to look at it. Yeah. But he got arrested for battery. I think he's standing up for himself. I don't know about all that, but before we get to today's show, just a reminder, this is last week to enter our giveaway, getting you 25% off the entire site. Yeah, to enter to win the Ford Raptor, $10,000 in cash. But if you enter today, not only you get entered to win that truck, you need to calm down, but you also get entered to win the Jeep Rubicon. Yeah. And that comes with $10,000 in cash. Yeah. Go to officialauctwitch.com, anything you buy from the site get you automatically entered to win. All right, let's get to the show. I think dude will stand up to himself. Stand up for himself. Get the...
You want to fight? I'm right here. I'll race you all day. Let's go. I'm talking to you and talking to anyone else. I'm going to change your eyes. Down here. Let's go. Let's go. Take it, bro. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You still talking? You still talking? Let's go.
He called his bluff. Hey, but you the teacher. I understand kids be acting up, but you're supposed to be the adult. Yeah, that's true. I mean, he did stoop to his level, and I don't condone that either. But sometimes enough is enough. Oh, so sometimes you gotta sacrifice yourself. If you want true change in this country. Man, whatever. Let's keep marching.
Yeah, you don't do this. You go. Oh, you around. You smart. Face you wanna. Oh, sorry. Who you talking to? Ain't no one here else I'm talking to. It's just you and me.
That's crazy. He's getting right now. Keep in mind, this is a middle school. He's 14 years old, but he is bigger than a teacher. But still, yeah, that's a kid. No, man. I could see you protecting yourself, Ken, but you don't get no kids. When a kid verbally assaults you, and right, you ain't no such thing as verbally assault. So he will. If someone says, "I'm gonna beat you up," okay, just verbally assault somebody. No, you do this. Hey, that's not what you say. What you say, Tyrone? You gonna beat me up? You know what? Go to the principal's office. That's how you handle that. What if Tyrone get on? What? What if Tyrone don't leave? Don't get a reprimand. Don't get a reprimand? Yeah, he's got to go to the principal's office. Get out, you disturbing class. Now, Tyrone need his ass beat is what he needs. He's being a father figure to the kid. That's how fathers talk to the kids. If my son came to me and started talking to me like that, yeah, I'm gonna get right up in his face. Yeah, but that's not his father, Kevin. Nah, man. Student teacher. You know that kid ain't got no father, man. He just stepping in and just trying to do right. He took his phone.
What's up? You good? You good? I'm ready to fight, bro. Why are you swinging? You talking on that, but you ain't ready? You talking about talking on that?
Man, you know that classroom crazy. Is that a smoke detector going off? Inside the classroom? There was a smoke detector. Black people not only don't change their smoke detectors in their house, but they don't change it in the classrooms. Yeah, now listen to watch this. That's a smoke detector. I don't know.
Maine, это подписался на
That's crazy. That's the smoke detector. I heard it again. Smoke detector. I don't know what it is about black people. The reason why it's chirping, because you need to change the battery. People like to live in chaos. Don't feel normal that you have a smoke detector going on. Who said that? Go on the podcast. Tommy Sotomayor. That's what he said. The reason why black people don't change their detectors, they're used to chaos in their life. This is how this ends. That's how it ended. He straight called him on his bluff. I mean, of course that teacher's behavior is fully out of control. Of course at a level, but he don't care about that job. So he took one for the team. Well, he went through jumped through all these hoops to become a teacher, get the qualifications. Right. You gotta get certificates and stuff. Right. You gotta get certified, don't you? Right. Yeah. Why you gonna throw that all away for some kid that's acting up in class? Well, that don't make any sense. Teachers are just like police officers. You get fired in one police department, you just go to another. Yeah, they got unions. Yeah. Plus, he has substitute. It's gonna be a good learning experience for him because moving forward with his career, when this happens again, he's gonna approach it different. Kevin, why do you gotta learn from this? This dude's 26 years old. Hey Keith, that's easier said than done. You got some sorry Negro just trashing you. Talking about he's gonna beat you up, call you the N-word. Why should that upset that dude? I'm an adult, Kevin. No, let me talk now. No. I understand what you say. No, white dudes shouldn't stoop to the level. But let's let's state the facts here. You in a classroom, there's 30 other Negroes disrespect just like him, and they all laugh at you. Do it all at you. You got a smoke detector going on.
We're keeping it real. Mike, he explains everything. He's open, honest, transparent. He's explaining to the world exactly why he's doing this, and he's showing the repercussions. And the number one comment, fart sound lat spread. In today's video, Mike Israetel shocks the world. He has undergone a very serious and very invasive surgery. I have to caution you to warn you, he has in fact showed these photos. Graphic medical imagery. Swipe at your own risk. And so in the before photo, he weighed in at 268 pounds. Back in 2011, he was 27 years of age. At the time, he states he was 100% natural and he had bulked to a massive 268 pounds. And in the second photo taken recently, he's 40 years of age while weighing 235 pounds. And he's admittedly not natural. And since that time, he has put on a serious amount of muscle. He's dieted down for competition, got to, I believe it was 6.2% body fat, taken with the DEXA scan, and then in his off season, he's perhaps 10 or 15% body fat. And so, unfortunately, what happened, and remember, I'm explaining it exactly as he has, he's decided to get surgery to remove lower back and love handle excess skin and fat cells. Many people have accused him and saying, why don't you just diet it off? This demonstrates that you don't know what you're doing. But here's the thing. When you have excess fat cells from having bulked up too far in the past, it makes it very, very difficult to lose this extra weight. And unfortunately, you can't target fat loss from your body. Mike Israetel has very lean quads, hamstrings, and calves, but he carries the majority of his fat in his stomach, sides, and so on. If he could just magically do a bunch of sit-ups and burn off the body fat in his core, I'm certain he would do so. But unfortunately, unless he walks around at single-digit body fat, he's always going to have excess fat around his midsection. Lots of folks have been asked,
meet the new standard in sleep. This is Pod 4 Ultra. It's not a bed, it's a
around his midsection. Lots of folks have been asking why I got surgery. It's because once you get really fat in caps, young and dumb of me, your skin and you fat cells kind of don't go away. Don't go over 15 to 20% body fat as a male and 25 to 30% fat as a female if you can avoid it. What have I been preaching for years, decades in fact? That you should be healthy in the off season. That you should main gain. Dr. Mike confirms with Coltreg that bulking beyond a certain point, it's utterly useless. What you're doing is you're stretching the skin out. It's going to then form new skin, and you can in fact have extra fat cells that will make it even more difficult to lose weight. But yet when the majority of people go on a bulk, they're pushing way beyond 20. Many people start the bulk above 20% body fat. Oh, I'm skinny fat. You're 23% body fat. You really think shoving in some extra French fries, burgers, chocolate milk, and so on is going to help you to build more muscle? It's not. You're building more fat cells and, in fact, excess skin. And so his BMI, according to ChatGPT, is 43.9. That is classified as a class 3 obesity, meaning it's severe obesity. And so when you become severely obese, you know, just like Eddie Hall, there are long-term side effects. And so once you diet down, once you try to get shredded, you're going to have excess skin that simply doesn't go away. I don't care how hard you diet. You drop down to sub 5% body fat, you're just not going to look as lean nor as shredded as somebody who was never obese in the past. You can tan your skin all you like, but it's not going to cover up the excess skin that remains. And so Mike reveals that this surgery is super, super tough to go through. He describes it being a ruthless wildest experience. Not for everyone, and barely even for me. And so many people in the comment section have stated, well, you have body dysmorphia. I personally don't believe that this is body dysmorphia. Body dysmorphia is when you have a distorted view of the reality of your situation. And so if Mike Israetel, for example, had never been obese in the past and said, I need to remove this excess skin, some excess skin that didn't really exist, that he was looking in the mirror and he felt he had saggy skin, but yet no one else said the same thing, then that would be defined as body dysmorphia. Or for example, you have single-digit body fat and you actually think that you're fat. You can't take your shirt off, you think other people are going to look at you and point at you, stare and say, look at this fatso. That's body dysmorphia. And so he states, I don't have body dysmorphia, but the excess skin is universally undesirable. So I got it lopped off. I'm 100% pro any body modification anyone wants to do, so long as they're intelligently appraised the trade-offs. Look at the difference. You're not going to believe the extreme changes that you can see in his physique. Now remember, the trade-off to do something like this is an extensive recovery. Mike Israetel enjoys going to the gym, performing jiu-jitsu, and so on. But for the next 8 weeks, he can't lift anything. And so many of you have embarked on weight loss journeys and so on. And you are, in fact, going to be left with some excess skin. And remember this, when you get older, your body will not remain as it once was. I'm 49 and my skin is way looser than it was in my past. The extra skin on my lower abdominals is beginning to sag. I was never obese in my past, but yet I even have it. And I'm only 49, so imagine when you're 59, 69, and so on. Or maybe even 79. 79! And for the women out there, if you deliver a baby, especially if you gain a substantial amount of weight, now most women, they need to gain perhaps 30, 35 pounds during a pregnancy, but oftentimes they go way over that, perhaps 50, 60 pounds and so on. When that happens and you gain a substantial amount of weight, remember your skin doesn't care if it's stretching because of body fat, muscle, or baby, or anything. And so you're going to develop excess skin and it doesn't always bounce back. This is my first large-scale cosmetic surgery, and let me tell you, it's way harder than dieting. Some of the folks that get like 10 procedures, I have no clue how they get through that. I can say that just having a hernia operation, it put me out for a week. 6 days I was laying in bed. Doctor said, don't lift anything over 10 pounds for 8 weeks. And that was just a hernia. And so imagine how extensive this can be. Women oftentimes after having a baby will get a mommy makeover. They're getting their breast implants done as well as a tummy tuck. It's an extensive surgery. You need a game plan. And I know that from having my hip operated on, both elbows, having several surgeries and so on, all of them are extremely difficult and very, very painful. For those of you who are bodybuilding, getting a spray tan and so on, you're oftentimes going to stain the sheets. This is not a tan. And no, he's not on his period. Holy V-taper. And so, is that not the first thing that you notice? The width of the upper body compared to the smallness of the waist. And so, this is a dramatic transformation. And so, Mike himself says, look, it's very painful. He's not going to be able to train for 8 weeks, but it's going to be worth it in a year from now when he can get back to normal. Seriously, I lost over 100 pounds. Did this shit on my own through discipline, and you are on here being called Dr. Mike, giving information. This is a joke. I will never take your information credible, ever, lazy. This is not fair. It's not as if he's currently morbidly obese. Remember, he just did a bodybuilding competition. He's only up around 18 pounds, and so certainly his body fat percentage is definitely in a healthy range. That 100 pound...
Are you tired of paying for expensive tax software with hidden fees? It might be time to try something different.
That 100 pounds is very impressive, man. I've lost 20 to 40 pounds 15 times or so during my life. It's always tough. 100 and keeping it off is super legit. And so here's the thing. It's great that you lost 100 pounds. That is remarkable. Mike Israetel has also lost the weight. He isn't fat. The problem is he has excess skin. Skin that developed because he was obese in the past. Now, seeing as you've lost 100 pounds, do you not also have excess skin? Many people are hiding their excess skin in their pants and so on, but there is a lot of excess skin. I think the most famous example of all has to be Nikocado Avocado. Have you not seen his transformation? He went from being perhaps 170 pounds to 400 pounds, became morbidly obese. Then he went on a cut in secret for perhaps 2 years, lost all of the weight, but was left with a ton of extra skin. Now, many people don't realize it. How is this possible? He hides it. He made a video showing this. And what has he done since this time? He's gotten cosmetic surgery. Done essentially the same thing as Mike Israetel, because once you're morbidly obese, it stays with you. Not perhaps the fat. Mike Israetel lost the fat, but he couldn't lose the skin. It's not as if he was 270 pounds and they sucked out 50 pounds of body fat. He literally says 235 pounds before surgery, 235 pounds after. He weighs the same. He hasn't sucked out 20 pounds of fat. He didn't have 20 pounds of fat to begin with. I've lost 140 pounds down from 320 to 180, maintaining for the last 3 years. How much of the excess skin will tighten on its own? And so many people think, well, in time, in all due time, it'll get back to normal. It won't. Mike states 20%. And so if you have 5 inches of extra skin, 20% of that is 1 inch. You're still going to be left with 4 inches of excess skin longer than last time. Another man that we all love to follow, Brentley G, who was formerly 570 pounds, is now in the lower 300s. Have you not seen his excess skin? You can't simply go on a cut and expect to get shredded. And so we all know Simon Goliath LaFontaine, who was sponsored by Transcend. He was over 400 pounds and he dieted down to get shredded. He was on a starvation diet doing cardio every single day. He lost the weight, but of course he was still left with excess skin. Nothing he can do about that. He outworked everyone, was dedicated to his craft, but he's left with excess skin. And what about obese to beast? He was on the Ellen DeGeneres show. He showed his incredible transformation, but he was in fact left with a lot of excess skin. Remember, the surgery of which Dr. Mike has stated, it's going to take him 8 weeks in order to recover. And when you love the gym, he loves jiu-jitsu, lifting weights, and so on, and you take what is perhaps the most exciting thing in your life, and you remove it for 8 straight weeks, that shows just how dedicated you have to be in order to get the surgery. I don't know if I could do it. Any thoughts on using peptides like BPC for enhanced recovery? Would something like that even work? Very curious. And so the answer is yes. You could, for example, use BPC 157, TB 500, growth hormone, as these things could in fact speed your healing. But remember, you want to do so with the advice and consent from your doctor. Don't just take things at random. Do your research. Get a qualified medical doctor to help you to know exactly what you're doing. And if you're interested in getting your blood work done, they have qualified medical doctors that can do all of this and prescribe to you exactly what you need. Do you need HRT? Do you need peptides? The best ways to be healthy for the long run. Click the link in the description. And so the question that I think everyone wants to know, are you planning on competing again? The answer, I am. And so I do believe the proof is in the pudding. How effective this surgery will be once Mike Israetel is able to compete and stand on stage again. Clearly, he has a better X-frame where his waist has gotten smaller. And so will it be enough to get an IFBB Pro card? What's the use of that hole? And so if you zoom in, if you dare to look, there is a hole left in his skin. Remember, with a surgery as invasive as this, often
I am so sorry, sir. I really didn't mean to. Sorry. Do you realize how much it cost me just 1 second?
I'm sorry, ladies, but I have to come for y'all for a second. Why y'all do us like that? Y'all look like this on Instagram, but then when we see y'all in person, y'all look like this.
Women think they can get superpowers from makeup. I mean, you literally metamorph into something else, like an unseen creature at this point, and expect men to believe that's who they really are.
Alan! Public service announcement. Stop fucking shit on girls that you don't really like.
Psych!
Elaborate. As you witness here on the stroke chart, we've got Big Daddy strokes, 5-star quality, Daddy strokes, 3-star, we've got little daddy strokes. Anything below this is gonna be the friend zone. At this point, you're getting fucked because batteries in my dildo don't work anymore. For all of you guys that are handing out big daddy strokes and wanting friend zone expectations, stop it. If you're gonna friend zone my heart, go ahead and friend zone this coochie while you're at it. Stop fucking me like you want to marry me, because you're confusing me. Thank you.
Ma'am, I need you to stop complaining. I know you're having fun, and this might be a joke to you, alright? But some women out there expect big daddy strokes all the time, and that's all they want. They don't care about the other stuff at all. That's just what they want, alright?
If you get your dick sucked 30 minutes before a workout, you'll build more muscle.
How? Hold on. How?
This is because of the elevated testosterone response from receiving head. You still have to train to failure in the 5 to 8 rep range, then refuel your body with high-quality protein and eat in a 200-calorie surplus.
This is, guys, now I actually did look this up. This is not real. It's false information. You do not want to get fellatio before you go to the gym, alright? It's detrimental to your workout, alright? So don't do it, especially if you want them gains. Now, if you just want to get a quick pump in before you get another pump in, I get it.
Y'all, though nothing annoys me more than a man calling me beautiful from behind. Like, sir, you don't even know what the fuck I look like. Y'all can at least pretend. Y'all literally walking behind me talking about, hey, beautiful, what's up, beautiful? Can I talk to you, beautiful? How are you calling me beautiful and all you're looking at is my fucking ass cheek? You don't even know what the fuck. I could be hunter face. You don't know what the fuck I look like.
So would you rather a man come up to you and say, hey, nice ass. Yo, nice ass, let me get your name. Or would you rather him come up to you more respectful, like, hey, beautiful? Let's just face it, if he's coming and approaching you from behind, that's all he sees. He might have saw your face before, but he's getting booty blind. We know what time it is.
This coochie is aged, okay? This has been upgraded. This is no longer like the Applebee's 2 for $20 with a fifth of Hennessy on the side type coochie. This right here, honey, is shooting out glitter and gold, okay? This, like, I do Kegels, like, I know tricks. This is like Salt Pay Peter Luger Benny Hanna cooch. I mean, only thing really making baby girl wet is, you know, rent payments and stuff.
Look, it's telling me that your baby girl down there need a lot more work. All right, she out of date, man. That's what you're saying, man.
Obsolete.
Emotional, damn it. Obsolete. The only thing to get that thing wet is rent. Something gotta be wrong. Them waterworks need to get checked on. You know what I'm saying?
I'm on my way to a paid date with a 70-year-old.
Wow.
FBI, open up! I've gone a handful now paid dates, and this is probably the oldest I've ever done. I was a little apprehensive to do it just because he is so much older, but I need some extra spending money for Vegas this weekend, so fuck it, why not? I just got back from Siesta Keys. I've been traveling so much this summer, so it could not hurt to make a little bit of extra spending money. And before anyone fucking says some shit about me being involved, I literally don't do anything with these guys. Like,
Stop the cap.
this is literally the only thing I do is go on paid dates. I would never ever do anything else. And they genuinely just want some company. They just want some human connection. Sometimes they're just in town on business. Like, that's really all it is. And I'm only there for like an hour, hour and a half. The whole time in completely public places, I would never ever go there to hotels or anything like that. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Plus, I'm fucking celibate right now, so fuck all that. Like, I'm really focused on the money, my friends, family, and God at the end of the day. Okay, that's all I really need at the end of the day.
So that was a lie.
Now you need to stop. You really dating these old men, 70-year-old men for money. Nah, look, you saying that you ain't doing that, but if an old cap right now, homie just dropped out the 401k on you. I mean, he pulled the whole pension to spend a date on you. You know what time it is. He about to drop the pension. Here you go, wow. All right, he about to put you on a wheel. You ain't gonna get that man enough? Come on, we know you not.
I do not accept a coffee or a walk as a possible date option, and neither should you.
Gentlemen, be very wary of these women who are very high maintenance. This woman or any other woman who thinks that they are entitled to something just because of their looks or even something else is just ridiculous. So yes, I do agree that a walk date is pretty lame, but coffee date, nothing wrong with that, especially for the first date. If you don't drink alcohol and you don't want to sit down across from someone and get dinner or spend a lot of money on dinner, and I bet you this woman probably wants a very fancy restaurant, it is completely acceptable to go on a coffee date for your very first date and save dinner down the line.
Now, real talk, this has been a very frequent topic that we've been talking about. Women that expect that coffee dates and walks in the park are just not up to standard with dating this time of days are very entitled. Look, and there's nothing wrong with going on a casual walk in the park. You are strangers at this point, and strangers don't strangers a meal at all. So going on a dinner date is actually nice. Now stop it, all right? So because a walk in the park ain't nothing wrong. I don't know nothing about you. To be honest, you might have cooties fall out of that shit. I don't know. I'm dropping any kind of thing. You might have a stalker. You might have a baby daddy that's following you around, but she expect me to go drop hundreds of dollars. You might be trying to scam me. I don't know. You might be the feds. You might be trying to lock me up. I don't know. So guess what? We're going on a walk in the park. All right? Look, that's it. All right? Black coffee, that's all you get.
If you have a mouth, you need to use it.
I like this one.
I do cook and clean. I cook and clean on girlfriend level,
Me personally, I wouldn't take this level of disrespect.
not on wife level. Okay, when I'm the wife, I will start doing more. Now I'm girlfriend. What do you want me to do? Cook for you every day when I'm just so crazy? That is what it means. I cook and clean on the level at which I am, which is a girlfriend.
Oh, guess what? Since you're only doing that on girlfriend level, I'm only paying bills on boyfriend level. You know what time it is. Don't be expecting me to cover your rent. You got the wrong one.
Look at this. Look at this girl. Who the fuck is she is? Look at this girl. Who does she think she is?
Quit hitting me.
I lost my mind.
Hitting me. It's cool. I got video proof of you doing this. You're crazy, bro. You're crazy. Let me leave, you.
Women, y'all gotta stop laying your hands on men. I'm telling you, man, and expect him not to retaliate. This is crazy. He caught you on camera, and what's crazy is he could have easily swung on you. All right, he could have easily swung on you and did you something. He chose not to. And what's crazy is you would have been caught playing the victim card if he did. But you gotta stop. Women, stop laying your hands on men. I'm telling you.
Uh-oh, we got a new trend going on, I see. I see the women decide they want to go moose snuggle for moose snuggle. I go on my Facebook today, and I just see bullwiggle all down my goddamn timeline. And look, I'm not even complaining about this trend at all. I promise you, I'm not. But you know, I just find it crazy how we going moose for moose on the Monday, but y'all be so quick to call us men freaked out. Now, if us men would decide we gonna get online and we gonna go great sweat for great sweats on a motherfucking Tuesday or Thursday, maybe a Friday, y'all gonna call us all types of hornies. And like I said, I'm not complaining about this at all. Matter of fact, I encourage you. We need a hashtag for this. You know what I'm saying? It reminds me of the old busted challenge on TikTok. The old what's that? The silhouette, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Look, I'm here for it. And may the best moose win.
Yeah, look, they got moves from Knuckle Mondays. Taco Tuesdays. Look, the only thing we waiting on is Weenie Wednesdays at this point, dog. I don't know what the next challenge is going to be, man. I hope dear God, they don't drop a Weenie Wednesday challenge. Because the social media, we don't need Weenie Wednesdays, guys. Yeah, we don't need that. Nah.
Come on now, dog. Come on.
I was cleaning, and you know what I do when I put your pants away or your jackets away, right? What's the first thing I do? Check your pockets, because if there's cash, I'm keeping it, because that's my motherfucking tip. Anyways, this because I want you to see my reaction. I think is in this motherfucking pocket right now, bro. Because you really got me all the way. Oh my God, my heart just fell into my motherfucking stomach, you guys. They're lens wipes too. This isn't even a TikTok. This is a message for you. This is a message for you, Christopher. Matter of fact, let me open this to make sure that it is. It is. All right, you cool, baby. Have a good day. I love you. Sorry, I was a little crazy.
Bruh. Nah, I can genuinely understand the concern, man. That could have been worst case scenario. All right, you gotta get that man some credit. All right, you gotta give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm glad you played yourself.
Wait, is that your car?
We were clubs. You can walk into the club right now, get super drunk, and just have a one-night stand, but you're still coming home to me, sleeping with me, providing for me, and doing everything you're supposed to. It's just biologically made the men are gonna go ahead and cheat because it's just pleasure. You know what I mean? It's status, basically, when men cheat.
But when women cheat,
It's disrespect because when we cheat, it's a connection. Like, we cheat with attention, we cheat with emotions. You guys don't cheat with emotions, we do. So I don't think a man should stay with a woman that cheats on her.
now why wouldn't you feel insecure by finding out that I, was blowing another chick's tobacco?
As women, you're meant to be feminine and protective of the home and stay with your partner and take care of the kids. So if you're providing for me and doing everything you're supposed to, I will definitely tolerate cheating. But if it's a 50-50 relationship, it's like I'm your roommate. Like, why are you like making downfall? Like, that's not cool.
Let's say we work together.
Look, guys, y'all heard it all the time. Women cheat with emotion, men cheat to satisfy animal urges. When I say animal urges, I'm talking primal instincts. These are just chemical reactions that's happening. We don't have emotional reactions, all right? We're not in love and all this stuff. Women, they do all that when they cheat. Men literally can sit there for 5 minutes, do the business, walk away, done. You don't even have to see that person probably for the rest of your life, and men are okay with that. Women, they're just gonna go on hours, even hours, days, weeks, asking what if. Yeah, those are the things that.
Super weird that there's no like national holiday celebrating like single women in their mid-30s who have yet to find a husband or have any children. We should be celebrated for being able to continue on with all the bullshit we've been through. But that's just my opinion.
Of course, we should make a national holiday to celebrate your failure as a single mom. Yeah, I get it. You might say I'm being too harsh, but sorry.
Finding out your man's body count is be so like. My man told me his body count. I just.
What was it?
I don't even want to say.
I feel like a guy having a high body count is a good thing. Whoa. Because.
See, my brother, everybody spam inches space 6.
That is
so high for a man, though.
Triple digits is cool. Above 50 is cool. And it's your girlfriend? Are you out your fucking mind?
Man, she said her man's body count so high that she didn't want to mention it on camera. Damn. Some niggas must be working in the 3 digits. Look, if a man's body count is over 50, that's I would almost say that's damn near average if he's up to 20, dog. He's been single for a long time with those really good relationships. If it's not that high, hey, look, man, he's focusing on himself. You get a man that's in the 3 digits, homie was in the streets, dog. I wouldn't even be surprised. That's not surprising. Nah, what's really surprising if someone gets into the 4 digits. Man, that boy must have been putting in work. I mean, I know a guy that claims he's in the 4 digits, bro, but I don't know, though. I think they were on something back in the day,
I broke up with.
That's obvious.
What you mean?
That's obvious that you broke up with him.
Why?
Because he already asked you. He said, what happened? You said it's complicated. And then you said, well, not on my end. Which means you probably pulled the plug. Because if you didn't, you'd probably want to get back with him.
Okay, broken up with is dramatic as I was fucking with him for 3 weeks and we went on 1 date. But after I posted that story, he was so rude. Somebody who made me as confused as me because this is literally my best friend of 6 years. He's like my brother at this point, and I would never even look at him a certain ways. But this guy was serious, and he was not letting up on this boundary that he had placed. So the only thing I could do was respect him. I explained to him what the situation was, that it was not like that, but he wasn't hearing it, so he cut me off. So now I'm just sitting here like, damn. Was it really that deep?
So let me ask you something. You had a best friend for 6 years, and you finally wanted to date this man, and then y'all go on a date, supposedly together for 3 weeks, and then you're saying that there's some issue. I really say the problem is you finally gave this man a chance in 6 years. What, did you fail at everybody else, every other man that you came across in 6 years, that you had to go to the guy that you were putting on the friend zone, to the nice guy, the guy that didn't want to look out for you, alright? And then when he's really trying to look out for you and put some boundaries on you, because he knows about you, and knows what you're capable of, and knows your story, you want to have some issues with that. I see what the problem is, the real problem is you.
We're living together, and one day I just woke up and I was like, I can't do this. And so what did he do? So he was like, I started going on dates recently.
in there, and then it just grew. That feeling just grew, and so when I woke up, I told him.
So you found his replacement?
No, I didn't even find a replacement. I just said this is not for me, and it wasn't getting better, and I felt like how I'm doing now, I do it on my own, and like trying to bring someone, like trying to bring someone along, it wasn't working.
That was cooking and cleaning in the crib. Oh my! Yo, bro, I'm gonna show you. Sounds like a good quality dude. Get your ass to the curb.
I just had to go. We both like moved and we went our separate ways.
Ma'am, it sounds to me that you're fully yourself, all right? You overanalyze every single thing about a man, and that's probably going to be the cause of you being single for a good long time.
The experiences that you have at that point, a little bit.
Oh, so women 35 and over are too much. Too much for you, huh? Is it that by 35 I learned my worth? Is it that by 35 I didn't need an insecure man to validate my beauty anymore? Is it that by 35 I achieved the kind of self-sufficiency and independence that an undeserving man would only take away from? Is it that by 35 I learned what the markers of lying, cheating, manipulation, and narcissism looked like? Is it that by 35 I got an incurable STI from a man that didn't respect me enough to be honest with me? Is it that by 35 I had already endured a miscarriage, divorce, and learned what processing pain looks like?
It's a pain, like deleting your play or whatever, but you can get it back.
What did you just say?
You can get it back. You can't. What? You can't get the fucking shit back.
Come here. Listen, come here. This shit right here means more to me than anything on this earth.
I know that.
I cannot get that player back.
But
Bro, you know what I do right now? Like, I want to...
what do you mean you can't get it back? I know you can get it back.
Get out. I'm not going to over exaggerate for your video, none of this prank. Just go. Get out. I'm not going for it. I would never in my life fuck with you ever again. Stupid ass.
If there's one thing I know, women, if you're watching, the 10%, 8% of y'all that actually watch this, I just want to let you know, if your man puts in some time in a video game, because that's just one of his side hobbies and one of the things that he enjoys is staying home, saving money, not going out in the streets, doing around, fooling around, no bull crap or whatever, and he's actually putting in time, don't go and delete something, unless y'all really want to get into it. Don't break his game. Don't delete something. You don't know how much time, money, or whatever ever you put in that game. And yeah, you don't want to do that.
Marry before having a child or have that child after age 20. Only 8% of the people who do so will be below the poverty level. Fail to do it in that sequence, and 79% below the poverty level.
Yo, so you telling me that 79% women or couples that have kids outside of high school or in high school without being married actually stay under the poverty line? If only they teach these statistics in like middle school and high school. Like let's be honest, if we just start teaching people this type of stuff in 9th grade, maybe they'll be more aware of those conscious decisions when they're in 10th, 11th, 12th grade.
Psych! Sometimes a man must overcompensate for his freshness.
Ever since I was a kid, I've always liked fast things. Fast cars, fast planes, fast running, you name it. I was into it. I was one of the fastest runners in middle school, one of the fastest in high school, and I just like going fast, and I still do. And this gun right here, is fast as fuck. Now, before I get ahead of myself, let's talk about what this is. The Bull Army Ultralight Pro is a compact 2011. You've seen compact 2011s before. Think Staccato CS, think Springfield Prodigy Compact. But this is Bull Armory's take on it. And Bull Armory has always had this aggressive, no-nonsense design language. There's nothing soft about their guns. They have a presence, like they're built for a fight. For all intents and purposes, this is a 9mm double stack, single action 1911 design for carry. But there's one little thing that sets it apart. It's ported. And not just ported, it has 6 ports right up front. The second I saw that, I knew this wasn't some mild-mannered, everyday carry pistol. This thing was designed to run, and I mean run. So, let me tell you a little story. One day I'm at the range, doing what I always do. I'm testing out different guns at this local indoor range that I like to go to, and I was testing out the Springfield Prodigy Compact, and I also brought along my Staccato CS, and Bull Armory had sent me this gun, and I figured, you know what, let me just throw this in a bag and see how it shoots. And that's what I did. Kind of put it in my bag as kind of an afterthought, because I know I'd be spending most of my time on the other guns. But I figured, hey, if I had some extra time, I'd shoot this one. So when I got to the range, I started shooting the Prodigy first, and it was fine. I did a whole video on it that you can go and watch. And then I moved on to the CS since I was carrying it, and I just wanted to get some reps in before I called it quits. But I figured, oh, wait, I forgot. I got the Bull Armory Ultra Light Pro. So I pulled it out, and I just decided to take a few shots. And I've never shot a compact 2011 this fast in my entire life. The ports work. Trigger, beautiful. Weight, or lack thereof. It's like someone at Bull Armory said, what if we made a compact double stack 1911 that feels like you're shooting an MP5 in gun form, handgun form, that is. Now, before you finish watching, a quick word from today's sponsor, Patriot Mobile. For 10 years, they've been America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, offering dependable nationwide coverage across all 3 major networks. See, switching to Patriot Mobile means you support free speech, religious freedom, the sanctity of life, the Second Amendment, and our military veterans and first responders. Their 100% US-based customer service makes switching really easy. So keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. To do so, visit patriotmobile.com/noir and get a free activation with the code NOIR. Thank you, Patriot Mobile, for supporting the channel. All the ammo used in this video was brought to you by Nozzle, maker of the most innovative, most accurate, and most effective bullets and ammunition in the industry. I ran multiple strings of fire, and I was shooting faster than I had ever shot with the gun this size. It wasn't even something I was trying to do. The gun just wouldn't let me shoot slow. And then there's the magwell. The magwell that I usually don't like on my compact carry guns, whether they be 2011s or regular guns. I don't usually like these type of slimline magwells on my carry guns. They, as far as I'm concerned, they still add a lot of bulk. They print, and honestly, I just never really felt like I needed one. But for some reason on this gun, I'm keeping it. Not only does it look good to me, and yes, aesthetics matter, but it actually works. The way it lets me grip the gun, it gives me this ability, as you can see here, my pinky just catches the edge of that magwell. And what it does is it kind of creates like a screw-in effect and a leverage point for me to keep this gun flat. And this gun already shoots crazy flat. But I just love the feeling of my pinky sitting on this ledge right here. And it just allows me to grip this gun phenomenally. Now, let's talk about how this gun looks. This gun looks like a mini bulldog mixed with a pug. Honestly, it kind of looks a little goofy. And I mean that in the most endearing way possible. It's like that kind of ugly that is attractive to you, if that makes any sense. Think, what's her name? Damn it, I forgot. Sweeney. But that's kind of what I get from this. It's the same size as the Staccato CS, same size as other compact double stack 1911s, but it looks smaller, it feels smaller. It's also like Bull Armory ran a full-size 2011 through a shrink ray, but didn't tell the laws of physics what they were doing. So it kind of has this interesting kind of disproportionate look. And like I said, still kind of unattractive. I mean, yeah, they call this thing ultralight for a reason. And right now, I got this thing loaded up with nozzler ammo, and when it's not in it's just crazy. This thing is light, like creepy light. Like you pick it up and your brain immediately goes, this isn't a real gun. This is a BB gun. But nope, it's real. It's a compact 2011 with a 6-port barrel and 16 plus 1 rounds of 9mm, and it's as fast as your finger will let it be. So why is this gun so fast? Well, it's a combination of things. It's the porting, it's the trigger, it's the ergonomics. They all work together. All guns have triggers, all guns have, not all guns have porting, but they all have ergonomics and they all have the basic things, but they don't always work together. Whereas with this, with the porting, they just work together. The 6 ports keep muzzle dead flat. Recoil isn't just reduced, it's pretty much redirected. And it actually helps keep the gun on target. And then there's the trigger. This trigger was designed for speed. It is short, it's deep set, and it's crisp. And the reset is exactly where you need it to be. Not so aggressive that you accidentally overrun it, and not so soft that you hesitate on follow-up shots. You can ride that reset perfectly, and when you do, this thing shoots like a full auto cheat code. This is the second Bull Armory gun that I've done a video on, and I like to call Bull Armory's guns Rebel 11s because they don't seem like they really care about competing with the other 2011s that are out there. They just seemingly kind of just want to do their own thing, and you can feel it in the details. When I say details, there are details all over this gun. Like, just take a look at this optic cut. You can, with this optic cut, you can mount a red dot, but just take a look at the detailing on it, right? Even look at the iron sights and how detailed the iron sights are. It's madness. It's absolute madness how detailed this gun is. There's texture everywhere on this gun. You got texture on the slide stop. You got texture on the damn safety lever. You got texture on the grip, front, back. I mean, it's nuts. And then even here, when you look at the underhousing of the trigger guard, you look at it initially and you think, oh, that's just kind of like decorations or something. No, wrong. See that? See that? My middle finger sits right underneath that cut. Beautiful. And then here, this relief cut perfectly. So then it creates this leverage point right here that I can take and pull back on while I'm shooting. It's freaking awesome. I love this. I love this. I love this. I love this. There's a lot of actual thought behind this gun. The kind of thought that only comes from people who truly really give a shit about what they're putting together. I mean, even the screws on this thing have so much detailing. It's just beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful detailing that I can look at this gun and I just never get tired of looking at it because there's so much to see, so many new things you end up finding out about the gun visually that you hadn't done before. This gun right here is a problem. Look, if you want a slow, boring, basic carry gun, this is not your gun. If you want a gun that's so fast it should probably be illegal, this is your gun. If you want a gun that makes you giggle like a mad scientist every time you shoot it, congratulations, you found your gun. Bull Armory knocked it out of the park with this one. The Ultralight Pro is everything I did not know I would like in a gun of this nature. This gun is brutally fast, and I don't just mean it actually just being fast. I'm saying it makes it easy for me to shoot it fast. It's effortless speed shooting with this gun of a gun this size. And I freaking love it, and I can't stop shooting. So, let me know what you guys think in the comment section. And also, don't forget, protect your hearing. Protect your hearing, man. See, thing is, beautiful thing about when I was shooting this gun, I was wearing these. My favorite in-ear wireless Bluetooth hearing protection. And the beautiful thing about it was, even though the concussive force can't do nothing about that, but the gun wasn't really that loud to me because I was wearing these. These awesome wireless Bluetooth hearing protection. I was in there listening to my music, jamming out. My mama even called me, and
And I took that phone call while I was still shooting guns and stuff like that. So hit the link in the description section and check these out as well. Love you guys. And I'll be back. One thing's for certain and two things are for sure. Politicians and tech giants don't want gun content to be recommended to you. And we're all fighting this culture war together. Now you can help do your part by liking, commenting, subscribing to the channel, but most importantly, sharing this video with at least one person. Together we can stop the suppression of our 2A rights. And don't forget to click the link in the description section of this video for the products that I mentioned in this video. You see what I'm saying? Everything that was done in this video was done perfectly. Perfectly with intention. Your boy knew what he was doing the entire chase. You know what I'm saying? How to get away from the police in a high-speed chase 101. You need to watch this video right here. Your boy had the power. It's a Hellcat Charger. Come on now. You know what I mean? 700 plus horsepower. You know, with anything. Your boy had the gas. He never ran out of gas in this chase. Plenty of gas in that tank. And your boy knew where he was going. The chase started in the city, on the back streets, in and out of traffic, hard turns, never losing control. Then your boy got on the highway, and from there, it's fundamental. You already know what happens. I don't have to tell you, man, but this right here is 101. This is perfect. Come on, let's get into it. What's up, guys? It's your boy Knockout 360 here with another video, man. So you can tell them in the house that makes us a house of all. You know how it's going down when I come around, man. Let's get into it. I got car content, car shows, car reviews, car meets. Anything, everything car related happens on this channel, so if you're into that, make sure that you stick around. For everyone else, hit that subscribe button as well as the notification bell so that you know what's coming out and when it's coming out, man. So do you guys care about the lights in the background? Like normally I just keep it red or green. You know what I'm saying? The green kind of offsets the red on the shorts. And then red, we kind of turn it into the red room. Then it gets kind of sexy. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not really trying to set that environment. So you know what? Let me just go back to cool. You know, just make it simple. I don't want to make it weird for you. But either way, go ahead and get into this video, man. Everything in this video, perfectly done. Shout out to my man LRH in Cash, where I could use Cash. I think we're in Detroit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure if this is a highway patrol officer or just a city cop, but we're in Detroit. We're in Michigan. You know what I mean? And everything was done perfectly. Let's get into it. All right, so you gotta just post it up, doing what they do best. All right. Post it up, wait for commotion, wait for calamity, wait for something to pop off, right? Oh yeah, I think he feels something in the air. He feels the disturbance. He hears a whine. And what do we have? We got a Hellcat Charger. All right, and that Charger's already splitting the lanes right now. He feels something. Oh yeah, it's a chase at this point. Let the audio come in. Yep, it's a chase at this point. I don't like where this chase is starting out, but you know, it is what it is. I wanted to be on the highway, but you know, it is what it is. That's a cat. Look at how, you know what I'm saying? Look at how quickly he's getting that space in between. Slowing down a little bit. I don't know why, but he is. He still got his signal on. Maybe he's using that to throw off the cops. Oh yeah. Hit the gas and go. That's a cat. Hit the gas and go. Now watch this. Watch this. You went too far, bro. Perfect turn. He's keeping that distance. Let's go. I don't like going to neighborhoods during high-speed chases, man. I just don't. outside. You got people walking. You got people making left and right turns. You got people backing out of their house. I don't like it, but your boy did it right. Through the red light. Damn! That police car not built for that. It's not built for that. That big ass bump. Look at that cat. The cat's gone. The cop doing everything he can to stay in the chase. You hear that engine? Look at him. Making turns. The turns are smooth, clean. You gotta know, when you're in these cars and you're making turns at high speed, you gotta let off the gas. Unless you're gonna prepare for that back end kicking out. If you prepare for it and you know how to control it, cool. But if you don't, you gotta let off the gas and then make that turn. He's doing it the right way. And he makes another turn. Yeah, he's putting this cop in the spin cycle, man. I love it. Y'all see that? That's not the Hellcat right there. That's just traffic. Just let it go. Look at Hellcat. See it now? Charge anything? Hellcat, where'd he go? I don't see it. Do you see it? I don't see it. Because don't. On the highway, fundamental, bro. Get to the highway. 101. What's so hard about that? What's so hard about that, bro? You see what I'm saying? Slow that shit down and turn them damn lights off. Slow it down and turn the lights off. Thank you. You played yourself. You thought you was gonna catch a cat. I'm gonna let the full video play. That's right. Stop at that stop sign. Stop at the stop. And collect motions. You just took an L, buddy. You can hear the fan on that damn engine. Yeah. Yeah. And we in Detroit too. You might want to go down to Eminem's Mom's Spaghetti Restaurant. Get something to eat. This chase is over. Chase is over.
Yo, LKBHD here. Welcome to your first look and hands-on with the Nintendo Switch 2. And this is everything you need to know. Obviously one of the hottest and most anticipated new consoles in a long time. So when Nintendo invited me to this little hands-on in New York City with a few other YouTubers, obviously, I said yes. So the first Switch, I don't remember, came out in 2017. So naturally, almost a decade later, there's a bunch of stuff that people, including myself, the mere casual, have been waiting for this to be updated. And spoiler alert, they basically, I think, hit every single one of those things, but there is one big asterisk kind of overhanging all of them. So, general form factor wise, this shape, very familiar. It looks like a Switch. Like, you've probably already seen the images online, but it is noticeably bigger. So it's the same thickness as the first generation, but it feels thinner because everything's kind of spread out more. It's bigger. The body's bigger, the Joy-Cons are bigger, and it's mostly driven by this big new screen. So it's now a 7.9-inch display up front, up from 6.2. And this is still an LCD, but it's now a 1080p variable refresh rate LCD that gets up to 120 hertz. And it just looks so much better than the original Switch. It looks plenty bright to me, too. It supports HDR as well. Notably, it's not an OLED, though, so it doesn't have the perfectly inky blacks or the battery life advantages that come with an OLED. I do kind of think that we're eventually also going to see a Switch 2 OLED. I think that makes sense. It'll probably be in a few years. Maybe that's going to be a Switch 2 Lite in a few years as well. Doesn't mean you have to wait for those. It's just something to plan in that year. But yeah, I'm definitely loving the variable refresh rate up to 120 hertz. Every game they're showing here takes advantage of it. You know how iPhone defenders always love to say, oh, you know, people can't tell the difference between 60 and 120 hertz. It's no big deal. But you know, high refresh rate and gaming go hand in hand, so I think a lot of people will appreciate the smoother games and potentially also the smoother UI that comes with it. So the screen is the biggest improvement. Now there are some other, you know, nice quality of life improvements here, like the full width fan that lets you prop it up at a pretty wide variety of angles and almost all the way down, similar to the Switch OLED. But they added another port up to the top, and that makes it easier to charge while the console's kind of sitting on a table or something, since that was a pain before. And it's also perfect for the additional USB Type-C accessories, which I'll get to in a second. But I think the other obvious biggest upgrade is the new Joy-Cons. So many things are
driving the Maine.
Two Joy-Cons. First of all, they are bigger like everything else, which ergonomically is very well. The right sticks are larger too. There's a new C button down here for gaming, which I will also get to in a second. And then they connect to the main console magnets in a really satisfying way. They basically just slap right onto the side and line up automatically. No slide necessary. Love a good magnet. You can get them off by holding this release button here, which is literally just a lever that pushes the Joy-Con off the side of the Switch. And I think it's really nice and calibrated. You just touch the release button, but don't pull. The Joy-Con actually pushes off and then snaps right back on because the magnet is so strong. But if you release and pull, then it just pops off really easily. Snap it back on whenever you want. Nice and quick. Now, the neat thing is, most of the Joy-Con is still made of plastic to be lightweight, but at the top here, these SR and SL buttons, first of all, they are way bigger than last gen, but they're also actually made of the metal that the magnets in the console are attracted to. They're steel buttons. So that's why the connection between the Joy-Cons and the Switch are so strong, is that metal right there. My only worry here is actually just durability. So you can see when you pull that Joy-Con off, you can see these pins on the Switch. And I kind of wonder how many little kids are going to bend those pins. Like, there is a tiny bit of wiggle actually. But yeah, there's no way to tell until they start shipping these to real people, start seeing the stories rolling in. I'm keeping an eye on that. Oh, and there's also stronger feeling haptics. They're called HD Rumble 2. The Rumble Pack is directly attached to the plastic in the back of the Joy-Cons. They feel nice and strong, a little bit more precise too. So that's really nice. And then lastly, each Joy-Con can also be used as a mouse. basically, there's a small optical sensor on the side of the Joy-Con. So if you turn that Joy-Con horizontally and place that sensor down on a table, you can move it around like a mouse, even rotate it, and that acts as yet another input method that apparently certain games will work pretty well with. I was doing this demo of a wheelchair basketball game, and so it ended up being pretty intuitive. You kind of hold the triggers and push forward, and you would move forward in the game. Never would have thought it would work so well, but there's a good amount of sensitivity. Apparently you can do this while swiping forward on your jeans and your lap too if you wanted to. Other surfaces should work as well. In the Nintendo Direct live stream, they also showed this other golf game where you putter around and rotate it and then make a stroke using the mouse motion, all on a table like a mouse. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. We'll see what other games end up using this. Now, we didn't get a whole lot of other specifics like the chip it's running or even how much RAM it has, which admittedly Switch buyers just don't care about. But one big that they did improve is they've gone from 32 gigs of storage on the original Switch to 256 gigs of storage. Storage is faster. So I definitely appreciate this. You can see my Switch on the screen behind me. I can only fit 3 games on my Switch because one of them is Rocket League and it's 17 gigs. But I also think this will directly relate to how much larger Switch 2 games will probably be. So 256 gigs will feel in line with the larger file sizes, bigger textures, high resolution, and all that. Switch 2 games will probably also be bigger too. So thankfully there is still micro SD card support. It lives right here under the hinge again, and you'll specifically have to get a micro SD express card to play games off it on the Switch 2. But I think generally they'll be pretty easy to find. I already saw Lexar is going to be making a 1 terabyte micro SD card just for the Switch 2, so that's awesome. Now the Switch is a Switch without a dock, and the new dock supports 4K resolution out to a TV. Love to see that. But there's actually also a fan in the Switch 2 dock that turns on while it's docked, so while it's cranking out that extra resolution, it doesn't get too hot. But from there, I feel like all the new software features have a bit of a theme. The Switch 2 feels like a much more social console. Like I think Nintendo saw a ton of success with the original Switch and started thinking about more ways to make it a better experience. Because now there are going to be groups of people where several of them have a Switch. So when you hit that new C button on the Joy-Con, it brings up this new menu called Game Chat. So they didn't let us do this in the demos that I tried today, but in Nintendo Direct you can see the idea is if you have some friends on other Switches gaming at the same time as you can all turn your mics on and talk to each other, or even turn screen sharing on to see each other's gameplay live, which is cool. And a lot of people can FaceTime while gaming and kind of want to combine the whole experience. So I personally probably wouldn't do this, but I totally get it. And it's funny, it was actually refreshing seeing this in Nintendo's official footage. You can see the gameplay from other people as you're watching it it's kind of laggy and it's kind of low resolution, but it's totally fine. Like, this makes me believe more that what we're seeing here is exactly how it'll look. Like, Nintendo didn't want to make any big promises like 1080p when you watch other people game. But hey,
Maine, that's right.
What's going on their screen? So that's cool. If you get this optional accessory here, which is called the Switch 2 camera, this little thing plugs into that top port on the Switch on your dock, or I think you can even plug it straight into the dock itself. And when you point it at yourself, it can automatically cut you out from the background and put your face next to your gameplay. So it literally feels like a gaming version of a Zoom call or something. Like, everyone can see their friends' faces and their friends' reactions to the games in real time. And some games will even integrate that feed a little more, like putting your face over where an avatar would normally be. It's like video chatting while playing a game. It's not going to be the highest fidelity thing ever, but it'll be a sort of extra layer on top and makes it feel more social. So game chat is cool when you're in multiple different places. But there's also going to be situations where multiple people are all gaming in the same physical place with Switches. And so they built a feature just for that, which is being able to share a game with other people who don't have it yet, up to 3 of them. So one Switch 2 is the host, and then up to 3 other Switches, they don't have to have the game installed at all. It's just one guy goes, all right guys, I'll have this game, we're all going to play it in the same room. And every one of you now temporarily has this game, and you can play your own perspective of multiplayer or whatever without having to buy or install the whole thing at that point. I'm not sure exactly how long it takes to set up, or like exactly which games will support it, but Switch 2 can host, and then up to 3 other Switches can join. It's called Game Share. I like it a lot. And actually, speaking of games, there's basically going to be 3 types of games for the Switch 2. most optimized and should look the best, with the best graphics, potentially taking the most advantage of the extra features, game chat, and mouse controls. Then there will be Switch 1 games, some of which will be compatible with Switch 2, which might not look as good. And then there will be Switch 1 games that get kind of remastered or updated for the Switch 2, so like a Switch 2 version of the games. Hopefully you don't have to pay a full price for a whole new game.
Hi, I'm Adam, and I made an appointment with Lifeline Screening to get my arteries examined for plaque.
Were you like growing up? I used to play with myself, but when I got older and I found out what comes with it, I stopped. What comes with it? Yeah. How do I think that crazy?
You are to work your entire life. Your woman should not have to work. If she does have to work, it's considered she has to really work by dating you. Take care of your family, pay the bills, maintain your appearance, and never ask for nothing. Never expect no extra. Never ask for no money. Never ask for nothing. Now, look, in this world, we reward dogs for sitting down.
True story, I went to Mr. Chow in LA and I was meeting Holly Robinson Pete there, and her husband used to play for the Cowboys at one point. Jerry Jones was sitting and she walked up to him and said, "Hi, Mr. Jones," and he was with his wife and he said, "Would you ladies like to join me and my wife for dinner?" And he was like, "It's mandatory." And we tried to say no, and we couldn't say no because of his draw. And he was like, you ladies have to try these duck tacos. It's the best thing ever. I came all the way from Dallas just to have these duck tacos. Now, mind you, Jerry was like, "I'm going to make it for you ladies, because it has to be made the way that I make it." Jerry then proceeds to take his fingers, grab the taco meat, put the taco meat inside of the shell, because that's how you have to make it. But normally people would grab a fork, a spoon. He grabs it, he's like, ladies, you're gonna, licking his fingers, ladies, you're gonna love it. Rolls up the taco, and he hands it to me, and I look at it, and the whole world stopped. This man literally just licked his fingers and made this taco. Not once, not twice, several times. And we are looking at each other like, what do we do? When I tell you I took a bite of this taco with my eyes open, afraid, like I'm gonna be sick, I don't know what I'm gonna get. And Jerry says, "It's good, huh?" She looks at me and without fail, she goes, "Yum, right?" I literally took a bite of that taco against my will. But it was something about his charm and who he is and how he presents and how he takes over the whole room and how he feels larger than life and how everything feels okay once he's talking.
I will say though, I feel like we need to normalize, and I don't want to offend no women when I say this,
Offender.
but men need to normalize almost like training your woman. You know, a lot of women have, we've been self-sufficient, independent. So we're used to a certain, paradigm. Sometimes you have to be patient enough to be like, no, talk to me like this. I'm your man. And you can't just be like giving up on your woman after the fifth argument. Sometimes it'll take 15 arguments for her to realize, okay, this is how I talk to my man. Because I wasn't trained for that.
Because you're trying to train something into a woman that she can't be trained into. See, here's the problem with the modern woman. She wants you to train her bad habits out of her. The problem is, after a certain age, you can't be trained. Talk the truth.
Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, it's there. When you master, you're having demon, Really? I never heard that. I heard incubus and succubus. And I also will be in a relationship with you and cause problem in your actual relationship. Is that demon masturbation?
These boys in trouble, man. These boys are in trouble. They don't want to have to accept the reality of the fact that
that's horizontal.
There's someone else that fulfills her fantasy. See, you got to be that woman's fantasy. If you're not her fantasy, when that woman dream about being intimate, you are not that dream, If you're not the one that woman is thinking about when she thinks about being intimate, if you're not the one that makes her have to go.
Have you ever played a game where
Oh,
the
Lord,
players
everybody
kill?
so much confusion and
This
hate.
dark mobile game known as the Player's Nightmare.
I'm not dropping no card at the bar. I'm gonna go ahead and go. You have a great birthday.
Yeah, he's my
This was
number two.
I will lose your number. You have a good day.
Girl, we do not need him.
I barely even want those two kids.
You told me to do it and I did it.
The most embarrassing happened. I decided I wanted to go to the gym. There's no telling you guys that I'm not a gold digger.
This lady thought she had it all figured out. She sat back and leaned like she was doing him a favor, but the moment she tried to finesse him, he got in and out. So before we get back to the video, do me a favor, hit that like button, and if this is your first time, hit that subscribe button. Definitely share the video. Let's get to it.
My birthday.
I know.
I really appreciate it, girl.
Right?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey,
Happy birthday.
happy birthday. Thank you.
Dang, y'all done started. I thought I was taking you out on a date for your birthday.
But I wanted to bring my friend and took a little while. So why wouldn't we go ahead and start with your band, right? I think she might need your card at the bar.
You brought a whole other person on a date with.
My best friend. That's one person. We're both one person. What are you talking about? See, this when you talk to this friend. It's why you think I told you go act like this.
We talked about us going on a date for your
This
birthday.
is us.
But you brought a whole other person with you.
This is us. What would you call this? Us, right? Not
And
me.
you already got food, you got drinks.
But you can
And
have
said,
some. We can act like everybody. I ain't got salad with you. Would you like it?
No, it's not what. This was going to be a private, intimate moment with us.
But it's my birthday. Why I can't get it both of y'all?
Nah, I'm not.
My birthday calls for my own birthday. You know what? No, but if you don't date,
I date one person. I don't date two individuals
well,
at
you're
the
not
same
dating
time.
her. You're dating me first.
But she's
that would be
here.
gross.
But she's here.
She's here
Right, I'm
because
dating
that's my
you, not
birthday.
her.
That's my birthday. That I would.
Well, how about y'all have a good birthday? I'm gonna go ahead and head out. She's sitting there looking crazy. I don't even understand. I'm not dropping no card at the bar. I'm gonna go ahead and go. You have a great birthday.
Yeah, leave my number too.
I will lose your number. You have a good day.
Girl, we do not need him. It's okay. Whatever.
What was she expecting? This is what happens when a woman is taking your kindness for weakness and you start doing too much simping at the beginning. When they start inviting their girlfriends in, they're letting you know that they do not respect you, and they're trying to show their friends how much control they have over you. Am I wrong? Am I right? Get in the comments and talk to me.
Baby.
She don't want the baby phone.
I can't do this. I already got 2 kids. I can't. I barely even want those 2 kids.
Dang.
You told me to do it and I did it.
Fucking out of the ordinary right now. I don't want these kids. I don't want none of these kids.
Yes, you do. Stop, bro.
I don't want these.
What you gonna do then? Cause we not getting up. We not going up.
It's not even about it. It's about me not wanting to be a mom no more. I don't want to be a mom
For
at
what?
all.
What makes you not want to be a mom no more? Cause the baby's always crying. Pick up.
It's too much. It's too much for me. You sit here.
You doing it for what, bro? You over here choking and stuff for what? All because some keys, bro, that you said I didn't hide. Yes, you do want to do it. Yeah. Stop crying. Just stop crying, bro. Please stop crying.
My body looks horrible. These 3 kids in my body. I don't have it in me. I want to be a mom.
And this is the sad reality whenever a woman decides to live in themes. And I tell men this is how the nice guy gets wrapped up, is when you start thinking your niceness is working because you're starting to treat her like a princess, but she's just going through a theme phase where she thinks her relationship is cute. Women do this with marriage. Let's get married because my friends are doing it. Let me have kids because my friends are doing it. But whenever the bills kick in, finances kick in, the wear and tear at your mind, body, and soul kicks in, that's when they reach their breaking point. And believe it or not, a lot of women feel this is the best time to get a divorce and take care of everything by yourself. For some reason, when times get hard, they want to eliminate the man.
I'm never going to the gym again. I will never show my face in the gym again. The most embarrassing happened. I decided I wanted to go to the gym. You'd be productive, be healthy. Should have just stayed in bed eating a bag of Cheetos. But no, I wanted to be productive. Finished doing laundry and I just went and I grabbed a t-shirt and sweatpants and got in the car, drove to the gym. Get to the gym, I start working out. I'm using the elliptical that's in the middle of the room. and the gym's packed. 35 minutes into my workout, and I'm just getting a whole bunch of people staring at me. I'm like, why are you staring at me? Do you recognize me from TikTok? Is that it? Then I'll sign autographs later. But no, that's not why they were staring at me. Then all of a sudden, while I'm like, as you can see, sweating profusely, this lady comes up to me and she's like, sweetie, you might want to go to the bathroom. Right? I don't have to pee. It's like, you have something stuck on your pants. I what now? Thinking I'm getting recognized on TikTok? No. I had a neon blue underwear stuck to the back of my head. Excuse me while I go die in a hole now. Thank you.
This is what happens when you're focusing on just the attention you're getting without focusing on yourself. You should have looked at yourself before you went into the gym, especially if you knew you was trying to get attention.
You want to go up to 100% while you're doing 0. Then you say you can't even pay the bills. I can't even pay all the bills every second together. It depends. Why depend? Why that depends? That should be no. Like I said, you should have to think about that. You feel me? Yeah, I'm good though. I'm good though.
Welcome, Tavern Keeper. In this game, you will become a tavern owner, managing your own cozy tavern, crafting fresh ingredients, and serving guests from all around. You'll also have the chance to encounter beautiful characters and explore their stories, helping them achieve their dreams. At the same time, you will sail the vast oceans, facing enemies in battle or hunting sea beasts for rare materials. During your maritime adventures, you may meet mysterious female pirates or brave warrior women, adding fun and challenges. As the game...
You feel me? Yeah, I'm good though. I'm good though.
Man, if you give an inch, she's gonna take them out. You cannot start off by spoiling a woman, and then one day you're like, hey, are you gonna pay for that? And she denies it, and then you're like, hey, I don't think you're loyal to me. At that point, you're already financially deep. You have to start setting boundaries at the beginning of the relationship. The moment she gets the lifestyle established, when you try to change it, all she's gonna do is start looking for a whole different avenue.
He didn't know how to do it. He didn't want his young nigga know how to do it. You think that he could have figured it out after that nigga made $2 million? Definitely. Next subject.
If you guys didn't know, in the Ye interview, Ye said that he helped Jim Jones make $2 million. Then him and Jim Jones started designing clothes, and he told Jim Jones, send me over the PDF, the pictures of the clothes that you want me to look at. And Jim Jones says, I don't know how to do a PDF. And Jay says, that's disrespectful, because PDFs are really easy to make, and you're rich enough to pay someone to take the pictures and send them to me, but you'd rather tell me you don't know how to do it. After I just made you $2 million, you could have paid someone to go do it instead of telling me you couldn't do it. If you agree with Ye, get in the comments and let me know.
Why is the best revenge after a breakup for a woman getting online half-ass naked? Like, I always see women coming online after that breakup, little to no clothes on, with the caption of, I'm over it, I'm better than that, I'm finally free, I'm doing me. It's all of that type of energy. And I don't understand why. Why do we have to show our skin, our bare behind, to show that we're over the breakup? I'm doing me. Like, why is the aesthetic? Why is the aesthetic take it all off, hop out on the internet with no clothes on because you're out of a relationship? I don't get it. I'll see women, is that revenge? This is what we view as revenge after a breakup. It doesn't make you look good, sis. I hope you know that. Like, you think you're doing something, but it makes you not look good when you come out in that manner, in my opinion. I just really want us to think about the stuff that we do in a more feminine.
The reason why women do that is because it's their only power that they have over a man, which is why during the empowerment phase, it went from let us go to school, let us become bosses, let us own our own business, to, hey, let me be free if I want to walk around with nothing on. Let me be free if I want to make money from it, because women chose what the easiest to gain power at, and that's taking off their clothes. So when they're out of a relationship and they're taking their clothes off and they're drawing in attention, it's kind of like, yes, validation is making me feel better. But what women don't understand is the more validation you need from tension, the less valuable you are to the men looking in.
I have a child by a very successful artist, right? From then, I'm viewed as a certain type of woman because I'm beautiful and have a nice body. And normally women like that attract a certain caliber of men.
Yes, you ladies attract simps with money, but keep in mind, your body is also plastic. You get that to attract that man in order to make the money. We get it.
Australia,
you're in an entire different bracket than traditional, respectable women.
Which is also not my fault. And now that I am in yet another situation where I now have a child with another successful man, there's no telling you guys that I'm not a gold digger.
Yes, you are a gold digger because you know what you're in and you know the guy to aim for. One thing about athletes, basketball players, and entertainers, they're really simps. They don't mind blowing the money because their chump change is actually a come up to a broke woman. So women stay in these circles because they realize that those guys are mainly paying them to leave and be convenienced whenever they come around.
There's no beating those allegations at all. I read comments that say, oh, you're a gold digger, or you kept the baby for a check. What if I came to y'all's pages, right? And I compared the men that you have children with to the men that I have children with. And I said, you were the poverty when you picked him to be your baby daddy, weren't you? Oh, you kept that baby for an extra income tax credit, didn't you?
But you're wearing the ThoughtBot suit, fake butts, fake tits, the straight hair that's fake. There's nothing on you that's real. Majority of these women out here that are with regular guys, they normally look normal. You're placed together like a Barbie doll to attract the lifestyle that you're manipulating yourself into. And for some reason, you think the rest of the world don't see it.
And food stamps, didn't you? Or you kept that baby for an extra Section 8 voucher. Is that why you kept your baby? Now, if that was triggering, that's how I feel every time somebody says, do you even want that baby? You kept that baby for a check.
Because you're having a clout baby. Everyone sees the same cycle. ThoughtBot, Instagram model starts working her views up. After she starts making the money on Instagram, now she out in Dubai. From Dubai, now she out in Turkey. From Turkey, now she out in Brazil. Each different country, she making a bag and changing her body up. Then when she has kids, she's taking 1 million pictures with the kids online. It's called clout chasing, living a clout family. If you stop and look at Lil Boosie and Future, they all have IG model baby moms that live clout lifestyles, but they never live family structure. Yes, you are a ThoughtBot.
I'm Ralph, her husband, actually.
Oh,
I'm confused. You didn't tell me you were married? I don't understand.
I don't want to like
Well,
get in the middle of anything like that, or I mean, the ring.
Well, I actually haven't been wearing my ring. Actually, I was up until a week ago, right?
Is this okay? Like I mean, I should leave. I should probably.
You're not
leave
leaving.
To
You're not leaving. You're staying.
Can we talk?
Sure.
Yeah.
If you don't hit a jackpot of 10 trillion coins within 10 spins, just delete the app.
You guys
Stay right here. We'll be right back, okay?
You want it? What's going on?
Why don't you tell me again what happened last week?
I told you, it was a mistake. It was an accident. I mean, we were going to get past that.
You had an accident, and I'm going to accidentally sit on his... That's why Dawn is staying.
Like, man, I'm going to be honest with you. Don't ever come between the snow bunny and her, man. Don't get involved in that, because when it's all said and done, you will be the bad guy. These girls are good for when you're in your 20s. When you start getting in your 30s, man, you better start staying in your lane. I've seen too many brothers fall. And if you've seen them fall too, get in the comments and let me know.
Lie to these men on your first date. They do not need to know all your business. All they need to know is that your ex treated you like a queen and spoiled you. All they need to know is that you are only used to the best and nothing less. Don't be out here telling them about no baby daddy drama. Don't be out here telling them about no financial
problems that you have, and that's none of their business.
You're trying to get a woman to fake like she got it going on in order to convince the man to treat her good. Most guys already know a thought bot from the traditional woman. If she don't even know how to fake it, then she's not going to do it right whenever you tell her to do it.
Don't be telling them about your sex life. You are celibate, okay? And if you ain't got no kids, you ain't never had sex. You still a virgin, because it ain't no proof. They need to earn that information, period. A lot of these men make up a whole life if you want to. Create a whole fantasy world for yourself.
Yes, we call that delusion. Women are already doing that. Why do you feel like you're teaching them something else? Maybe you should tell them, hey, go on a date, be yourself, get to know the guy for what he is. Don't try to trick him, because I'm going to tell you right now, if the man has money, that tricking will catch up to you. When you cannot continue with the lie, he's going to leave you dry. This is why so many women are ending up single. It's because you're not learning how to mingle.
Yeah, I think.
What you eating? Hot Cheetos, watching cartoons? Granola bars. What's up? What you doing?
I'm playing, but I'm dead serious. These people don't need to know.
Look like you having a good day today. Smoothly. Lovely. Oh, it's time I get up this morning. I started driving up. I was chilling. About to be a maid in a little bit. Got about 4 more hours to go. Yeah. No, I'm gonna stay there tonight, and then tomorrow morning get the truck done. See what they got as a something to over your way, maybe. You gonna come see me when I get over there? I'm not. I just been rolling. Like, I'm not even tired. I'm just, you know, just sitting there staring at the highway. Like, I remember that tree. Oh, they planted a new tree over here. Please and thank you. Oh, I have to cut it out, Jeremiah. Cut it out. I stopped, had a nice lunch, some mixed vegetables and mahi. Feel good. Nice and full. That was 2 hours ago. I feel like I need 2 hours. What's up, yo? What's up, bub? What's up, bro? What's up, bro? What's up with the what's up? Oh my God. Jeremiah. That's me. Jeremiah. Who are you? Who are you? What's your name? Princess Chocolate Drop. Is that your name? Just Princess? No other name? That's good. That's good advice. Well, you do know me. I'm Jeremiah. Alright, sugar. I'll let you later. Looks like you're chilling.
Detective Lana Russo.
Mr. Shaw, I am not opposed to you investigating this. This is one of those cases that has haunted me. Do you have any cases you can't quit?
The death of my father, it was really an accident. I'm not so sure about that.
Just like me and Lana.
Lana Russo, I'm here to take you home.
Canary
So what's this all
Islands.
about?
I heard that
John,
place is
I need
gorgeous.
some help. May I the best I know?
Drop the gun.
How you doing?
Killer. Bad move.
Don't do it.
Not real.
Unlimited 1.5% cash back is just the beginning. With no annual fee, Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back? Spring into savings and fresh new looks. Only through Monday at
10:48 p.m., huh?
For 600,000
It is 4:48 over here.
Brand new Lamborghini Revuelto. Instead, I bought this one for £230,000. The small issue, it was crashed. And with this car being a hybrid motor, it's been harder than ever to try and rebuild. This could go two ways now. We still haven't even managed to get the car started. Why won't you go? The parts are insanely expensive. That front subframe is £55,000. And it seems after this car got in an accident, the computer completely shuts down the hybrid system. That is going to be the biggie code. And no matter what I did, I weren't able to reset the crash data to tell the car that it was safe to start. But today, we're going to get it started, running, and driving. But first off, colour change. Now, even though this car's satin black, it's actually just a wrap. And being that we're going to put all new panels on this car, we're going to have to get those panels painted to match the original paint, which is underneath the wrap, which is white. And actually, I think it looks pretty good in white.
Is this not this color about the
Yeah.
Why is it white?
It's always been white.
There hasn't. It's always black.
Yeah, you had a black roof, that's it.
It's fine. The doors have been black.
That, in my opinion, looks loads better. White with a red interior. Now all we've got to do is try and get it started, fix it, rebuild it, drive it, and everything else. Let's get it inside. Starting this car is out of my hands. There's something in Lamborghini's computer which is telling the car it's unsafe to start. And I haven't got the tools to be able to turn that off. But we're going to get someone in later who might have those tools. We got so close to fixing this rear suspension last time, but now we can fix it for good. Check this out. Most of the suspension is actually okay. The thing that's broken is this, which is the rear wheel steering, and I think that activates at high speed of the cornering of the car. So we're going to change that, and also it's supposed to have an anti-roll bar drop link connecting from the anti-roll bar down onto the lower wishbone there, and this one is, well, it's dead there. It's supposed to look like that. So in the meantime, whilst we wait for a technician to come down with a computer that might be able to get this car started, I'm going to do everything I can to try and fix all the rest of the broken parts that are on the car. At least then, when the technician comes, there'll be less fault codes on the dash, and technically the car will be in a more safe state to start. First thing I'm replacing is this rear wheel steer module. Bolts to the chassis, then bolts to the wheel hub. Once I've tightened the two bolts which actually hold it to the car on, I can then go and plug it in. There's 3 plugs for it. Whoa. It's just gone like, oh, I'm fixed. But we found it wasn't as easy as that. But we'll come back to that later. For now, I'm just popping on a simple anti-roll drop link. Again, just 2 bolts which hold this in place. And that's the rear left suspension fully complete. We've figured out how the fluid system works in this car. And we've got one coolant reservoir here, which all the coolant goes around the battery system and cools all the hybrid system, and another one over there, and that is empty, and that cools all the engine system, and that's empty because this has well and truly perished. We're going to have to fix all these pipes, fix this radiator, and when I say fix, I mean just replace, because they're on the floor right here. So I think I'm going to build it up off it and then put it on it, and that's how we're going to go. With a lot of heat comes a lot of coolant. Another radiator that we've got to fit to the car. On top of that, the coolant hoses that are damaged actually run all the way underneath the car. One of the clips was really difficult to get off, so I ended up grinding it. Wow! Oh my god! Coolant! To find there was still coolant left in there. But once that clip was off, I can go back up to the top of the car and guide out the broken hose. You can see how squashed up it is here. Now I couldn't just buy this broken part of the hose separately from Lamborghini. I had to buy not only the metal part, but also another part which attached to it. And instead of replacing the whole lot, I'm just going to separate it at the rubber hose, which leaves me with the actual part I need. So I can slide the new part down, back underneath the car, and connect it up to where I disconnected it from. After that, it's another coolant pipe. Luckily, Lamborghini would sell me this one separately. It's strange how they arrange these parts. Once I've installed that, I can now begin to lift the frame on, which holds that radiator at the back. This bolts to the rear frame of the car, which Bob has previously repaired, so now it's a test of whether it actually all lines up. And of course, it did. And once that was in place, there were still more hoses. 2 tiny little rubber ones which connect those 2 metal pipes to that radiator. And once this radiator is actually in, we might be able to put some coolant in the car. Now also on that rear frame is not the vacuum system. There's a vacuum pump, and this plastic thing here, which looks like 3 bubbles, holds vacuum in it. A lot of this stuff is just overcomplicated things which will be opening flaps inside the engine. But without that, we'd have a lot of engine lights and loss of power. So it's crucial that all the vacuum stuff does actually hold the vacuum. Finally, the intake shrouds are on, and that's about it. This side is now built up and complete, we think. But unfortunately, this side here has taken a perishment as well. Look, it's it's all broken and twisted and bent, but the radiator survived and the oil cooler survived. So I think I'm going to switch out this into that one to buy. Bob could have definitely fixed it, but it's the time frame as well. We've got to get this all on by tomorrow morning. So I'm going to switch all this out, and then hopefully we'll have 2 good clean sides and we can move on to whacking some fluids in. Let's go. So now I'm doing exactly the same as what we did on the left hand side to the right hand side. But instead of there being a radiator on the left, there's an oil cooler on the right hand side. Luckily, I didn't have to unmount it or unbolt it. I can move the frame around it, secure the cooler to the frame, and then the frame to the car. That's both sides complete. Progress, progress. Look at that air intakes in. To me, it looks way less crash damage. To a lot of other people that look at it and think, what have you done? Well, at least to me it looks better. It does look better. We're getting somewhere. The next step we are going to take, I wish I could start it, we still can't. And I wish I could fill it with coolant, but we can't, because to fill it with coolant we've got to vacuum fill it through here. So we've got to suck out all the air in the cooling system before we put coolant in there to stop it getting any airlocks. We've left the air compressor at the old unit, so we're going to need to get that. But I think there's another job we can do before we fill it with coolant, and it's an exciting one because it involves noise. Exhaust! Valvetronic exhaust. I think I may be the first one with this Valvetronic exhaust. And on it, before, was an aftermarket exhaust which was custom made, and I never got to hear it. Now, even though this Revolto is hybrid assisted, it still holds the Lamborghini V12, which still means we should get that V12 screen.
When my doctor gave me Breztri for my COPD, I noticed things changed. Breztri gave me better breathing starting within 5 minutes. It also reduced flare-ups.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breztri.
Looks like you're already the witness. I've got George Washington as the founding father of America. He's the perfect mix of power and strength.
And here is the new exhaust. A full valvetronic system, all the way from the manifolds forward. This could sound insane. Okay, I was not expecting this, as it's all been hand-built in the US. We've got some crazy X-pipe, obviously, I reckon to like increase the flow of the exhaust. And that's going to sound crazy. There's no valves in it at all. And then on top of that, we've then got what we love to call warranty losers. We're going to lose more for sure. But this is also going to give us flames. Like most things on this car, it wasn't easy to fit. To get to the two V-band clamps which hold the front part to the manifold, had to reach in through the wheel arch, and there's very little access. And even then, the pipes didn't want to come out. Shots in the room. The pipes have got on, so they're pretty big, and squeezing it out between this top strut bar and the anti-roll. So I had to start removing the anti-roll bar as one complete unit. Out of the way, I should be able to slide the exhaust out. Here we go. You're not sure then. Here we go. It still wasn't enough. I've got to remove even more parts to get this exhaust out. But eventually, yes, it was out. Just one lambda sensor that I needed to remove to put it fully away from the car, which is easy enough done once I've got the exhaust at this point here. Now, I'm just going to remove the other front part, which meant I needed to take off this huge strut brace here with loads of extra little parts on it as well. Now I've got much better access to it, and you can see the difference here between the stock front pipe and the valvetronic one. This thing's going to scream. That's if it stops. Now I've got better access, I've slid in the new valvetronic front pipe to sit flush against existing exhaust manifolds and then tighten that onto there. My turn to do this side. You excited? Oh yes, overwhelmed. Round two, but on the other side. Eventually we got it out, which means we can slide the new valvetronic one in. So we've got it in, the lambda sensors go into it, and then we can tighten up the V-band clamps which hold the front pipe to the exhaust manifold. Both front pipes in. Time for me to reinstall this strut brace, trying to remember where everything went. And whilst I was doing that, my dad wanted to take a look at the old exhaust that come off it. The John Tarney! Unfortunately, the John Tarney exhaust was completely wrecked. A lot of the titanium parts got squashed in the accident. But a good effort from John. It's a shame I never got to hear that exhaust though. Now I can slide back in the anti-roll bar, hold that back up, then the new heat shield is going in place. Here we go. On goes the exhaust. The easy part. Sliding the valvetronic exhaust up to the new valvetronic front pipe. 2 bolts, and that's job done.
Yeah, look, you might look at that.
Yeah, it just looks crazy when it's like flying out of that. If it starts. By the end of this video, do you want to know what that exhaust is going to sound like?
You've got no footage.
Here comes the bar. Here comes the bar. Did you just make Lawrence the Caribbean? Just here comes the bar. this bar actually holds the exhaust mounts, which now means I can tighten the exhaust onto it. And there's 4 of them, 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom. Not only does it hold the exhaust mounts, it also holds the latch for the engine bay cover as well. Once that's on, we can move to the next step. Before we put the bottom heat shield in, this is a wing actuator. And this was stupid money, but we need this bar too because both of these were snapped off. You can see here, look, it was snapped off just there, and unfortunately the other bit is no longer to be existing. So let's get this wing actuator installed, and the other one should be arriving within the next day. Remember, the goal here is just get as much electrical things as possible plugged in to give the car no excuse not to start. We don't know whether we've shot ourselves in the foot because there's still a heat shield to go in here, but there is this wire here still left over, and with the yellow plug on, that means it's part of the airbag or the crash system. And we need to make sure all of that is all plugged in and ready to go, because if we try and start the car and something's unplugged, it might stop us from being able to start it. But for some reason, Lamborghini don't list anything to do with like airbags on the site that we're looking at. We know this is going to be for a crash sensor because there's the same plugs which are on the very front, which I'll show you. So I've just googled the part number and ordered a Volkswagen Audi crash sensor, and it looks like, oh, it does go in there, perfect there, look at that. Goes in there, slots in, oh yeah. I can't remember what car this is actually on. But could this be the reason why the car wouldn't start or it wouldn't clear the crash data? Because it had one crash sensor which wasn't plugged in. You never know. These newer cars are so sensitive to things like this. Let's hope. That should be all the airbag system fully connected now. Curtain airbags in, steering wheel airbag in, passenger side airbag in, seat airbags in, and all the crash sensors on. Great stuff. In and all the crash sensors on. Great stuff. Now we have so much more plugged in, but there's one last thing I want to put in before we try and
Big John, what up?
And that's the cooling. And because the cooling system is so big, we need to make sure that we don't get any air locks or air bubbles in there. So the best way to do that is as
up in Maine.
Generally, Volkswagen Audi cars tend to be okay with air locks because they put the coolant tank so high up, so any air rises out, but we're not going to risk it. We are going to try and vacuum fill this, so we can suck all the air out that's in and then replace it with coolant. But generally, they tend to be okay with it. Let's see. We need to put our vacuum filler into the coolant reservoir, plug the hole up nicely, then attach the air line to it. Then turn on the compressor. Oh! And now this is going to blow pressurised air across the coolant reservoir, sucking out all the air inside the cooling system. Once we've sucked a vacuum, I can turn the tap on, and you can see where there will be negative pressure, so there's no leaks. Then I can grab my Valvoline coolant, fill the pipe up with only coolant, so there's no air actually in the pipe before I put it on. Then open the tap, and the negative pressure from the cooling system will suck all the coolant into the car. And that should hopefully give us no air locks and a full cooling system. This is our secret weapon. We've got Banco in Leicester, and he's going to see if we could get him. He's got all the Lamborghini software, did the Urus before, and we're going to see what we can do. I've literally just pressed the ignition on in the car. What? Now it's decided it won't go into park, it's gearbox malfunction. I don't even know what it's doing, so hopefully he'll be able to read it and see what's going on with this car. And if it does start, that will be a miracle.
I want to hear it start, especially like
It'll be a massive moment if it starts, but at the minute, I'm not feeling like it has a different fault every time I press the ignition on.
It is a Lamborghini.
It is, yeah. Right, it's down to you. Nathan from Vag Coding has the Lamborghini official software to get into the car. He can now plug into it, read all the fault codes, and he's able to access and do whatever Lamborghini can do at the dealership. And there's some stuff which needs coding into the car, like the new headlight. So now we're deactivating the hybrid. which is what we've just done, and then once we deactivate it, we'll read the codes, and then reactivate it, and hopefully when we reactivate it, the crash data should have gone. But it didn't seem to work. Although Nathan has the software to do this procedure, it needed extra authentication. 5 minutes to 12 at night. It's not looking good. You need this login to be able to log into this car and reset the crash system. Only a few people have this login. So if we're speaking, well, bad code unless we're speaking to someone abroad who has that login, who can then do it. But the problem is, because it's now 12 at night, they're 3 hours ahead, they've gone to sleep. So it looks like tomorrow morning, first thing, 8:30 in the morning, we're going to give it another go. But this really could end up with me rebuilding a car which doesn't start. See you tomorrow. Okay, it's the next morning. Bad code in Leicester is back. He reckons he's cleared it now.
You got such a big smile on your face.
You reckon it's done?
In my face?
Well, I don't know, because it's something that I don't know anything about, and he's just played around on the computer and finally got it going. This is going to be it. Will it go? Yes, just shift the key. Won't go in key. No, it still wouldn't go. Still can't do it. And that crash shut-off code, still there. It's just 11:30 now. We've been on this since about 8 o'clock last night. Multiple people have looked at it. We're still going. We're still trying to find this problem. We managed to clear the fault, then it comes back. Some people have said we need to complete the whole car before we try and clear the faults. There's only a few more things missing off the car, so, but you never know with these Lamborghinis, it might need literally the front bumper on for it to be able to start. You just don't know with these new things, but we're still going. It could come down to rebuilding the full car, having it set down and then trying, and if that doesn't work, then we've just got a really expensive rolling car. Yeah. We was trying everything, and so many specialists from around the world were logging onto Nathan's laptop to try and solve it as well. Remember, this has never been done before, so everyone who gets on and tries to do this is learning from scratch. But I'm sure there's got to be a way. That can't just be the end for the Lamborghini after one crash. It's day 3. We're trying again. We may have a code to get in. Seems that every single thing on this car needs to be coded to the car. Even the headlights don't work because they need to be coded to the car. Gone are the days where you can just go to your main dealer, buy a part, plug it into your car, and it works. Headlights don't work. Rear wheel steer don't work. The car don't work. You can't even unlock the door from the inside. I don't know what's going on. Can we do it?
Growing your money shouldn't feel like a second job. That's why there's Betterment, the automated investing and savings app that can give you a little work-life balance. We manage your portfolio, you manage your weekend plans. We make it easy to invest for what matters. You just enjoy what matters. We use technology to put your money to work, optimizing it day after day, again and again. Because your money doesn't need a work-life balance, you do. Get started today and make your money hustle with Betterment.
So for the 3rd time, Ethan gets his laptop out and plugs into the car again. And by this time, more parts have arrived that I can start fitting to it. And the more I fit to the car, the more chance it's got of starting, because the less fault codes it'll actually have. So now I'm fitting heat shields, bumper brackets, all of which won't make any difference to it starting, but all the electrical stuff should. And on go the rear lights, for the left hand side and one for the right. But the question is, will these need coding as well? It's actually starting to look like a car. Now I can't align this up to anything, in fact, because we've got nothing to reference off, so it is just on at the minute, and once we get the panels on, we should be able to like align it all up. Now if these lights work, then hopefully My look's changed. Let's see. First step. Indicators. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. As if they work. Okay. Well, hopefully, fingers crossed for tomorrow morning, where Bank Coding Nestor is back to go again with the guy from China who's wrote a code onto his laptop, which hopefully, I don't know what's going on. We have no idea, but step by step, it's looking better at least, but we still just not moving. Previous then, we removed the wrap of the rear clamshell so we can see the extent of the damage that was caused to the carbon, and instead of buying a new one, we sent it over to a carbon specialist to get repaired. The clam is back from the carbon rise, and they've repaired all the little cracks in it with carbon fibre, nice and OEM actually, like small little bits of carbon fibre just all patched in here. That saved us at least like £10,000 doing that. So now I'm going to drop this off to the body shop, get painted white with the rest of the panels, and that can go on. And when I dropped that off, I picked up the front wing which had been painted, but even though we got the correct colour code, the paint just didn't seem to match. But we needed to see whether it aligned up anyway. This is a total guess. This is because this, are you guessing? Oh, there's quite a few bolts which hold the wing on, and there's adjustment to all of them. At the minute, the only thing I've got to line it up to is the door. And that looks just about right. Just the colour we need to sort out now. Yeah, it's just a bit bluey, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. What do you reckon? You're just going to have to play into it?
Come back, see what this brings up. Obviously, we've been just going off carbon and such, or fiberglass, whatever it is.
Yeah.
See if it brings up the same match. If not, then
yeah. Nothing seems to be straightforward with this car. It looks like the body shop guys may need the full car so they can blend the paint with the rest of the panels. As some panels are aluminium and some panels are carbon fibre, it really affects the way the colour looks of the paint. In the meantime, I've got two bonnet hinges that I need to replace because both of them are bent. In goes the left one, and I'm not doing the bolts up too tight, just so I can move it and adjust it all round when the new bonnet arrives.
Are you sick of plugging into this car yet?
I am, yes.
Is it going to start today?
Hopefully, fingers crossed, we should get the cross line.
Yeah, positivity.
Liam's here with the bonnet. I'm on it.
That looks mental.
Look at that. This is from Duke Dynamics, but that looks like a Lamborghini SVJ compared to the stock bonnet. Look at that. That looks way better. This bonnet was actually part of the body kit, and it was cheaper to buy the kit than it was just to buy one Lamborghini bonnet. So it made perfect sense.
How's it looking?
At the minute we're about like 15 hours of labour in, and it's just wore that seat away. Now I've got to transfer all the hardware off the standard bonnet and fit it onto my aftermarket one. That's including all the hoses for the washer jets, which actually slide through it, which Hannah's helping with here. Washers are through. We need to widen these holes a bit because aftermarket mods and all that, so I need to put the washer jets in there. But then we've got this lovely, beautiful £11,000 worth of bonnet, which was £11,000 worth of bonnet, but it's now damaged. And do you know what? I'm going to sign it. In the next, let's say 50 orders, buys some of the new H3 BT vans. It's going to win 11 grand worth of Revolto bonnet to make it to a sledge. Someone took one of the breakers home last week. Now one of you is going to take the bonnet home. And the whole team can't thank you all enough for watching and supporting us with this build. Thanks to every single one of you that has subscribed to the channel. With the new bonnet prepped, we can now line it up to the car. And it took a lot of lining up. But once we was happy with it, we had to drill a few holes out for the bonnet latch, which my dad's just done. Then he can bolt that to the bonnet. Then I've got a few mods to do. All new clips in the seal, got there. And I need to drill out the holes, which I made a stencil using the old one
I've made some arts and crafts of where it needs to go. We're just going to drill the holes out for them, and then all line up. I've got to be very careful here that I don't drill through to the other side of the bonnet, as this one's made out of fiberglass, not carbon fibre. Once the holes are drilled, I can clip in the old seal, and that's one complete bonnet.
Get a 4% APY with Robinhood Gold, which is much higher than the national average. Sign up for Robinhood Gold.
Hey, friend.
Holes are drilled, I can clip in the old seal, and that's one complete bonnet. The last piece.
I'm glad you got that bonnet over the stock one.
Yeah, it's looking, the bonnet looks a lot nicer than the stock one. Put it up. Let's continue.
When I came here today, my seat was upright like this, and slowly throughout the day it just got further and further back to the point where I was actually going to go sleep in a minute.
More parts arrived back from the body shop, including the whole rear clamshell, the rear wing, and a couple of the rear arches, along with the front bumper as well. We've got this guy on from Dubai who's a EV whiz, and he can't communicate with it, so he thinks there's a problem inside of what we've done with the box. So we're going back to this box to see if something's not plugged in, because this guy's the whiz.
What time is it in Dubai? Okay.
It's nearly midnight. Now I'm removing the junction box, which you remember last time the pyro fuse was stored in. And this was the reason it was cutting up power to the hybrid battery, which is used to start the car. This guy in Dubai thinks there may be a problem with the connection in this junction box, so we're just taking it out to have a look, see if there's any damage. After inspecting it, that's good, it all looked good. So there's peace of mind there.
Look how fast we got out, we're like, almost know what we're doing.
Now we're going to slide it back in and connect it all back up. But the actual crash data on the car, which is stopping it from starting, is stored in the ECU, which is in that box. So it's vital we can communicate with it. We seem to be making some progress now. And whilst they carry on with the coding, my dad's building up some of the clamshell. And as it seems the whole world is coming together to help us build this car, we had some geography lessons.
Do you know what the capital of Czech Republic is?
Czech Republic. Prague.
There you go.
Is it really?
Yeah, Budapest.
That's that is Turkey.
No.
Did it not?
I think it's hungry, isn't it?
Maybe we're not so good with geography after all. Let's stick to rebuilding cars. On goes the new brake light for the clamshell.
Capital City of Australia, come on.
I know it. What is it? And there's the clamshell, all built up. Time for me and Matt to install it on the car. This is a huge piece, so it's going to be pretty hard to line up.
I've got a question for you both. What's the capital city of Australia?
It's looking good. Lining everything up is going to be a nightmare. All of this, all needs to be bolted on. There's so many bolts. But you might think I'm absolutely nuts for driving a car which is this badly damaged. Well, we were hoping to drive it. But what I've told you, there's a lot of cars on the road which have been probably this badly damaged, and a lot of people don't even know about it. You might not even know that your car was damaged, but there is a way to find out. And that's by putting in your registration into Car Vertical. After that, you'll get a report which looks like this. You'll be able to see if the car's got any outstanding finance on it, if it's had any mileage forward, or if it's ever been stolen. Emergency catch down somewhere. On top of that, you'll see a full timeline of the car. Every time it's had a number plate change or an ownership change. The thing is as well, if your car was in an accident and it was auctioned up at the car crash auction site, it's likely that on the Car Vertical report, you'd actually be able to see the photos of the car when it was auctioned off at that auction website. Got the car on the screen now. That's little bit after this video, if you did want to check your car out to make sure that it's not been an accident, you can do with the link in the description. And on the screen now, there is a discount code as well, which will get you a discount on that check. Hopefully, you don't find any unwanted history. Next thing, this wasn't damaged. And this isn't wrapped, this is how it comes, standard black. Now Lamborghini may be calibrated with Mansory because the latch was just Mansory glued on, and in the accident it decided to delete itself. So we're going to do a collaboration with Mansory by gluing that back on there, so that can latch into the lock. But before I do that, I'm going to make sure that we can unlatch the latch. Because if we can't unlatch the latch and we close it down, then it's latched forever. It means it won't start and we won't be able to unlatch it. So let's latch the latch. Yes, that worked. So now I can apply the Mansory glue to the latch, just like they do at the Lamborghini factory. Once that's on, go back over to the boot lid or the engine cover and stick it in place. Then I can lower the boot down onto the latch and let the glue set. Day 5. Any progress? Whilst Nathan still works away at trying to get this thing started, I can now start to build up the rear bumper. Okay, we need a new fog light. That's broken. I thought, the rear fog light's broken. That's alright, it's LED. How much can LED be? £502.40 for that. The thing is, we can't argue with the price. There's nowhere else I can get that fog light. It's specifically made for the Revolta. Some of the other sensors, which I'm putting in now, are used on other cars, like the Urus. That doesn't save you much money. Oh my goodness, there it is. One rear bumper. Ish. We are missing a few things. We're missing the intake areas, which go in here. We need them. And we're missing 2 reflectors. Sit there and one on the other side. Other than that, looking pretty good. I think it's good enough just to line up to the car for now and plug it all in, because that could help with starting the car. The more we have plugged in, the better chance we have. And on this rear bumper, there's a lot of electrics, parking sensors, lane assist sensors, and the rear camera. Although we do still have a fair bit missing from it, but it's better on than off. Nearly there. It needs securing underneath these things. Fake aero, or could actually have some kind of function because there is a hole, but we can then clip the other piece in the left hand side. Then underneath the car we're installing a new under tray. Most of the underneath is completely flat, which I think helps with the aero and also protects the battery that's underneath. And that's the rear almost together. Rear bumper on to an extent. It's a bit of a cheat code because it will have to come off again, but it's just so we know what it looks like. And it's looking better. It's looking better. There's a few things we need to do. One of them is the front bumper, which is also a brand new one which has been painted. All this needs now is building up. But also missing parts of this. We ain't going to know what parts are missing until we start building it up. So let's build this up, get that on, and we're almost there for the big start. Hopefully. Now, my dad's going to build up the front bumper. Parking sensors, lane assist sensors. There's then side marker lights as well, which are just blanks, I believe, and the distinctive daytime running lights on the Revolta. Luckily, one side was okay after the accident, but I had to order all the lights on the left hand side as that took the most hit. Whilst we're building up the front bumper, we've got a tub, and all of that to put in. We're full committing now. We're full committing. This was another thing that was damaged in the accident. Ready to go on. Although you may notice a few missing trims which are still on order. Hopefully they come soon. For now, we can line up the bumper to the car and make sure all the body panels are good. Pretty much the whole front of this thing has come off. So if anything's out of line, it's going to show us now. Okay, bumper is on to an extent without the few missing bits, but we're getting everything just plugged in enough. This needs trims around the outside, so we're getting there. Chances of that light needs code in. High chance. That light was already on in. That seems to work, but should. Last few little bits now before the final start. My dad is making a stencil round the Revolto badge which sits on the side skirt, because we're going to need to replace the side skirt but reuse the badge, so we want to make sure that we can get it in the exact location where it come off. Of course, we need a number plate going on. Brel BMX or Bev BMX if you join them. I think that's pretty cool. Courtesy of Car Reg, you can get a free reg when you order a car reg through Car Reg. Using my discount code. Right, this should be easy to line up because it's got a line on it. Yeah. That does look nice. Final, that's it. New side set. It's got to go on. Let's quickly get that on. Old one is here. It just had a tiny bit broken out of it. New one is here. Let's put this on. Now I can screw the side skirt in place and my dad can apply a stencil. Bit of the glue comes out and my dad sticks it down into place. Exactly where it was in the OEM spot. Beautiful. The last few bits, and I'll be honest with you guys, I thought we might have been done by this week. Everything absolutely finished up, starts up, we drive out here, everyone lives happily ever after. But these wheels are not very happily ever after, they are perished. And that's why I've got Wheel Mania to replace the wheels. This is going to completely transform it. There they are, look! Oh my god, they look wide. That ain't a front one, is it? Oh, they look sick! No way. They look way better than what I expected. That looks wicked, that does. That looks well good. Oh, they are absolutely sick. Look at the width on them as well. I think these have got to go down with some of the best wheels that we've made with Wheel Mania. Fully forged, custom-made wheels for the Revolto. We've used the OEM specs to go off, so the sizes are the same, so we can use the Bridgestone tyres that are used when the car leaves the factory. But how good do they look? That looks sick. That looks nice. What a transformation. If you want to get some custom made wheels, or any wheels in fact, or wheel refurbishments, you know where to go. Wheel Mania is in the link in the description box below. Email them, WhatsApp them, text them, turn up at their house. Right, let's get the grand reveal and see if it starts. The Revolto now looks amazing, and we've come so far in such a short time. I wasn't expecting it to look anything like this in the short amount of time we've had on the car. But now we need to see what it drives. Before we see if this car starts, we're going to do a price breakdown because the car is pretty much almost done. All the parts needed to finish the car are ordered. Some obviously haven't arrived. Remember, we've already spent £230 £30,000 on the car. We've already spent £90,000 on parts. We've already spent £20,000 on parts. And then I have spent a further 8,500, which now brings the total cost to 2,500, which is a solid price for one of these Revoltos, especially in this spec. And on top of that, I actually went onto Carwell and put the old registration in of this Revolto to see what the trading price would be, and it was just over 515,000. So even if we traded it in, we'd do all right. That's it started. This is the moment then you've all been waiting for. Does it start? The dash is all working now. We've got 77% battery. We've got nearly 100% worth of fuel in there. 4 miles of hybrid charge. Does it go? Straight into petrol mode. And the answer is no. It doesn't go. And midway through trying to get this to go, we found out why. The verdict is Lamborghini haven't even developed the software to be able to turn the crash data that this car has. They've not even developed it, which makes absolutely no sense. How can they release a car but not develop the software to delete crash data if it's ever been in an accident? I know it's a new car. So technically, Lamborghini's fix for this right now is to buy a whole new battery, which comes with that battery junction box at the front of the car. That's their fix. That's £35,000, and even then, there's no guarantee that that is actually going to work. So we're stuck. Do we wait for the software to be developed? How long is that going to take? Do I risk it and buy a new battery with a junction box? Do I wait for a breaker card to come along with a battery on it and a junction box? We're effectively stuck. There is no fix for this, but we have had messages saying that Lamborghini are on it at trying to develop the software to clear the crash data to allow this to start. How much that's going to cost, I don't know. Whether we're going to be able to do it or not, I don't know. So effectively, I've now got a £425,000 ornament. This might be one of the only cars we take a huge loss on, but who knows? We might get the software sooner, we might get it later, I don't know. But if you enjoyed this video, hit the subscribe button, hit that thumbs up button, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out. What is it?
Canberra.
What?
Capital city of Australia is Canberra.
Never heard of it.
Silently, dance quietly, dance neatly. Don't forget you are also doing yoga. It is sacred. DJs be checking. Be a man.
gain the mile per gallon or two, fantastic. But am I installing it for that? No. Am I installing it for a ton of horsepower? Just want this to sound good. So with that said, let's install this. Extra hosing there to go onto this. And get to this hole all the way back there. Had to run. Double extend up. Perfect. So heads up. I need to double extend up. And now let's put on the looks like the rubber coating on this so it seals. And then we can put the intake. Okay, just guessing here. I put on the flex pipe here, put on the pipe with all the sensors here, put them in, and then ran this through here. Probably get some more. I guess we could probably get some wiggling to get everything just right. You know, maybe angle this or whatever. This came with like this weird adapter thing. I assume it goes through that, and then this goes. Three cuts later. I think this is it. We can do some wiggling to make sure everything fits. But we got the heat shield in, we got the filter on the heat shield. Both come real close to the fender line there. I guess that's by design, so it gets in here through there. This is a little bit tweaked, so you might have to adjust that. But that looks like how it's going to go. Now it's just a matter of tightening up all these little post stamps and little 8mm ratchets. Your best friend here. And then I got to pull the map sensor from the factory airbox, which is there. All you need is a Phillips head screwdriver. Don't lose the screws. I'm going to find them. So I'm going to go do this on the ground. And transfer. one, the noise is very loud. Two, it kind of vibrates your foot. Like the intake's on, like touches the fender, so like you can feel the vibration. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, it's really impressive. Honestly, I did not think that it would be this good, but it is very good. So, hey man, for $150, use your O'Reilly credits, get the cheap Scepter ones. Is this gonna last a long time? Is this gonna rename my engine? I don't know. Is it fun right now? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Questions, comments, concerns, drop them in the comments below, and see you guys next. Thanks so much for watching.
TikTok, it's Alan Walker, and if you want to get this or this, search Alan Walker on TikTok. That's the title of my channel.
Welcome back to another Motobot video, where today we're looking at the most expensive road legal bikes from each of the major manufacturers in price order ascending. We do this list every year, and pretty much always the most affordable, most expensive bike comes from Royal Enfield, who specialise in making great looking retro style bikes at a super accessible price point. For 2025 though, they've gone a little bit more premium, with the most expensive bike in their lineup being a special edition built in collaboration with US clothing brand Icon Motorsports. It's built upon the Shotgun 650, which uses their air-cooled parallel twin with a cruiserish long and low chassis, but yet a relatively neutral riding position that means you can ride it in a fairly sporty manner. Just 100 of these will be made though with this special race-inspired paint job, and there's also the option of a matching jacket. £7,399 is the price, which is about £500 or £600 more than the standard Shotgun. And so as you'll see, when we get to the top end of this list, it's a bit of a snip for a bike that's part of a limited run. A big jump up in price to the next one though at £14,599, and it's Husqvarna's Norden 901 adventure bike in its expedition spec. This one is built upon the KTM 890 adventure platform, with the two companies being under the same parent group, but this time it's wrapped in Husqvarna's signature styling, which I think is all for the better. This expedition version specifically gets upgraded longer suspension, as well as a taller windscreen and standard fit soft luggage, and 2025 brings a new khaki and fluo yellow paint job, as well as a few extra features like some new mirrors, a USB-C charging port, and some upgraded tech. Definitely one of my favourite adventure bikes on the market, but at 887mm in the seat in its low setting, it's realistically only one for the tour or those with excellent balance. Also in the adventure category, we've got the beautiful Stelvio from Moto Guzzi, which I was lucky enough to review in 2024. To be honest, it's a bike that doesn't really make the most power, it's not the most aggressive off-roader, it doesn't have the most bleeding edge tech, but it's just a well-balanced package that was thoroughly enjoyable every time I took it out. The transverse V-twin is rich and pleasing on the ear, the handling intuitive, the riding position comfortable, and it has to be said, it's a bike that always makes you look back when you walk away after. The most expensive variant in their lineup though is this new Duecento Tributo, which celebrates 100 years of the Stelvio Pass, from which of course this bike gets its name. This one, you get the dedicated blue, white and red paint job, along with the top spec tech package with radars front and rear, and the knowledge that it's part of a limited run of 2,758 bikes. Now moving on to Yamaha, and previously you'd have found the top spec R1 models in the most expensive list, but seeing as we're looking at road-only bikes, and given that their premium sports bikes are pretty much now all track only, it's actually the Tracer 9 GT Plus Tourer that's the highest price of any bike in their 2025 lineup. This one's powered by their CP3 inline triple, which is an absolute peach, on a tall but road-friendly chassis, and I've got to say, having tried it a couple of years back in Sardinia, it's a really great all-day tourer that can still entertain when the road tightens up. This top dog GT Plus model gets all the bells and whistles when it comes to tech, with a Matrix LED headlight, a big TFT dash, semi-active electronic suspension, radar-enabled cruise control, and the option of their AMT or automated manual transmission, which allows you to ride the bike without needing to operate the clutch or shifter peg. On the one hand, this is probably a tech lover's dream, but on the other, perhaps a purist nightmare. But in terms of the latest touring assistance, it's hard to argue that it's pretty much second to none. Speaking of tech, if you're looking to make the most of some of the connectivity features on these bikes, like taking calls and controlling music through the switchgear and dash, then a good comms headset is an absolute essential. We'd recommend the ones that we believe are the best in the business from Cardo, and specifically we've been using their flagship PackTalk Edge and PackTalk Pro models, which both have brilliant audio quality courtesy of their JBL design speakers. Then their excellent dynamic mesh system gives you a rock solid intercom connection when you're out on a group ride, and specifically the Pro model gets a couple of extra features, including their new crash detection, which can alert an emergency contact if it detects a crash, which I think is a brilliant bit of peace of mind every time you're out on the bike. I absolutely love using Cardo products, and down there you'll also find a discount code specifically for our viewers. So once again, a massive thanks to